My goodness, guys, I apologize for this. Still trying to set up audio. Every time I update drivers and such, you have to restart the computer, then do it again, then do it again, then test and do it again.
30 miles other side of the valley if you needed another.
So I'm going to mute Butte County just for a second, and then we'll be listening to Butte County, I think. Welcome back, guys. So sorry, my mods are exhausted. I have just made a post explaining why. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what exactly happened when I had crashed and had to sleep. It's been chaos with the last few days and the stress of the evacuations and the Pedro Fire breaking out. It's been terrible. I have some ill family members right now who possibly have COVID, so I'm going to leave chat in your my mods' hands in a minute here, and then make some phone calls and keep monitoring kind of casually. And my relatives may have to call me back. I want to make sure that everybody is okay, and that if I need to go, help them, I might have to, take a little drive and do that. But right now, don't worry about me having COVID. It's unlikely. I have some symptoms, but not the same as my relatives. And I haven't actually made contact with them for some time. I have been kind of glued here with my butt to the seat, doing Firestream almost every day, averages of 16 hours a day, since June 6th or so. And I've only had 2 or 3 days off, maybe just 2, where I'm not looking at fires every hour of my day, even though every day I have been looking at the info. What I mean by a day off is like away from the computer and outside. So please understand my level of exhaustion, and we're all doing the best we can here. Please, guys, if you could, before we get started here on the stream, click on the K button, the logo. Go here to my channel page. This is a great place to bookmark whenever you refresh it, and after I restart the stream, that you'll always see the news stream right here. And this is what you want to bookmark in your browser if you don't want to have a YouTube account, but you want to find us again. So I have a special request for everybody. Many of you are already pitching in. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you guys are all here. Missed you guys. Please hit the community tab. And this is where I have a message board. Some people are unaware that this even exists. It's like YouTube doesn't notify people that I make these messages. It's been a real hit and miss affair. But my special request is you go here to this specific message on the community page, and please like it if you want to support my mods. They're so exhausted. They all have a personal connection to the fires in this region, and yet they have to deal with the trolls and the jerks, and sometimes the absolute nutso people who come in here, shouting from the rooftops about things that aren't real, and then harassing them when they're not given a free microphone. And they're trying the best they can here. They have become exhausted because my extended illness here, and I'm starting to feel better with my sinus problem and my ear problem, making me just nauseous and dehydrated all the time. They picked up the slack for when I was ill. And some of them, I'm just now understanding, they did like 30-hour shifts. I was completely unaware of how bad things were and how chaotic. I got a clue when I woke up and I had like 542 messages, but I didn't know, what exactly happened. It's not like I could just sit there and read it. The Pedro Fire broke out, and it was time to address the new crisis. So what we have, why I did not go live with mod chat last night, with any kind of chat, is we have a couple of gaps in time slots where nobody can take over from me. And that's led to a bad problem. where if I want to go to sleep at 3 in the morning and wake up by, 10 or noon to do the fires, I feel like I can't. And I've been staying awake until 7:30 when the next mod can be available, being completely exhausted and getting no sleep back to back, and then crashing. This can't really continue. We've got to fill the time slots and coordinate. And so this is going to take some time. Everybody, most everybody works here. They're unpaid volunteers pulling long shifts. It's been chaos. So if you really could take a moment, just hit the like button. This is the mod appreciation. The mod appreciation post. And I do appreciate everybody who has already done that. Everybody, each one of you who's donated and helped and just patted us on the head. Giving hearts. You can give hearts in the chat here, but even here is better. Make a little comment with some hearts just to help buoy their spirits, because the new situations here have been utterly devastating to morale. We kept thinking maybe if there will be a couple of days of less crisis, I'll just put it that way, fewer crisis breaking out, we could have rest. I haven't really gotten any rest since June 6th. And it just keeps coming. It just keeps coming. With the Pedro, some of our worst fears have been realized, which is many different resources will go to these other fires with the Nixon too, and not to the park. And that means the park might just continue its monstrous path of devastation and consume a lot more than we ever wanted it to. So I'm still not clear on how much in the way of structures and everything has been lost. They said one structure at least confirmed loss on the Pedro. My chat last night, or my stream last night, I hope it helped. I heard right before I wanted to go to bed again that they were going to pull level 3 evacuations on the Pedro by Hunter Valley. So I thought, at least I heard that on the radio, scanner radio, right before I went live around. I heard this on the radio at 11. I hope that helped people, give them some notice. Watch Duty, as good as they are, did not put that there. There's still no one-stop shopping for information. There's still no 24-hour hotline. We are trying to pick up the slack and fill the gap where government agencies fail us, and where volunteer groups still can't really fill the need. But I'm just one person without special training or special leadership skills. It's not like I've ever run anything with a team before. I just saw nobody else was doing it and hit live during the Labor Day crisis. The Red Monday is what I call it, of 2020. I never thought stream would get this big. I was totally unprepared for it. I thought I'd do it for 2 weeks and that would be it. And here we are. I'll try to do this as long as possible. But we do need your help and your cooperation and your understanding, and most of all, please have patience. If you feel like you've been wronged or timed out or something inappropriately, just imagine what they have to deal with. You can go try to speak to me about it. But really, if it's a minor affair, we don't really have time to address anything like that. Just forgive and move on is what I'm asking. Because as soon as we try to take a breath, there's some new crisis. We just must realize the people who have possibly lost their homes and don't know if they have, or taken other serious damage like this, what they're going through. That is who we serve. The main focus is save lives. We have been doing that year after year. Because oftentimes, the evacuation info that the officials give, even if it's to the best of their ability, is too late for people. Too late for them to even evacuate safely. Too late to save things like their pets, animals, or heirlooms. Too late to prepare, or it never comes. Occasionally, it's 100% dead wrong because there are flaws in the system that are just terrible. So even if CAL FIRE or other agency employees really want to quickly and shout, hey, the fire's coming that way. There's nothing we can do to stop it. There's nothing in between you and the fire, and eventually you will be evacuated. Even if they want to say that, they might get fired because it's not policy. There's old stupid rules in place that ties their hands and zips their mouth. And a lot of it's not their fault. It's the fault of policy. And we just have to deal with that. If the fire is not close enough to a community, they can't tell somebody they're in danger. But we here, we don't have those restrictions. Nobody's going to fire us. So there's that. We were able to tell people from Chico to Shingletown, all the way to Mineral, all the way to Chester, you are in danger. You are in potential danger. You may be evacuated. Start prepping now. And all the way up to Inskip, the true one in Butte County. You may be told to evacuate. And from day one, we were correct. We locals, we know what fire can do. Oftentimes, you must bear in mind that the CAL FIRE and other officials are not locals. They're using wrong place names. They are confusing the public, saying things like Inskip had a fire. No, it didn't. It was Inskip Hill. That's a different county. This is confusing and scaring a lot of people. We're just trying to deal with the aftermath. So I thank everybody for your patience and understanding. Yeah, thank you all. You are so wonderful. We want to stay donation based so we don't have to put ads here. And so all of this ad-free content, there should be no paywall behind life-saving information. Is brought to you by the kind donors. I'm so sorry I've not been able to, as the donations come in, read everybody's names like I really wanted to. But the phone just explodes with messages and notifications, and it kind of crashes the Samsung every once in a while. And then it goes into low battery mode, and I have to use my thumbprint to unlock it. Things like the Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. And then when I do, I get spammed with notifications sometimes 7 hours ago where somebody's donated. So I really apologize for that. Yes, please keep them going. I want to immediately buy a laptop, go to California, and time's running out for me. Of course, super chat and super thanks are appreciated, but there is a delay where it's the 21st of next month when I have access to the money. It's YouTube's policy. So anything donated to YouTube right now, August 21st will be when I have the access to it. So it's so important. And thank you so much to try to use PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, which is the link in the description. Oh, thank you, Andrea, and everybody. I'm so touched. You guys are so caring and warm. That's all we need to keep going is encouragement. We are all trying to deal with this horror. This is not our job. We are the citizens here, and it's bad enough for me. I can't imagine what it's like for the people who are waiting to see about the aftermath. But we're here. We'll get through this together. Please understand my level of fatigue and being sick and tired. So how's the Don Pedro? Looking better on the cams, but we only have one cam. They did pull the trigger on the evacuations. I just want to quickly do a quick roundup. I did have to make some phone calls, and then I have to do my best to try to see and arrange with the mods which shifts we can fill the gaps in. It even may entail mods changing their work schedule around this, like informing their boss, and it takes two weeks. It's that level of dedication they have here, and they may not get approved. They may have to cancel vacations or rearrange them. It's just a lot more complicated than anybody knows. So we may have to recruit new people. Boy, a lot of people will. I think it's an easy job, and it's kind of brutal, but it's very rewarding as long as appreciation is shown. So, yeah, shoot, Annie, welcome and everybody. So what I would like to just say is I hope last night at around midnight when I did go live, at least scanner radio was better than nothing. I had nobody to fill a couple of gaps in the evening, so I had to turn chat off. There have been attempted vandalizations of the stream again and again and again. by a wave of bots and bad actors. And there's a thing that happens. It's just bots are triggered by a certain level of activity and certain hashtags of disasters that happen where they come in and they try to advertise other people's channels to just have free advertisement like a spam, or horrible things like pornography. And then there's just evil people that want attention and want to victimize those who are already going through so much, because they target the weak because they're little man babies. You know, bullies are bullies. They pick on the weak because they are so. So once we hit more than 200 people in chat at any given moment, that is like a trigger for everything to be in chaos. And there's also the chaos from people well-meaning who are providing wrong information and then trying to whack-a-mole clarify for hours after that, because most people come in here for a little while, learn something, then they go back to work and go about their day and come back throughout the day. So the same questions keep getting answered, and the same people say, oh, so such and such place burned down. And it's like, no. We've been trying to tell people no. Things like Inskip Hill burned, and that's a radio tower in the middle of nowhere. Inskip the town is okay, and it's a whack-a-mole domino effect. So please be mindful of the two main rules. Please verify as best you can any information you present as fact, and then be ready to back that up with a link or explaining where you heard that information. And it can't just be word on the street. If you are unsure, please present that as a question. And please take the time, just a few more seconds, to verify your information is fresh from good, reliable sources, or just say, hey, I heard this, can you investigate? Because many people, including the deaf, are not listening. And so I may say something, but many people are just reading chat and they get alarmed, and then they start telling their friends something is occurring. And it's very hard for everybody. This really can cause panic, So it's always okay, to ask questions and say, I think something is occurring, or I'm not sure. Just present it that way. It really, really helps. And please don't take any offense when challenged, because this is life and death, not entertainment. It really is a life and death issue. So we all just have to remember that. So, wait, do mods bypass slow mode? That's what, oh, yes, friends, that's something I tried to add here. You can't? Oh, Jay, you can't? All right, let me write that down. If mods, if you want to put your time availability into an email, that would be great, as well as your, contact information, because what I'm trying to do is set up behind the scenes chat where mods can chat with each other. They have to be able to say, hey, I have to go out for an hour to lunch or to pick up my child, and somebody else cover me for an hour. And then, right now it's really difficult. So let me just write that down. JCat, I need a phone number, any kind of phone number, in order to connect you guys with each other. I'm not giving you guys each other's phone number. I'm trying to do like a, one of those chat programs on Android and iPhone. And remember, your shift means you're basically looking at the chat almost every moment with your eyeballs, not just being around and checking it every 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, try it out, Husky. Does it work for you? Yeah, exactly. And everybody, please don't react harshly to anybody, if you can, who is making innocent mistakes, of course. And if you're using sarcasm, understand that doesn't come across very well in chat. If you're cracking a joke, even say joke in parentheses. It really helps people understand, because oftentimes my mods are listening to the scanner radio Well, okay, where did you say that, J-Cat? I'm going to leave it in your guys' hands in a minute. I have to check on my sick relatives who may have COVID. I don't believe I have it. Their symptoms are different than mine, and I haven't seen them. You can take 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific every day, J-Cat. Okay. And it would be good to explain which hours you may be in and out. Some hours people are, even if you go outside to organize something, not directly looking at the chat, you know what I mean? So you're free and available for a couple hours tonight, Chris? Um, yeah, Adria. So I ultimately wanted a way that everybody could talk to each other, and Discord would have been a great program for that, but it's too difficult for people to learn. It's not intuitive. Discord has security holes, and I don't want bots or something to take over. One of the things that happens in like Facebook groups and Discord is bots will make a fake link and say, "Oh, new level 3 evacuation somewhere." People click on it, and it's actually taking you to a malicious website where you get a virus or something. Or it'll be like a malicious website that says, "Enter your email address and phone number for emergency alerts," and in fact, you're giving away your email address and phone number to, dark web bad actors or something. You know what I'm saying? So I've been real hesitant with Discord. The other options are not free, and we'll have to figure this out. Microsoft Teams, Slack. Well, we'll investigate. But I would like it so that you, friends, you who are affected, can go ahead and like if somebody says I have room for horses in my stable, I would like you guys to connect to each other. But so far it's been very difficult finding something affordable. I've been looking at others, and they want $1,000 a month to have a personal social network, just mine. That just is not at all feasible. So the lesser expensive ones, they will not work. So we'll see about this. We'll see about this. So yeah, exactly, Jay Cat. That's very good, and I appreciate you guys being free. Um, so what I need to do is check on my ill relatives. I'll do a quick roundup. My starting with the Pedro, there's aircraft over it right now. I was hearing some aircraft chatter, but not very much. I'm confused about which radio we should have on, the park or Mariposa, Tuolumne County for the Pedro, because the Pedro is big and scary. But if beep hits the fan for the park, oh my God, it's just so huge. I'm sorry, this is just wow. On either one, it's like they'll talk over each other if we play them at the same time. And there's more technically populated areas with the park fire. That way, that if there is an evacuation of some place that it affects a larger amount of people, this is really hard. So what I like is for my mods, if somebody is listening to one of the scanner radios and types in chat, Zello is free? Okay. Yeah, let me just write that as an idea. We do need to brainstorm. I would like to have a private mod stream one day. It's just not been calm enough for everybody to have a roundtable discussion and a Zoom meeting or something with me. It's overdue. I really kept thinking, okay, at least one day here we won't have a brand new fire breaking out. But what happened to Eastern Oregon? Just my God! And as soon as it was over, I went, phew, sigh of relief. Park fire begins. Okay, park fire is stabilizing at least for a day. Phew, what a relief. Nixon fire. Ah, okay. Maybe that's stabilizing. What a relief. Ah, Pedro fire. Please understand, I've barely slept. Let alone have any time for this with myself or mods. So we'll see. So if you guys do know of a private social media network thing, I know Discord is probably not going to work. I have tried to teach people. It's so unintuitive that many people would not be able to work it. I'm all ears. I'm not that up to date with all the new things. So hi J Dog, hi everybody. So here's my quick roundup of the fires. I'm going to make some calls to my sick relatives and try to check in with as many mods as possible. Check my emails. All mods, please, if you haven't heard, do give me an email with your name changes that you have ever had about the first time that you joined the stream. Vague, summer of 2022 is okay. We've had people come back I haven't seen since 2021, and they changed their name like 3 times, and I'm actually not quite sure which one is which. So I need that notification, okay? Give me a phone number. If you have a Gmail account, you have a free phone number called Google Voice. That would be good enough. I just have to have an emergency contact number. It's not going to be shared with anybody else, period. Not your explicit permission. Just period. It's for me to contact you if there's like an all hands on deck, super emergency, or something odd is happening. Like one mod kept banning people and it was a cat walking on her keyboard. I have to be able to call and say, whoa, what's going on? Can you check on your cat? So, but I had worried that mod was hacked, and in reality it was a cat. Hey, SB Kathy, and you are an appreciated mod. I want to do an unmodding ceremony for you. Real quick. Okay, there you are. Are you sure you still want to be unmodded, SB Kathy? Please let me know, because we'll do your ceremony. Real quick. Don Pedro uses social media where people do talk to each other and help out. Yeah, that's good. What I want, though, is for people to share pictures and have a place to speak together in a little room, like to vocally speak to each other for free, just with Wi-Fi, regardless of whether or not people have phone in operation right now, and they can share pictures with each other and maps with each other. Then you can all share it with me, and then people private message each other. And a lot of people just don't want to do Facebook or Twitter for privacy reasons. So, like something like if I was in control of it, then people would rest assured that I'm not selling their information of any sort, like Facebook got caught doing. So let's oh, it's fine, of course, SV Kathy, of course it's fine. You post great links, so of course it is. Everybody sets their own hours. You're under no obligation to be here, or there's no minimum time frame. So if you just don't want the wrench for some reason, or you're totally done with things, I will do a demodding ceremony and a thank you sort of thing. I wish I could hand you a cake. So do not worry about it. It's just some people have approached me and said, take my mod powers away because this is the old YouTube account, and I think my ex-boyfriend has access. It's like, oh, and we broke up. Oh, okay. That's like a reason to be demodded. So if you feel like your account could be compromised, that would be a reason. So, yeah, demodding, unsorting, unknighting. I don't know what to call that. Okay, but guys, I do have to make a phone call. I was just gonna go live for 5 minutes, and everybody's waiting for me. Sorry. I just wanted to explain stuff that I appreciate all of you. 99% of you are being super wonderful and supportive, and we're just in a battle to deal with the 1% of the nasties, and the bots, and everything's so bad. And we've reached an exhaustion point, Some of these fire crews, we've been working longer than they have on some of these fires. Like they rotate in and out every couple of weeks, but we're still here. Please bear with us at our level of exhaustion. Pedro, real quick. Last night, my stream, I went live because at 11 p.m., I didn't want to go live. I wanted all of my mods and everybody to have a break. I heard right before I wanted to go to bed that they were going to take the level 2 evacuations on the Pedro and that they were going to go level 3. And especially by the Hunter Valley area all the way to Highway 49. And I went, whoa. So they said Bear Valley Road to somewhere to 49. And I went, okay, I don't know this region at all, but that sounds really big. So they said these are the big, possibility. So I was correct. I wake up, and they had done so, but not all the way to 49. They, as the wind shifted and the fire did different things than they expected, it looks like they elongated the evacuation orders down to the Cotton Creek and past it, just a glance. But I wanted to give people as much evacuation notice as possible, and I put on the radio and the best cameras to look at. There was almost no chatter at night that we could understand. It was all, with the park. So I made a decision that it would be the Pedro as soon as I heard that. So I went live right about midnight and I said that. So I hope that helped somebody. Then there was only one mod to take a night shift, and that's a brutal shift, and to ask a lot of people. So this did come true basically, and what they said was the fire was backing down the hill, and we saw it on the cameras. At least the only one that was still on it. And they said we need to put a dozer line in between the structures and the fire. And if it makes a run, though, we're going to call level 3 evacuations in the middle of the night on the people who are already on warning. So in case anybody was sleepless and in that region, I wanted people to know. I put that in the description. I put on the radio, and then I tried to go to sleep as best I could. It was quite emotional, just quite an emotional night. So I'm feeling better, Sleep is restorative. And after being awake and doing another like 25 hours of just looking at disaster constantly, it takes a toll. But I'm feeling better, and all we do is wipe our tears and we move on. We keep going. So we have 7% containment now. They did expand the evacuations. There's aircraft working it right now. In some places it went beautiful and went down to the lake. In other places, they're still, putting in lines. And I did listen to a little bit of the radio when I first got on here the last hour. And it was just Air Attack explaining that they want new aircraft, or these aircraft should arrive. Are aircraft going to stay there? Are they going to leave? Long story short, some aircraft are going to stay there and some are going to leave. So we've got Chinooks, got a lead plane, or at least an Air Attack. And I want the park radio on most of all, because I think they have mostly evacuated people down here that they needed to. And I just don't see another big city or something, like directly in the fire's path. I'll come back and we'll check on it. So if one mod, at least in chat, could listen to scanner radio from Mariposa, that would be just totally awesome. Mariposa County. I keep saying Mariposa County. What I need to do is a bad habit of mine. Let me give you guys a link. And if the new Pedro Fire is your main fire of concern, of course, this is where anybody can listen to it. So here it is, right here. This one is active. So it's Tuolumne County is not chopped liver here. It's easier to say Mariposa than Tuolumne. So the perimeter and all that is big, and it had jumped the reservoir. That was a horrible turn of events yesterday. It could have been a done deal by now, with being mostly bushes and grass, but jumping is a new ballgame. So in general, the current wind speed is out of the northwest, west by northwest. So places most danger, just with this glance, It'd be to the south and southeast, of course. That sucks. If there was an east wind, it would blow it towards the lake, and that would give everybody an easier time. So just pray that they can get ahead of it and get something done here. So I don't know if the perimeter. There's no perimeter on Caltopo yet. So let's see what their last update was. That was, and of course, Watch Duty did not have. I wanted to mention Watch Duty did not have the information I did. I don't know who was not available to listen to the scanner or post last night, but they did not have the fact that the level 2s were scheduled to become level 3s by daybreak for the Hunter Valley area. I wish Watch Duty was one-stop shopping for everybody so I could retire, but they're volunteers too, you know. We have to crowdsource all information. So agree, do the park, because Pedro has everybody's attention here. Okay, yeah. And Wendy, thank you for being here, Wendy. Welcome back. Lake McClure is the Merced River, narrow necks, steep canyons and sides. Yikes. Oh, J.E. Cat, you're listening? Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, it's hard to check this. My phone is blowing up with people wanting to tell me about things too. So my next order of business though is check out a couple of relatives who have COVID or may have COVID. You know. So with the Pedro, it's a battle, it's a slog. We have almost no good camera views. So the best one was some seem to be down in the area in general. The best one that we had last night that actually showed it moving around and just in a tiny window was the, where is it? I'm not in the right spot. Wait, is that a bird? Oh, that's a bird. It's many birds. Hey, it's some buzzards. Yeah, I consider them lucky. So it's not the condors we were hoping for, but hey, there's birds. Which dang camera? Is it down? No, am I at the right spot? Hey, I don't know my reservoirs, guys. I'm sorry. I don't recognize them by shape down here. It's called H something. Or is it B something? Did I just zoom out in the wrong area? Yeah, that's Fresno. That's a neat one. Okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of that vulture. It's our lucky vulture of the day. Like today's fire stream is brought to you by letter A, like they would say in Sesame Street. Well, today's mascot bird is Cedar Ridge vulture. There we go. Well, anyway, I'll find that in a minute. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a tiles set, and you guys can also watch it. This is the major fires. Oops. Hey. Give me that. Give me that link. All right. Here. Need some food. It is. Oh, the words are tiny. I'm a big monitor. Buckhorn Peak. It's no longer looking at the fire. Great. Anyway, I don't see that we have a good view on it. And that's gonna dominate today. No real good views because of smoke, but we'll see. Breckenridge here is the Borel. Buckhorn Peak was the Pedro. High Point North is the Nixon. So right now, the last info we ever had on the Pedro, especially with Watch Duty, and that is Moccasin Peak 2, not showing the fire whatsoever because of the smoke. 3,647 acres, 7% containment. So some evacuation orders were reduced to a warning, probably back by where the fire started. So just to repeat that the wind is unfavorable right now. It's going to blow it further inland, except it would be best if it blew it towards the lake. So this might be a much longer affair than we had hoped for. once it jumped the reservoir lake, we knew this was going to be quite bad. So if somebody does need shelter, it's 1-800 Red Cross. They were saying yesterday they were opening one at New Life Christian Fellowship in Mariposa. So temporary evacuation point, McKay Hall. So this is, oops, I was just going to link you guys to the watch duty, and that is in the description of this video, also the evacuation map. Let me do a quick roundup. Let's do the Borel real quick, and Nixon. How's the Borel going? Last update was 3 hours ago. You have an operational update video. Here is, above equals watch duty for Pedro. So weird to have such a casual name. Yo, Pedro. For a devastating fire. And here's watch duty for Borel. And they have the links to the different evacuations in this video here. I can't really show that right now. So almost 60,000 acres, but 34% containment for Sequoia National Forest. Looks like these are main habitations are still mostly the same for evacuation status. Lake Isabella South is still on warning as far as I could just take a glance at this. So looks like winds out of the west. So it's bad. I mean, to the east is bodfish and all these places. So later I'll be happy to watch these videos. But this is the main idea is we just want to make sure that there's no late breaking news on evacuations. The Nixon the pole has fizzled. People have informed me. Thank goodness something at least has. But whenever there's grassy and bushy terrain, they run extremely quickly. But once you catch up to them and stop them where in front, they can then fizzle. And really sucks that they were not able to achieve that with Pedro last night. So, like I said, it's still running, in Tehama County, the part of the park fire, but the northwestern part of that fire will fizzle first, because all they have to do is get in front of it and stop it, and then it won't have anything left to burn very quickly because it's mostly a grass and brush fire in the northwest section. Totally different story. The northeast section and the east section of the park fire is going to be a long haul forest fire slog, and probably won't really be extinguished until heavy rain. That's devastating, but it's the truth. Thunderstorms are coming soon. We gotta rest up. Today might be a very critical day for what they can achieve with containment before thunderstorms just might wreck everything they just did with the park fire. So it is not winding down. The park fire may get wildly out of control, just depending on the forecast and the arrival of thunderstorms. We must remember that August is the second month of the July and August lightning strike season, the thunderstorm season. They can form right over the top of your head, start a whole bunch of new fires, torrentially rain and hail, move on, and then fires can pop up for the next 2 weeks wherever the lightning was. Because if it rains on a dead tree, gets it moist, and yet lightning strikes it, it might take 2 weeks for that tree to dry out, but the smoldering fire reestablished. And this is going to be really difficult. We just pray that there's no thunderstorms that are right next to the park to suck air over and make wind gusts and push it over lines, or feed it, or fan it up. And we need to really pray that thunderstorms don't form directly above it and put lightning strikes near it. Just hold on to your butts. With the Nixon, our last update was 7 hours ago. So 5% contained, almost 5,000 acre. Overnight, the fire displayed moderate fire activity and continued to burn to the south and the east along San Diego County line and Beauty Mountain Wilderness and steep and rugged terrain. A small 2-acre spot fire did cross into San Diego County, but was mitigated. Yay! Man, our heroes are great. Fire is expected to continue with moderate growth to the southeast due to low humidity and, well, the daytime heat. Over the next 3 days, a change in the weather shows increased chance of thunderstorms and lightning activity. So they will continue to work aggressively to gain additional control. That's going to be very important. Residents when the fire areas are reminded to pay attention to evacuation warnings and orders. Remember, you may be tempted to go back. You may have things like, well, my plants might die if I don't water them. Please don't. These fires anywhere in California, the threat of the new thunderstorms means 65-mile-an-hour winds could just show up on your doorstep with lightning all around. And they may not be able to airlift you or your community like they have been. Nobody can fly in that. So just please understand things may be about to get worse, and it'll be luck if it does not. And all these. Moving on to the park, and then I'm going to make my phone calls and eat and be back a little bit. Moving on to the park, an hour ago, they reduced evacuation orders to warnings for zones 253, 312A, 317B in the North Chico and South Cohasset area. So just really remember that there's a lot of hazards and dangers. Drive real slowly. Do not drive over hose lines unless they direct you to. Stop for them. Don't ruin their hoses. If it's charged up, like if the hose is fat, absolutely never, under any circumstance, drive over that hose. You will wreck it. And that will really suck for the firefighters and your car. But if it's flat, get permission. Just wait to be waved through. And just wait patiently for anything like them felling hazard trees and near roads. Do not drive quickly, just extra slow. And if you do see smokes and such, report them. And just don't let pets and children or anybody run around. Hold their hand, leash them. Just really, things are still dangerous in there. But and obey evacuation orders immediately if you're told to go. Don't go back and unpack. Go back and stay packed if you feel it's safe to do so. Butte County Sheriff's Office is advising that the area of Highway 32 from Platte Mountain north to Humboldt will remain in evacuation order, but residents living along 32 in this area will be allowed to access their homes. So I think you have to check in with the Sheriff's Office for escort or permission. I'm not sure. They keep talking about that. I haven't kept up with it. But I guess they're saying from Highway 32 to Platte Mountain. You need to stay aware of changing fire weather conditions, possible hazards like trees, fire activity, your equipment and personnel. And don't unpack, stay packed. This is not a stable situation. The horrible reality is that new thunderstorms could start new fires. And some of the stumps and roots and stuff could still have smoldering in there. It usually isn't that big of a deal, but report them. It's called a smoke. And so that they can go and extinguish that fully. It's important that they do before any big wind change. So these are health and safety precautions for reentry. And I want to remind everybody at Butte County, if you go to their Office of Emergency Services page, they will give you a free FM radio for emergency broadcasts. It's a scanner or radio of some kind. And it's open for everybody who presumably can't afford one or has special needs. Anybody over the age of 60, anybody with disability, or if you don't have a cell phone, or if you don't have the internet. So just go to Butte County Office of Emergency Services and get your free radio. The link is in the description of this video. So here are their warnings. And my own personal advice is do not wear shoes there that you intend to ever wear again. When you get out of your car, keep your nice shoes in your car. Wear some galoshes or something like that. Like go to the store and get some really cheap shoes And if you have to walk on places where a home was, or nearby house burned down, or anything of the sort, you are walking on dioxins and all sorts of things. You are contaminating your home and your vehicle if you continue to wear them. If you have to, take plastic bags and wrap them around your shoes. You look like an idiot, but you'll be a safe idiot. And then throw the plastic bags away. But do not walk on anywhere near burned up homes or downwind of burned up homes, because burned up plastic dioxins are one of the biggest cancer-causing chemicals known to man. If you walk around on your own rugs or anywhere, you will be contaminating your place and then stirring them up constantly every time you go there. Even if you just get in your car and put your feet on the floorboards, you'll be inhaling that because it's in microparticle dust. So just remember that these are, until they do soil analysis and or cleanup, that may involve removing 1 to 2 feet of the soil off the ground. Assume no soil is safe to walk on there. So everywhere I went in Paradise, there were these galoshes, like rain boots, and as people inspected them, the homes, they left them there. So the inspection crews and people returning just considered them hazardous waste. So you can wash them off if you have access to soap and water, but in Paradise there was no such access, for example. But it has to be extremely thorough with like a scrub brush. And then again, it's risky. Remember to keep them in a bag if you transport them. Double bag, zip it if you can. They make big Ziploc bags that are the size of pillowcases. Ziploc name brand bags, and competitors, hefty, and get them off of Amazon. I just want everybody to be safe. That's something that is oftentimes not explained. You could be walking on asbestos as well. That came out of a burned home or an attic. There's all sorts of things. When pesticides stored in garages and properties, when they heat up, they kind of the cans explode. There's all sorts of stuff. So it's good in a way, and it's bad in a way where people can go back. But remember, you may have to leave again really quickly. Mentally prepare for that. If you prepare don't get the mindset of, oh, it's over and it's safe, because that will really mess with your head. And if you have extra mobility problems, maybe just do a visit and return to where you were safe, or special health problems or concerns. So that is the park fire. That's our basic roundup. I don't see any other major fires of concern that took a lot longer than I thought. Just wanted to take a look at the poll. I wasn't expecting to be able to give advice right now because I didn't know that they had just started to let people back in. Evacuation orders have been lifted with the poll, and they have at least a 30% containment on it. But it's in the kind of terrain where it's flashy, and if they stop it, then the fire fizzles out. And I'm so glad it didn't become enormous. So thank you guys. I have to go, and I'm going to turn back on the park fire audio. Let's do that real quick. I have to attend to some special personal needs, like my ill family members, see if anybody who potentially has COVID wants me to go to the store for them, get the COVID tests, supplies, medications, drop it off if they're okay, put it on their porch. I don't want to get it, I don't want to get, of course, exposed. I haven't been around them for weeks, so don't worry about me. I feel like I just have a sinus infection, and I feel better every day the way I typically do after it rains. Like the pollen got tamped down, and so a day later, I'm sleeping better and breathing again. And that's just my typical experience with these chronic sinus infections. I really apologize. I've had long periods of absence, but that's what being sick is. It's unusual Portland weather where we had the heat dome, and almost 4 weeks went by without any real rain. And so the pollen and dust went insane, and then we had high winds. And I have a deviated septum that needs correction by nasal passage surgery. And this should fix things up. But I could have done it in early June or mid-June. I decided, no, I think fire season's going to start. I'm going to delay it till September. So thank you for your patience. This really should get better. I should get healthier. But this happened, just don't worry too much. And your patience with everybody involved is appreciated. I'm so glad you guys are here and sharing your expressions of love and thanks and appreciation all around the world, guys. People flocked in and said, we feel for you. We've had England, the UK, Australia, Tasmania, well wishes from Canada, Latin American countries and Mexico, East Coast. We've had people from South Africa check in, notably, Italy, Greece, and Portugal, and Turkey, and China. So, this has been heartwarming. So, yeah, J Dog says septal surgery is very common. We do it almost every day. Oh, okay. You work in a medical field? Well, I'm a special case. Mine is pretty messed up. And there's complications. My eustachian tubes are clogged as well. And there's sinus issues, like here. So, there's issues. So I was afraid to get this done because my father had it done and he nearly died. He nearly bled to death because they nicked his artery just in post-op. He sneezed and all of a sudden he wakes up again with nurses holding his hand and saying, "You flatlined, but we brought you back." Like, oh my God, he had near-death experiences more than once. So, yeah, I'm trying not to worry, but the regulator says, to be clear, no active fires in the Truckee area. Sorry for any misunderstanding. Yeah, that's okay. Great clarification. If we ever do screw up and accidentally type something or whatnot, Rob says, we just correct ourselves and move on and try not to be harsh on each other. Remember, if anybody comes in here acting up, we first try to recruit them to be patient or try to recruit them to understanding what the stream is about before booting them, right? So everybody in chat needs to have please have an inclusive, understanding, patient mindset as much as you can and demeanor. Even if they go out and attack me and say I'm a lizard or something, try to convert them. Or if they say I'm trying to make money off of fires or any weirdo accusations, I have to have rent or nothing can occur here. I have to pay the mortgage, idea, or how can I help people? So we either are advertisement based or donation based, and ads will screw everything up. And so just patiently explaining stuff like that I can't just stream like months in a row for free every day for 18 hours, or I will not financially make it. Those kind of things. Try to reason before any other reason. Everybody's under stress. I would hate for somebody to leave. This is life-saving information that they may need, even if they're rude or I don't personally like them or they're really mean. They deserve life-saving information because they're human beings. But speaking here is a privilege and not a right. So, the park fire, is at 5,400-ish acres away from being the fourth largest in California history. Yeah. I guess their current acreage they have is 391,000-ish plus. 18% containment, which is great. It's mostly from Chico to Red Bluff and just a bit beyond. People keep asking me, am I safe, Los Molinos, Red Bluff, etc., and these little towns in between or communities. that are on the east side of Sacramento, I really am not that concerned. And if you're on the west side of Sacramento, I don't think the park fire is threatening you immediately in any way. They would take some tremendous east wind to push it over to Sacramento. So unless a tremendous wind event occurs or a thunderstorm right on top of you, I think new fire starts are your biggest concern west of the Sacramento. East, there is a possibility of danger where they have put level 2, but that would be under tremendous thunderstorm winds and/or, like I said, probably most likely from new lightning strikes that would get past their dozer lines. They have solid dozer lines that they're even making more solid, and for Chico to past Red Bluff. I'm not sure about Redding. That's further north. I know that there's some civilization, I should just say, and neighborhoods and stuff on the east side of the river up there by. I hate it how this gets chaotic, and I can barely see in the map because of the evacuation zones. I zoom out, and the numbers are huge, like way over here. But that's a 1 day at a time examination. So there's morning operational updates and briefings. I have not been able to check out yet. The general information is that we don't have any new level 3 evacuations, and they are reducing them in some spots. But please remember, in every single one of these zones, you may be asked to leave again. Depending on what happens with these thunderstorms that are coming up, everything could change. Everything. So just stay on your guard. And obey. These evacuations are super important. And remember, your best course of action is evacuating long before you're told. And listening to your gut. You are an adult, presumably, or emancipated minor, presumably, or something of the sort. You are mature. You're capable of making good decisions. Make them for yourself, and don't put them in the hands of officials. They may not have time to fully to tell you about new evacuations that are coming, that when situations change rapidly, and remind you that, remember, all these fire crews are mostly from out of town. They've fought fires in different places. They probably, many of them underestimate what fires in Butte, Lewis, and Tehama counties can even do. We must remember that they told people to go back in Greenville the same day it burned down. That's because they relied on things like computer modeling. And everyone can be a victim of detrimental optimism, such as, oh, this is possible, but it won't happen to me. Or, oh, this can't be happening. I'm sure that what I'm seeing is explainable by something else. Oh, I'm sure that fire that I'm seeing is on the other side of that highway. It can't possibly be near me, right? Do not be a victim of detrimental optimism. Verify. Don't trust. What do you want to believe? And if you can't, then your best option is err on the side of caution. So I will check in with you guys a little bit. This is I may have just gotten a donation. Is my watch going to tell me about it? Thank you, Amanda, for your kind donation, $10. We love you. You get your hearts. And remind everybody, please, thank you, that we are donation-based. And it's feast or famine. When the big fires hit, that's where most donations come from. And when I still cover little fires, there may be absolutely no donations for the smaller communities. Unfortunately, last year was a series of mostly small fires from June to like December, and so we didn't really break even on the expenses. So it's a long-term, long-haul thing, and thank you for using the PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo options. Remember, you don't need a PayPal account. The fastest way to get money to me, where we can buy a laptop real quick, and I have lost count of the donation. I have to tally that. Is PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App in the link in the pin link in the chat. Using super thanks and super chat is appreciated, but there's a 30-day delay. or at least a 21-day delay. So anything now in Super Chat, I theoretically wouldn't get it till at least August 21st. I would hope to be in California before then. I don't want to be in California and buy a laptop with a sales tax. Ugh. There's no sales tax in Oregon, right? So unfortunately, YouTube just sat on like $900 of donations from 2 different months, from June and July. Almost just around $400 for each month, and a little over. When Amazon Prime Day was on July 18th, I got the first check, the $430 on July 21st. And I went, oh, I didn't realize that their policy was like that. So we'll get there though, friends. We'll get there. All right, friends. These are our cams we're going to put on Butte County. I'm going to see about aircraft right now. There's a couple of copters and whatnot. I wouldn't expect too much out of aircraft today, being all smoky. But the reason it's smoky is now is the calm before the storm, the thunderstorms. Hold on to your butts. It's seasonal. It's every year. It's not really a climate change thing. It's every year, July and August is thunderstorm season for the 3 western states. They just come up from the south and rip up towards the north. And it's normal to have thousands of lightning strikes in July and August, and for fire crews to work their butts off, try to get those all contained before California's worst fire season, which is autumn. October through January is Diablo winds and Santa Ana wind season, which is also not a climate change thing, but climate change affects how dry stuff is. Right, yeah, ultimately. Just making it all the much more worse. So we didn't need this, but here we are. The Santa Anas and the Diablo winds, just Google them, are hurricane force winds that the jet stream can occasionally push over the Sierras, and they have only 2 places to go and exit, and that's by San Francisco Bay and down there by Santa Ana or Pasadena. They can't usually make it over the coast range very well. So it makes incredibly strong winds as they roller coaster up and over the mountains. They're incredibly dry from the hot, dry deserts, and any existing fires have a huge potential for spread. It's a nightmare to have any big fire or any fire at all in the Sierras when they start. Some of the biggest mass death events that have ever occurred in town erasing fires are mostly October and November and even December. You must remember the Thomas Fire winter. Paradise was November 8th. The Diablo winds, Oakland firestorm was also October. My friend died in a wildfire in the North Bay fire event, October 10th or so, 2017. And then 2020 was a freak year. It's once in a lifetime kind of thing, where it was like Santa Ana's and Diablo winds being early in September on Red Monday, Labor Day. And that was the Brush and Berry Creek eraser called the Bear Claremont that was also deadly. So there are two extremely bad fire seasons, which is autumn and the summer. I guess technically a season is, summer, autumn, and winter. Spring being the least active. People are trying to say that there's always a California fire season. Yeah, the only 3 that you mostly need to know about is summer, autumn, and winter, and autumn is the worst. But July is behind us tomorrow. We will get through this, friends. We'll get through this. Stover Mountain, Cam, everywhere. I bet Chester is socked in with smoke. What we have right now is air attack, and let's tune in with Butte County. Sorry, this took way longer than I thought. I haven't been able to check chat as much as I needed to. If you guys have any quick questions right before I leave? I need to check in with a lot of mods and see about them and take care of their needs. We have to have a strategy for the chat to remain not a circus, and to combat the trolls and the griefers and the bots that keep assaulting the stream. Oh, pond storm. Sorry, I have a question about the screening that you staple over your roof vents. Can it be fiberglass? Does it have to be metal? Gosh, that's a great question. I don't know that answer. I would actually call. Um, I'd actually call your like a local fire department or Cal Fire or the information line. Metal is ideal, of course. What I was advising people to do, the number one way that homes are lost is embers getting into your attic. It's not that. It's not the roof from above that usually starts the wildfires. Starts the wildfires. Starts the home on fire. It is actually embers. They did wind tunnel testing and pretty recently and found that high winds, when embers hit the siding of a house, are usually forced up, and then they collect there. They are trapped under the roof eave and have nowhere to go. And the little vents that are designed for ventilation kind of funnel the embers into the home. And so the best possible thing you can do for your home are two things. It's not leaving sprinklers on, and it's not, doing anything of that sort. Remember, this is a fake house. Don't be. They were just testing everything. Don't be alarmed. No matter what they did to protect, they rebuilt and burned it down. Rebuilt and burned it down this fake house inside of a wind tunnel. No matter what they did, even if they had defensible space, no bushes, clear gutters, different roof styles, nothing on the roof, no flammables around. No matter what they did, the house kept burning down until they fixed one thing: gable vents and soffit vents. And I'm going to just include, okay, the laundry vent. That has to be absolutely buttoned up. There are new fireproof and fire-rated vents, and you need to replace them on your home and order them, And I don't know which ones are approved or not. I'm sure there's a master list somewhere from firepreventionagency.gov or whatever. Just Google it. I'll try to find this later. But this was alarming. This answers now something that's puzzled fire crews since 1930. When they go into a place and they wet down a house completely and think they've saved it and go away for 2 hours and come back and it's burned down, they used to go, "What happened? What?" You know? This is the answer. Most homes burn down from the inside out. And remember, most wildland firefighters have no idea how to fight a structure fire. It's a totally different thing. It's a heart surgeon versus a brain surgeon. So they don't have the breathing masks. They don't have the training. It's dangerous for them to enter your home, to go and try to put out something in your attic. You just have to not let the wildfire get in. So this is mild. Think about it being way worse, more like a blowtorch, or like bullets being spanned from a machine gun. That's just a little example. So in the meantime, once you've ordered these things and until they arrive and you can install them, get very, very fine metal mesh from the hardware store, staple gun, attach, affix, whatever you have to do in every way possible. Do not allow a toothpick to penetrate. And then I think that's good enough. Remember, they'll come in from the sides, so don't have gaps where you staple gun. Overlap. I'm suggesting a staple gun, but, I'm not a home handy person. It would be a lot better than nothing. Soffit and gable vents. This is a gable. Gables under the triangle, the roof, whatever. They sometimes are round. And then the soffit are the ones underneath the roof, the edges. And test. Even if you have good ones, test. Poke it with a pencil or a pole or something. Oftentimes you'll find that wind damage has pushed in the existing mesh. Usually they're not designed to permit, they're not designed for ember control, so the holes are too big. So the toothpick rule is pretty good. Even if it's overkill, that's great. And you may have just found a squirrel found its way into your attic one day, or a bird nested there. Evict the bird nest. They're cute. They're good luck. Not really in a fire. Save it. Put it somewhere else. No bird nest. And one trick is go into your attic. You may have little gaps. like in the roof eaves, you may have to caulk them or do something. Go in your attic and turn off all the lights. Where do you see daylight coming in? The other thing is just remember the dryer vents outside your house. So this is to keep birds out, not to keep fire out. And I have confirmed it with John Bruno and retired Captain John Bruno and other firefighters that they have seen embers go in the laundry vent and light the home on fire that way. So usually with a screwdriver or whatnot, you can do the main thing and somehow block it. You know, duct tape might come off because tape loses adhesive, and heat. I have no idea what you would have to do to block this, but get your vents professionally cleaned is best. What you can do for now is if you have to block it in some other way, just find a way and put a note on your front door. Don't run the laundry until you unblock your vent. But you will not believe the amount of lint that gets trapped in these vents, and most homes are like
everyone,
this.
take a look at this video of a
This is what lint cleaners do. If you haven't cleaned these in a while or had them cleaned, this is probably the result. All of that is extremely flammable. So this is a second part of the puzzle that I have identified for myself. And if your dryer, when you run the laundry, if your dryer has a symptom that you touch it and it's hot, but it really doesn't dry your clothes very well, you have a lint clog. There's something wrong with your tube. It's clogged by something. Inspect. You may just find this. What your dryer does with this little tube is it vents the moist hot air out. Look at this. This is like a 15-year build up to 40 years. If you've never had it done, oh, that's probably what you're going to find. It makes your appliances a lot more efficient. But you are a step away from having a fire too. Many people are. This is one of the number one causes of house fires, let alone wildfire entering your home. So I'm going to hit a clip button there so that I can refer back to this. So that was at 5:08 or so. Now I just did that demo, the lint and the vents. And so mods, you could tell people to go back to around the 5 o'clock hour mark for this advice about home hardening that most people won't tell you, but you heard it here first. So let me do the timestamp, or the timestamp of the video would be 1 hour, 1 hour and I don't know, 1 hour into it, or 1 hour and 10 or something like that. Okay, I am going to leave you in the capable hands of the mods right now to, is there any new developments? I honestly don't know if fiberglass is okay. Fiberglass does burn. It takes a while. But that pink insulation stuff with the Pink Panther, for like your attic? That stuff, when like blow torches on it, it turns into toxic black smoke, which kills so many people in structure fire. And toxic black smoke itself can be lit on fire. Once it condenses enough on the ceiling, then the ceiling heat up there makes it flash over. That's one of the main causes of flashover in a building. Flashover is when nothing can survive in a room anymore, or a building, where temperatures reach such a point that nothing can survive and everything ignites. Like the carpet, the curtains, the couch, everything at once will ignite at the same time. Firefighters, once they think flashover is about to happen, they dive headfirst out of windows, even third floor windows, and that tells you something about how bad that will be, how badly they want out of that room. And they dive out headfirst with their own rubber parts of their mask and stuff, like smoking and starting to melt. It's bad. So, but please get official info. I just can identify these hazards. I can't tell you what is truly fireproof or not. So let me look back up. Did I miss anything real quick? Yeah, fiberglass can melt, but I don't know if just embers hitting it, Mr. Jeweler Senior, Mr. Jewelers Junior, Mr. Jules Junior, Mr. J. I don't know if embers themselves would melt fiberglass mesh. I have no idea. I know that like a flame, a direct flame, it would be great if they went back and did wind tunnel tests for us again, or somebody that actually tested that. So then I just wouldn't bet on it though, you know. Let's see, did I have hot water, teaspoon, turmeric, and honey, great for sinus infection? Yeah, that's been helping. I've been drinking turmeric golden milk. So, yeah, J Cat says I think the Butte County free radio program and many counties are issuing is for National Weather Service Station for emergencies. Good. Remember, link in my video description. If you need a free radio, if you're a Butte County resident, they hand them out. Just there's a couple factors, but you fill out a form. Yeah, let's go to smoke showing up on one of the cams. I see Spinny Dude. Thank you for alerting me to that. Fort Jones? Where? Back with a Shelly? What? Did you mean to link me the Fort Jones camera? Yes, okay, I see. That's a Shelly fire. Shelly fire has been going for well over, God, I don't know how many more weeks. So we can, thank you. Well, let's just see if there's any new weird development on the Shelly, or if that was just a basic camera smoke check. First, we'll check the heat detections. There's a Shelly. Goes satellite. I think it just passed over. None whatsoever. I could flare up. Looked pretty mild on the image I just saw. Check heat. Mount Lassen. So we got heat on the northeast section of the park. We got to turn on the radio real quick. It's just they talk over me, you know, about, hello, we're aircraft entering the unit. And I would never get this done in any semblance of a swift amount of time. We've got heat down in the Borel, as expected. And it'll probably be trying to head towards the east with the kind of wind out of the west that the Borel is having. That's very favorable for the communities of Bodfish, I think. Even though fire perimeter was to the west of it before, it looks like it may have kind of exhausted it, I hope, over the last few days. But no news is good news for that. Now, I'm going to the cams. Did I forget anything, friends? Let's see. Jarrett C says, I understand I drove the circumference last week and it took 10 hours of the park fire. Wow. What I'm asking is if the park fire could indicate even more dry and fire-prone conditions in the fall. We have to check with the weatherologist. Somebody like Holt Hanley, I have the link in my description of my video. He's got like a doctorate or something in weatherology. The joke on the channel is we call him weatherologists because I cracked a joke one time trying to cheer people up. Hey, I've been lied to my whole life. I just found out meteorologists don't study meteors at all. And for some reason, people thought that was funny at the time. And so everybody's banned. Yeah, they're called weatherologists. And it was just a funny event. Yeah, I should eat too. Eat first. As I make my phone calls to check up on my family. Angela Round says fiberglass is generally considered non-combustible and fire resistant. It doesn't require additional fire treatments, but it can melt at high temps. Well, I thought it was pretty safe too, and I no longer hold that assumption. After real-world tests I've seen, it is so inferior. Remember, guys, there's something you can buy called mineral wool or rock wool. Mineral wool. And I don't know if you can make this airtight, but it's squishy. It's basically spun slag from the it's a byproduct of like steel industry. So it's kind of metal and byproducts of that spun up into a fiber-like material. And so it's squishy. It's about as fireproof as you can get. Because remember, it came out of a crucible where they melt metal, like it's that level of fire resistant, next level. And it's also acoustic insulation. It blocks sound, like fiberglass doesn't really do much. And this is way safer. And so I sing its praises. I saw a guy, I'll find the video one day, take a blowtorch and he did personal tests for different kinds of insulation. The basics, like spray on polyurethane, was basically like having your home coated with crude oil. And you move it on to others, foam polyurethane, not any better. That causes nightclub fires to kill people like the station. We went on to the pink fiberglass stuff, put the blowtorch to it, started making black smoke, which will cause a chain reaction and make your fire spread quicker. It will cause flashover, black smoke. Then he put a blowtorch on a rock wool. I don't know which make and model, and the blowtorch didn't do a thing to it. It wasn't the world's most scientific test, but it was good enough for me. It is safer, much, much safer. So it's something you can cut with a knife and install in between things. You can cut it to size. And there's different grades of fireproofing, indoor heat insulation, and soundproofing. And Rockwool's just a name brand. It's mineral wool. It's fibrous material formed by spinning or drawing molten mineral or rock, such as slag and ceramics. That's a miracle of modern engineering. So it's not particularly expensive either. But I would replace all the pink insulation. And when I did put in the floor of my mother's attic, I boycotted that pink stuff for Rockwool, and I'm glad I did. So remember, embers that do make it into your attic, what if they land on this stuff? It'll do nothing, like just this stuff. If it lands against something flammable, or potentially lands on something like fiberglass insulation or something that can melt and or ignite, like cellulose. Remember, most homes burn down from the inside out during a wildfire. And all this explains, when they did their tests, why so many neighborhoods went up in smoke. It's one home burning down, lighting the one next to it on fire as a chain reaction. So every once in a while, there's a home that's completely untouched. And that's because it was far enough away from the other homes, and it had bulletproof vents to its attic and defensible space. The conspiracy theorists will tell you it's because the space laser spared that house. Who's to argue with that, hey? Yeah. J-Cat says in Canada it's called Roxsol. Thank you for the great information. Okay, yeah, monks, welcome back. Yes. And it is time to eat, take care of myself, make our phone calls. Thank you, Mons, for being here. Let's turn on Butte County. And Northern California major incident, I think, is our best radio because it has 19 listeners. Butte County Fire, Cal Fire, and Chico Fire, it has 69, but let me check. We don't have any good cams today. Not until dusk. Or wind chip. Okay, I think that's pilot chatter from like way to the far north. Way to the far north of Tehama County. Chico's probably where this radio is located, so it's gonna sound that bad. So they're up there just west of the Inskip power plant, north of Inskip Hill. Remember, Tehama County. Just want to see where our heat detectors are, just out of my own curiosity. I do want to know how their battles have been going. We don't have heat up there still. Lots of heat though on the northeast section, Butte Meadows type area. I wonder if the Colby cams show anything. I'll check them in just a second. It's hard to see anything out here. I have a heart attack all the time when I see this. My family has cabins and such, and even the okay, we're hearing something. We have even some old heirlooms and old antiques in these cabins. I think this one's us. Going direct. Going direct. Something springs up there, and the Paramount Lookout has been wrapped. Awesome. Let's find out where the Paramount Lookout is. Anybody familiar with that?
Go ahead.
I'm testing both radios.
Location. H2H is 10 miles to the northwest of Marysville, off normal.
Copters are coming. Let me see what's under this.
1724.
Explosives mineral. All right, mineral. Yeah. It's creeping closer and closer. And presumably, you would enter this canyon here and go up it like a wind tunnel. And it can also threaten mineral from the south on this ridge that goes past Turner Mountain. I was hoping you wouldn't get up and over there. We'll have to come back in a bit, when I can give you guys my full attention. This has been the intro. Sorry, it's the world's longest intro, but nothing ever goes quite as planned. I went to respond to chat and set up the radio. Was that a good volume for you guys? This last, it seemed like it's clearer. You didn't know something was edible? Wait, what? Okay, I didn't know that, Mr. J. How do you know that, huh? Okay, explain after 10 p.m. Please, guys, don't mention. Please don't mention federally banned substances until after 10 p.m. We keep it family friendly. Until then, and then it's a parent's responsibility to have kids in bed at that point. We don't want the flag that says this topic is part of the channel, and then it would be like enter your age before entering the channel. Just keeps it kosher.
Engine 91, medical criminal violence stage 3860 Burlington Avenue.
Okay, it's okay, it's right. It's funny. Okay, I'm gonna mute that for just a second. I want to see if any cams Scared the dickens out of me. A big shadow passed through the window. And I'm like, who's that? Is there somebody in my yard? It's a flag. It's low. Okay. It will vary a little bit.
Yeah, it is. You're very scratchy and it's unreadable.
That better? Okay. Let me see. Colby Mountain Cam is just smoke. Unless we had color infrared. Yeah, check the others to see if I'm missing something. God, it's freaking me out again. Ah, the flag is waving outside. Guess our heat wave and wind might be arriving in Portland, or at least some breeze. It's like a big dark thing, and it does this out of my peripheral vision. It's like somebody walking out there. Ugh. Okay, the Moccasin Peak was down there at the horrible Pedro. Ruby Bluff and Jones Ridge, and let's see. Wait. Right. Be in the right spot. Jeez. Morgan Summit. Not looking at the fire. Okay. Let's give Pill 1. Is looking that direction. Great. Great. Is this all dead? This is all dead trees. Oh, God. No wonder this Camera Hill burned over. Remember, Inskip Hill is not near Inskip. Different counties. Different counties. Cal Fire got people very confused, and I put it in their comments on their video. In their comments in their video that please stop calling Inskip Hill Inskip, because that started a panic that the fire was over by Paradise. Inskip, the little community, is by Paradise in Butte County, and Inskip Hill is in Tehama County in kind of the middle of nowhere. So when people checked the camera and they came in here and said, I have verification that the fire's there because it's on the cameras, people were, of course, not. They're very alarmed. And I go, wait, peace. It's just Inskip camera on the hill. So hopefully Cal Fire will rectify. And they'll stop having morning briefings, I hope, mentioning Inskip and fire here, fire there. Yeah. But hey, they're not from here. We can train them. Everybody makes mistakes. But man. Okay. Let's look back up. Yeah, it sucks that you're a renter, Deborah. Okay, yeah. But you know what? Here's a link to the video. Maybe you can convince landlord that this is the best thing for fireproofing ever. That an investment in the fireproof vents, especially an inspection afterwards, maybe a certification by a local fire crew, might reduce fire insurance for the building. Well worth the investment. So there is a link. This is a link to the wind tunnel test, to the video. And, trigger warning that shows them burning down a fake house. And I know a lot of people don't want to see that. So I try to skip just to this ember part. But it's just testing, What happens in this, that, and the other scenario? They dump pine needles in the gutter and just see how it develops. And so no matter what they did for this little fake house, it always burned down until they got the vents buttoned up. And then it was safe. It was basically ember proof. So that's how the Miracle House in Lahaina survived. The one that everybody thinks is conspiracy related. The Miracle House, excuse me, where is that? Where is that? Oh, I had it right here. cheatgrass information. No. Yeah, the home that survived Lahaina. This house, nobody protected it while the fire was going on. Nobody was home. It had one thing unique about it: a new metal roof and all of its vents buttoned up and defensive space, and that's it. The rest of Lahaina basically burned down because of the ember storm. Embers lying on top of roofs, many of which were wood shingle. They didn't have the same fire codes as California. They were very old buildings, mid 1800s to early 20th century. A lot of their buildings in their downtown shared a wall, so that wasn't good. The fire crews, of course, couldn't fight it very well because some of their fire hydrants were underneath roof eaves, like in their main drag strip. So firefighters can't hook up to those because if a roof falls on their hose, it'll burn the hose through, and that could cost them their lives. So there's a lot of problems with Lahaina, but if building codes had been improved like this, the neighborhood destruction didn't necessarily have to happen. We have to just learn. And I continuously just don't understand the thinking of, why would somebody controlling a laser want this particular house to survive? It's not special, but I don't understand the whole thinking about that in general. Do I keep in touch with the lookout? Oh, with Zeke London? Not really. I said hi a couple of times in his live streams, but when fire season's going, I don't have time to watch his live streams. I send my viewers to him when I know about it. And we do two different things, but I've learned a great amount from him. Myself, I endorse him. So it's okay, mods, to totally link to Zeke all night long, and to Holt Hanley. Holt is your weather guy. You want the expert there.
Zeke. Guard, Shelter H2H is positive comms with McClure Macer. We're canceling flight following. Thank you.
So Holt's
1734.
Holt is not a local, so some of his insights would be better if he was. Holt Hanley, though, is a weatherologist with like a doctorate or something in weatherology, right? Or some sort of a big degree. And now he works for a news agency, a news channel somewhere, I forget which. So the link to him is in the description of this video. I don't think I have his link to Zeke because I ran out of all words. Like I have like 100% of the character use in description, and I can't even put anything more there. It's all evacuation maps, this and that. So Holt Hanley, if you want to know about weather, I tune into him whenever I can. Zeke Linder is a local who worked for like a couple decades or so around Plymouth County. He knows as like a forester, like a pro, and he knows exactly how fuels will react, and he does fancy maps, really good info. But I've never like reached out to him with a private message and said, "Yo, what's up?" I just said hi in his other chats from time to time if I caught him lying. So
Communications Division View November on command.
We do totally different things. I am live 24/7 if I can be, to give people instantaneous evacuation information, and I know exactly what fire is capable in this area because I am a local. We've experienced it here all my life. That's why I was more accurate than Cal Fire during the Dixie Fire for predicting where fire was going to go, what it was going to do. And I'm not saying that like, oh.
Yeah, I'd like to request ground support, ground medic, or correction, ground mechanic. 200 yards past Humboldt Lookout off Humboldt Road for a major coolant leak. Let me know when you're ready for make model.
Okay, there's some tractor dozer vehicle that just broke down. I just want to say this is not like a bragging thing. It's just the truth. It's just the accurate truth. Because, like I said, I keep trying to remind people, the actual fire crews working in this region probably underestimate what Butte County and Plymouth County Fire can do because they're not from here. They haven't seen what we've seen. They haven't experienced the winds for themselves, and they have a false sense of security. if they compare it to fires anywhere else on the entire planet. And so, like when they told people of Greenville to go back and it burned down the same day, I really appreciate the apology that Mike Wink, the head honcho at the time, did. Just took responsibility and said, "I'm so sorry. We relied on computer modeling to decide what was safe, and the computer modeling broke. This fire broke the computer." And they weren't local. So we locals, myself and Daniel Kearns, tried to warn people that Greenville's not safe. What the heck? Just because we've seen what fire's done here. So I just need to reiterate that. Do not expect to get much of any notice at all if the beep hits the fan, because there's an antiquated system for telling people when to evacuate, and usually it's way too late to be very useful to the locals. So this is what my channel does. So,
That long's going to be.
okay, that's where there's a broken down truck. Are we winning? Wildcat, there's thunderstorms in the forecast. So let me look back at chat. I wish I could have a coffee with him, because I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol. All the locals loved us. Me, Daniel Kearns, Holt Hanley, Lee Glender, and some journalists who drove around. Just very brave journalists, including Sarah Luna and a couple of others. Craig Philippot and just too many to mention. We're telling people the straight dope when the officials, I'll just say, had severe communication problems with the locals. We had to tell the people of Westwood to not drive into the flames because the emergency broadcast said drive west or north. No, the day that it was evacuated, 200-foot tall marching flames were going to the town from the west and the north. The only way out was east, so we explained that. And that's where we get the emails and stuff that we probably saved lives, because the neighbors heard that, turned the other neighbors around. And from the north, the fire crews were running for their lives, and they were, I believe, using both lanes of the highway to go south. And that could have been one bad car wreck, one bad pileup with the smoke being so dense, like a dense fog. So, like I said, there are troubles with the system. It's mostly policies and not people to blame, but complacency and a false sense of security and failure to recognize that some of the world's worst fires that have ever occurred on planet Earth in recorded history happened in this county. The deadliest, most rapid moving, and most insane. I'll never forget seeing multiple small fire tornadoes cross over Dyer Mountain after it took out Greenville. Okay, all right. For real now? I'll be back in a bit. I'll keep checking in. Yeah, get some rest. I got good rest, but I need food. And Andrea and everybody, please, one more time, for the people who have just arrived, there's a mod appreciation post I made up for my community post. So if everybody could, real quick, and then come back and see us, hit the K logo, go to community. This is where I can post like a bulletin board message. And this is just to keep the mods going. They have been exhausted and worn out, battling the trolls and trying to get information to the public, and chaos erupted. So just you can just go here. I believe this link works. Just hitting the like button means you appreciate the mods, and if you can, I'm so touched, guys. 22 messages already of just put little hearts or some little message for them so that they feel appreciated. I had no idea how long their shifts were until like yesterday. I had no idea some of them were pulling like 30-hour days. And I was like, why? And they're like, because nobody was there at the time. I'm like, oh, okay. I was completely unaware of that. I was hoping you guys talked to each other and worked in shifts. But during the gaps, some people thought, oh, I can't sleep because there's evacuations happening. So I've just become aware of how tired and worn out they are. So please, keep them going by Even if it's just a little heart emote or something, or the like button if you're pressed for time. They've been getting abuse. I haven't even been able to check it out. Pedro erupted at the time they were telling me about it, about the day before. I was like, okay, sorry, I'll check this out. But meanwhile, crazy evacuations. So I really appreciate you guys. Yeah. Oh, just I'm hitting the like button for all that. You can. I really appreciate this, friends. And if you press for time, just the regular like button, you can put it here in the chat too. With this is the one that they'll see for sure as I link it to them. Okay, they're still talking about getting a mechanic to a broken down vehicle. But it's time for me to go now and take care of myself, and I'll be checking back in. You mods, you got it? And thank you, friends, for doing this. You're so sweet, everybody. And oh, Man 530, yeah, welcome back. We left Westwood at 4:30, and it was scary. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Wasn't there that AM radio, and it was running a million miles an hour? There is a fire that is approaching Westwood, and so in order to evacuate, you need to go to the north. You need to go to the west. Please evacuate right now. Go to the highway. It was scrambled. It was like um, a cassette tape that's on fast forward and it's playing though. I didn't even get it, like how bad it was there until somebody put a clip. And so nobody could understand what the heck was even saying. And then it was saying things completely wrong. Yeah, Mo and Joe says you did a great job. Thank you for what you did for Westwood. Thank God I was there, awake. I just wish I had been awake at the time of Greenville. This is what gives me anxiety. Like every time I go to sleep, like, can't I go to sleep? You know, I really wish the officials had fixed their system by now, but they really haven't. So, 20 bullets. But of course, I have. That's one of the proudest days of my life, guys. I'm so happy you guys are safe. So glad Westwood is still there. I was there the 4th of July in 2022, but of course, I wanted to meet everybody. But when the Electra broke out on 4th of July, myself, John Stoker's, C-Probes, and Sister Goldenhair's pockets rang all at once with our watch duty. At the same time, we knew, oh God, we were at the shore of Elminor watching the fireworks. We knew, oh God, a fire's probably just been started and probably by fireworks. No, and it was somewhat close to where John Stoker lived, and so I had to cancel the meet and greet and meeting people around where the Dixie Fire was and just driving back. I had rented a plane to fly over the Dixie Fire burn scar and film it. Well, I had, C-Probe had, and he was at Susanville. And so I said, can you just fly John Stoker back towards, I don't know, the nearest airport, which is probably Jackson Airport. They closed it for use for firefighting aircraft only. So I had to drive him, like, to Jackson, like, overnight. And that sucks we didn't have a meet and greet. But you know what? I want to come down soon. And if you guys want to email me, like, information where I can get a hold of you, it's catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. And I'm so glad everybody is safe there. What a horrible situation it was. But this just goes to show the importance of the stream. So, Westwood, let me timestamp that to 0154. And, you know, we will have that meet and greet at the, we toss them, they're awesome or something. That'll be cool. And I want to hear you guys' stories and interview people, if you want, about your experience with a PG&E wildfire and your survival tales and just how it went, if you guys want. So the documentary is still ongoing, and I will complete it, but I have to return first. And first we gotta get that laptop. Yeah. Oh, CA Rock. Okay, let me write that down. CA Rock. The Dropbox. Does it matter if it's some other thing? I don't know if my account is good. I think they deleted it because I didn't use it for a bit. Dropbox link for battle maps. Okay. Yeah, let me put that on my to-do. I have to take care of my family first, eat, talk with my mods. God, they've been waiting for a long time. To try to make it easier on them, try to coordinate schedules. And so we're working as fast as we can, friends. I don't know that we could be 24 hours right now. There are gaps, especially in the very early morning. I may have to recruit new mods. Oh no, don't say that. A new start at Highway 229 at Day Road. Oh God. You're looking for a map? Okay, and well, there's usually a bunch involved, so I'll see about like the most important one or two or so. That's something else, another checkbox thing. To download the dang maps. Download the maps. Arrow checkbox. It'll be at least an hour, I think. I'm sorry. I would have to probably start a new Dropbox type account or clean out Google Drive or something. Yeah, I'm sorry. Food, family, mods, maps, and stream. So what I can do is come back to the keyboard at least and be streaming as I download the maps, I hope. So here, nothing important has been happening on the radio. I've been listening. I'm going to turn it on right now. It's called the Coffin bird fire. Oh my God. On 99? $2.99. Right, you said that. It's a fully involved vehicle fire. It has gone into vegetation with a high rate of spread. Oh God. Southwest of Beaver or Biver, just due south of Widow Mountain. Let's see if this is the correct intersection. Old Highway Road meets Coffinburg. Remember, fires are usually named after the main road that fire crews take to get to the fire. Oh damn. So anybody directly east of here needs to get the heck out now. East on Pittville Bench Road. Presumably it would spread to the east. I don't know about the elevation here. What's the terrain? Okay, brand new fire, friends. I need to go. Okay. Street maps are kind of worthless on CalTopo. What county is this? Lassen. Okay, we're going to switch to Lassen County real quick. Because really, there's nothing going on the Butte County radio. Let me take a look. I used to have a Dixie fire set up. I wonder if it's still here. It was Lassen County, Plumas, Shasta, Tahiti, like everything. Looks like I had to delete it. Yeah. Okay, actions, create a new dashboard. So, CA, Lassen, and Plumas. Get a feed. Does anybody know if there is a radio from way up there? It's almost a Dunsmuir. I mean, sort of. Is that Beaver? Or I have no idea how to pronounce that. It's pretty far northeast of Bernie. That's all we needed. Prayer sent for the person in a wreck. Camera is Big Valley 1. So presumably this fire would come right over. Great. You would crest that ridge towards the cam. Presumably, wait, the smoke changed directions at the very last moment. So only the 15-minute play lapse has it. Let me edit the dashboard real quick. Actions, add a feed. Choose country, United States. Choose state, California. Choose county, Lassen County Sheriff and Susanville Police Dispatch. Lassen County Fire and EMS. Let's just do that. Okay. It's on. Let me add a second one. United States, California, County, Lassen County Sheriff and Susanville Police Dispatch. I don't think that will be a hit. What's the county next door? Shasta? Shasta. Shasta SHU likely has air radio traffic. Let's add a feed. United States, California. Okay, engine 4280, move up and cover.
Arrive and available at Creek Work Center. At Creek Work Center,
The Creek Woods incident. Who knows what that is? Is it Creek Woods by here? Pittville. What is this? Pitt River. No, it's not a creek. Big Valley 1 camp. Well, just when I say I'm about to get off, I've cursed things. My bad. There are 3 things I should never say. I'm about to go, I'm about to sleep, or I'm about to eat. That curses everything. Catherine curse of the Catherine. All right, that was Lassen County Fire and EMS dispatch. He said another unit should move up and cover Beaver. And what that means is that the Beaver fire crews left their station, so their station's empty. So another fire crew from somewhere else has to go and fill that gap for a moment. So that's what they just said. So it's possible that we could just have both feeds going on. Man, it's so hot in here. 1 second. But just to reiterate, I'm not sure if the prevailing wind is the way the fire will spread. We need more of a time lapse. But if the prevailing wind is out of the west and southwest, then presumably climb that hill. God, it looks erratic. And fierce. Okay, it will try to climb that hill. We can't see the other side, just because fires climb. And if the prevailing wind is out of the west, aircraft is over already. Let me turn on Cal Fire SHU. Lassen County is already on. Can you look back at chat real quick? Is there anything I'm missing? Yeah, of course, Cali 209. The one in Mariposa County, we just did a fire roundup, the Pedro one. The whole area. Okay. Well, right now this one just broke out. We already did a Pedro roundup.
124,
We were listening to radio a little bit earlier. And they do have
124 departing Ravendale en route to Susanville.
Yeah, Tim K. The Nixon fire seems to be mostly spreading to the east. I think Rob Langsdorff, if you're still here, Rob, was trying to find out info. Yeah, I see. We have respect and hugs for you too. Thank you guys. I already did the roundup, and I was going to leave this in my mod's hands because I have not eaten. David Dillon says the winds can be erratic and fierce, not to mention it's the time of day for a shift in the weather. Yeah, it is. It's already 6. I haven't eaten yet today, guys. How is it 6 o'clock? Oh, no. So, like, if my mom needs me to bring her dinner, like, it's 6 o'clock. No. Yeah, there's no cams that have been good. It's super smoky. And the one cam that was great last night that I put on, Buckhorn right here, and Moccasin, they're just showing a distant haze. So the heat detection, the heat, satellite heat, there's been no red flare-ups today that I can see. And I did try to warn people with last night's broadcast at 11 p.m. They said that the Hunter Valley area would go into level 3 evacuations, but they were going to wait for dawn if they could so that people could sleep through the night. So if anybody was awake, I put the radio on all night with the camera overview, and I hope that helped somebody. It's not 6 o'clock, it's 8:59.
Dispatch. 27 engine 293 fire repeat zone 5.
This is
293 en route to Susanville. We'll call out on service with duty officers.
okay. These are gray. Okay, see the gray squares? Those are the oldest heat detections. So I know that it was coming towards homes last night. It was backing down a hill. There was a resident of takedown. Get a piece of paper. Get a notebook. There was a resident of 545 Ditwiller Road. He said the fire was on his doorstep, but it seemed to be a spot fire last night at 11:30 p.m. And they raced over there and got to it. So they rushed the dozers there, and they said that there was no indication that they didn't take care of that one spot. But the main fire was going over the hill, and we watched it a little bit on the cams, and we know it didn't have a good view. And so they said, it's coming towards structures, so let's make a dozer line. And said, get the dozers here, it's mission critical. That came on the radio at let's see.
Task Force 3616 at Eastern.
I'm going to be missing a page. Mission critical, sometime around midnight. So they said we are going to pull a new evacuation level 3 order. And they said something road I couldn't make out to Bear Valley. And Bear Valley to Highway 49.
Susanville, utility 8332 on fire repeat zone 5, back in quarter Susanville out of service.
All the way to 49. Sorry, Lassen County's abuzz with the new fire. Anything, if they did not complete that dozer line, they would blow the whistle to evacuate all the way to Highway 49, and they did not do it all that way. So I assume that dozer line they were making was complete, and they did structure protection all night. They have aircraft there right now. That's all we know. And then sometime during the day, they did call for that evacuation to level 3. So I hope my feed last night helped somebody. So, oh, Rob, thank you for checking in on the Nixon. He knows the area very well. Thank you, Rob. It says the Nixon fire is slowly descending from Iron Springs Mountain towards the California riding and hiking trail at San Diego Riverside County line. So, as he said, so that's the west side of the fire, south of Granite Springs. Okay, which fire are you talking about, Desi? I don't know where that is. Wait, Sea Prob's cooking something? Wait, can I eat at your house, Sea Prob, again? It became dinner time instead of breakfast time somehow. Ugh. He cooks awesome food. You know, homemade egg McMuffins the other day were awesome. So this new one on Watch Duty, we're switching gears to this brand new fire. If anybody is over in the Bieber area of Lassen County, this is remote, rural, northwestern corner of Lassen County. The fire may be coming there towards the... I don't know which direction. So I will come back and change the cams in a minute. I gotta make phone calls. My poor people have been waiting for me. My poor mods, they're waiting for me to have a powwow with them to, hey, strategize. How can we keep the jerks away? How can we keep confusion to a minimum? And how can they take shifts so they're not exhausted? And we may need new recruitment for mods, So, yeah, Desi, that did not flag me. You have to hit the pop-up for that to flag me. But, what same fire? Kelly, what about the fire in Lake McClure by the houseboats? There is one. And where's Lake McClure? I'm sorry, I don't know where that is. Just tell me what the fire is. That's easier for me to get to it. So the cam here, Lassen County, sorry, I have to move the windows. It distorts things, but I run out of tab space. This is the Big Valley one. If anybody needs to watch what's going on in Lassen County, here's Big Valley one. Okay, County 209 is asking for updated visuals on the maps for the pole. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I've not spent much time anywhere in California south of the San Francisco Bay. So, sorry, I'm a northern girl.
Division 3 on scene, Compton.
I'm a northern girl. So, sorry, I thought you were talking about the Pedro. It's not the pole. It is the Pedro. Okay, because somebody said Merced Reservoir. I'm getting real confused about that. It's okay, Desi, just don't let it happen again. No, it's all right. Okay. That is pretty much all to report there. They haven't had new info on Watch Duty. I started out the stream listening to things, and what I was trying to explain is that over here on this side is where the heat detections went gray. That means they're beyond 6 hours old from the last time there was a flare-up. That's great for anybody east of the fire, but west of Highway 49. And it's also great for people who are south of it, like by Bagby, but west of is that a river? It looks like a river. Or, reservoir, dammed up canyon, whatever that is. Because remember how fires run ridgelines. So if they can stop it or keep it up there and it doesn't run ridgelines to the south, that's good. But the valley is still in clear and present danger. So our last heat detection down there. Remember, the gray squares are 6 to 12 hours ago. The yellow is, what, 1 to 3 again? 1 to 6. 1 to 6 hours ago. So I hate that time window. 1 hour versus 6. It could be anywhere in between. Yeah. But red means within the last 15 minutes of when the timestamp is with the satellite. Still listening, Madison County. Out. I regret there's no real cameras.
Medic 4, medical 63-year-old male fall victim. I did a TTA. Medic 4, medical 63-year-old male fall victim. I did a TTA. Well, 8 something.
Poor guy. I've got a gruesome story about a fall, but one of my relatives died, but I won't tell it. That just prompted a bad memory of mine. I'm sure that when he fell, it was just something called like that, but it was from a height. Lake McClure is at South Pedro. Well, their perimeter map is not showing. You click all satellites, not here on Caltopo. Caltopo is like, it's that later, I guess. It should be showing a perimeter, but I guess the layer is just missing. Maybe it's too new. I don't know. But the perimeter, remember, is probably where it was at 12. I mean, at midnight. You know? So the heat detections are a better way to track, and anybody can do this. Caltopo is free. And it's pretty easy. You just type in, it's caltopo.com. Here is type in your nearest town or place on a map. Takes you right to it. See where I moved the hand? You see this box up here in the upper right hand corner? Wherever I move the hand, the cursor, that's a Latin longitude thing. So you can.
This is a medic 4 responding.
Medic 4,
you can see that, like, if you go due east and west, that's 37,120, and so when you hear it on the radio, like going south a bit, you're like 37.6. You go north, it's 37.68.
Andrew 10.
Okay, I really need to add Shasta County. So I'm hoping they'll update this Kaufenberg fire up in add feeds. Shasta SHU is usually where we hear the air attack, but Cal Fire SHU dispatch, or Cal Fire SHU proper, there you go. Let's see if we have a winner for the aircraft responding to the Kaufenberg, which is the brand new, if you know anybody by Kaufenberg Road and Old Highway, Pittville, Bench, call them, make sure they know about this fire immediately, like right now. And don't assume that they know. It takes.
Responding to Coffin, switching over LNU.
Hey.
216 running copy. 1811.
Okay, so there's help coming from Reading, I guess. Did you just say Reading? So we already know that there's an airplane, so until dusk, okay, till nightfall, don't expect much from the cams at all today with the smoke. It's a calm before the storm day. I don't know when the storms are scheduled to come, but can you guys check out the forecast and be putting it in there? Because everybody's gonna be so mad at me. One thing about ADD and doing this, constant interruptions mean that I can't really promise that I will contact people at any given time. New crap happens. And then new questions, and then, okay, help is on the way there. Seeing reduced smoke is plus, I think. Those winds are scary. If we can't really see on the other side, so unless the radio says some stuff, I'm going to put Lassen County Fire Dispatch back on, as well as CAL FIRE SHU. I can never get back to people in a timely manner. It's just something that happens here. I'm always making apologies like, sorry guys, I'm 3 hours late to something. Why? Fire. There's another one? Yes. California gets a lot of fires? Yes. Sure are an awful lot of fires in Oregon this year? Yes. So, Coffin Road. Now, what was disappointing about the Pedro is most of the cameras looked away from it. Just the one was looking at it, and it showed one hillside, and that was it. But there is aircraft there still. Helicopter work mostly. The fact that there's no red heat detections is good. It's buying them time. There is red in the northeast section of the park, though, and it's approaching mineral from the south. And I don't know how fast or where because we don't have a cam that can see it. I don't know if the Colby cam can crank over that way. There's a possibility that the Morgan Hill will switch into infrared and see it. I believe it's right over mineral. But I'm extremely worried for there. My family has a lot of cabins, and we have some antiques and a couple of heirlooms in there that I don't think they're able to go get. I mean, the park fire just ran so quickly. That would have been a really long roundabout way to get there from the Sutter area. And, Yuba County area. So, fingers crossed. This is that new Coffin Road fire of Northwest Lassen County. It may be that we have to wait for dusk for these cams to be working there. We'll see. I'm tempted to put on at the same time the park audio because these are so inactive right now. What we would be waiting for is the fires jumped to such and such place. Evacuate such and such place. Right now they're probably just, making a, let's see. God, I need dinner. I skipped breakfast. Oh, thank you. Oh, Richard, thank you for your kind $30 donation with PayPal. I don't know when that was, but whenever I unlock my phone, that typically triggers the old notifications. I don't know why they're not showing up. Ever since the latest Samsung thing happened, it's different. I'm an unhappy camper with the Samsung updates, but you can't choose no anymore. Same thing with what happened to my computer. Windows updates, all of a sudden it's unstable and crashing during the stream. Just fingers crossed. I tentatively, knock on wood, hope I fixed the crashing. Well, I hope I fixed the buffering. Let me know if either buffering happens. Ab Diamond says I actually have PTSD from the stuff I've been through, but thank you. We don't forget your sacrifice and service, Lab. Yeah, thank you for being a firefighter. Yeah. We just all have to get together, get to this together. I don't know that they do, Ozo. California Rock says on Flight Radar 24, I can see 2 fixed wings and 2 rotaries in a Coffin. Yeah, they are buzzing around from the camera. It's 1 frame every minute typically, so it's kind of hard to see them. Are they doing that? Also, sorry, I missed something. You're not allowed to your property in Manton. It's where the crews are sleeping at night. They feel safe enough to sleep there. And don't worry, on the battle maps, they don't show the dozer lines around the individual properties, but they've made a bunch. They've done a lot of. Don't worry, they are doing everything they can there, and they've been battling that stuff heroically. Let me see. California Cat says I'm a big fan of cougars. There's a joke in there. I can't say it. It's family friendly until 10. Okay. So.
Anderson Medical, 2410 Phil Street.
You saw a burr? Ozo says I spoke with Cal Fire. They're cautiously optimistic about Manton and Shingletown. I've had a lot of time to prep the actual town. It must be the shortage of manpower. I warned people that this fire would run for Shingletown the moment that it began. When it began to finally, when we realized they couldn't hold it at Chico, I tried to give as much notice as possible for, I said, Magalia, Inskip and Lovelock, all the way to Shingletown and to Mineral. You're all in danger possibly from this fire, and even people around Elmore should be wary. Just don't underestimate what the Butte County or Plumas fire can do. Because we've been through it, right? So that's the best that we can do. And so if anybody was listening when we first broadcast, they got days of early warning, at least in the further reaches. We tried to warn, immediately Cohasset and Richardson Springs. That camera's back up, by the way. That's great. It just shows a smoking wasteland, but at least they got their comms back. I'm trying to see if
This is Medic 4 on team. Medic 4 at scene,
if he can give me some food. You have hot dogs?
Engine 46 responding.
It's not like we had a dinner planned or something, but
46 responding, medic 140, 1820.
I'll get a hot dog from him at least. JCat says, yeah, the latest Windows update messed up all your PCs too. Yeah. So I missed the update, today's update, morning briefing, the operational update. That is now on YouTube though. That's one of the best places to get information because Action News now did their best to film those live, but they had trouble audio. So what? It's House of the Dragon season finale this week? No. What am I gonna do? It's the only thing that I have to escape this world of wildfire. You can't. There's only 8 episodes. No. Maybe Wheel of Time will start again. Okay, sorry. You go to Cal Fire Butte County. Let me show you guys. They have a YouTube. Incident Management Team 3 is what's on the park fire, but the Incident Management Team 3 YouTube channel still just has the Dixie stuff. So maybe they retired that channel. They should just rename it the Archive of the Dixie Fire. It hasn't had an upload for a couple of years. It's 26 minutes. Streamed 2 hours ago. Virtual press. Oh, it's a press briefing. The operational briefing is different. There's a lot of content here to watch. This is a copy of the operational. Yeah, it's 26 minutes, 24 minutes. this is probably the same thing. The press briefing streamed 2 hours ago. Okay, I had no idea that was happening. Yeah, do feel free to, of course, share any local knowledge and info, but the two rules of chat that are the most important is A, don't make anybody uncomfortable for any reason. That includes political discussions and philosophical musings and or language terms usage, you know, I don't have to tell you. Tell
Okay,
me.
engine 46 engine 46 1823.
We still can't hear anything about this Coffin fire. So I'm probably going to switch it back to the Butte County radio. This watch duty will be the best way to monitor the Coffin incident. But anyway, the two rules are the overarching ones, and then there's sub rules. It's the basics of this. Don't make anybody else uncomfortable. If you don't like somebody, if they leave this channel, they may die. Like if they unsub, quit, don't listen to us, they may die. This is so, it sounds like an arrogant, weird thing to say, but people who we've warned that the officials warned too late will back us up on this. There's something wrong with the system. It seems national and California statewide, where evacuations come way too late. There are different policies that are outdated and wrong. And I wouldn't blame individuals. They like get fired, you know. One is called the trigger point system, where they can't really tell a town to evacuate unless the fire is close to them, and that's an old way and stupid way of doing things. If the weather is bad, if the smoke is blowing that way, and there's nothing to stop a fire, fire continues until it is stopped by something. Okay, throw out of your mind the old way of thinking, which is what would cause a fire to get to me. No. It is fire moves and continues until it reaches something that stops it. Impassable terrain like the Pacific Ocean.
LNF2, returning to Susanville.
Hey, JB. Yeah, that's true. I've been trying to go eat for hours. Oh, God. I don't know if this meeting is still... nobody's waiting for me anymore. Can you make me a hot dog? No, not a hot dig. He's not listening. It's weird. I go over and I'm on his older big screen TV. I walk in and like hear myself and like see chat like on his TV. So I'm still watching you behave, misbehaviors, when I'm over there. But I'll never get used to that. Yeah, there's almost 6,000 firefighters in the park now. Some of them will have to rotate off. Well, this is looking better. With Kaufman. Thank you for being available, JB. I have to, as I'm walking to Steve Probe's house to get a hot dog, have to call my mom. She may have COVID, and check on the rest of my family who may have been exposed. And that's my number one priority right now. I've got to do that, then eat in return. So I think what we'll do is we'll go back to our multicam view. We're going to go back to, since it's silent on the radio, or we just heard him say we're en route to the Kaufman incident. We're going to turn off Lassen County Cal Fire SHU before something else happens. Knock on wood. I have to go eat, otherwise I'm going to be worthless. Okay. And why do I forget to eat adrenaline? Adrenaline turns off hunger temporarily. All right, let's go to Butte County. Cal Fire and Chico Fire. I just have to do a volume adjustment, and I forgot I gotta go eat. If I add another feed, this won't look very good. Whoops. I don't think it'll look the same. Let's see. Let's try it though. Yeah, I hit the customize button. Why does it refresh? Okay, if I add one, what's the one for the Kaufman? Yeah, big now. Just in case something happens. They had good quick response aircraft right there. All right, big values upper left. Save and copy the URL. Please don't screw up the window. If I don't touch it. Okay, here's the URL, guys, if you want multiple fire cameras. Okay, your guide is upper left, the Kaufman, which is the brand new incident. The next one, adjacent to the right, Breckenridge, is the Borel fire. Center top, Buckhorn Peak is, it's not looking at it right now, but that's Pedro, and none of them are really looking at it right now. Cohasset, Colby Mountain 1 and 2, you know what that is, that's a park. I'm sorry, I cannot rearrange these. It won't let me. I'd love to say park is all at the bottom or something, but it's the way it is. 5 Point North is the Nixon, Inskip Hill Park, Moccasin Peak 1, Pedro, Moccasin Peak 2, Pedro, Morgan Summit Park, Platte Mountain 1 and 2, Park, Red Mountain, Riverside County South, that is Nixon, Shingletown Park, Tuscan Butte 1 and 2 is Park. Sorry. Irritating, but, you know. Yeah, thank you, Laura. Welcome back, Laura Cochran. Thank you for your kind support. Thank you, everybody who has donated. We want to be donation-based because talking right over information that's vital to evacuating people could be an advertisement. I have no control when they play. They just took it away from us YouTubers. People suggested I could control it. I can't. And I can't control the duration. It's one of the worst new things about YouTube and why the creators are grumbling. We may have old videos that say, like I don't really, but I was thinking about this. And the ship was never seen again until 1937 when it suddenly appeared out of the fog, 10 years after it disappeared in the South Atlantic. Was anybody on board? Find out after this message. And then you would choose where your ad played in your video. So everybody who used to do that or promise, hey, there are no ads until the end of my video or whatever to make the user experience better, that's no longer the case. And so YouTube announced to us or promise of, oh, ads are never longer than 10 seconds. That's void. Because now YouTube is deciding when ads play, how long. We have a vague control about what kind of ads play, but not really. So,
Operation, taking the night off function.
Alright, so we switched to Butte County Audio.
Night off, same operations, we're at JLC. JLC in about 10.
Sorry, mods, I've tried to break away. But when people need their fire info, they need their fire info. And, oh boy. I would love to have it so somebody could remotely control the computer. Especially myself, change all the windows.
1831.
It's a possibility, but the one person I trained to do it, sadly, he's going blind, so he can't do it. So we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Yeah, JV, do you need me to call you? If so, text me. Excuse me, friends. I lose my voice. I gotta get food in me. Apologies, I'm still a bit sick. I'm feeling better, but there's a heat wave coming again. We need more rain to keep the pollen down, or I'm just gonna be miserable. TA Rock says the Coffin forward progress has been stopped. Oh, really? Cool. I was just gonna ask. Yay! Taker 1 and Copter 2 released. That could have been really bad with the way the winds were whipping around that smoke column. Our heroes just pounced on it, I'm sure. Aircraft really made a difference. Yay. And you just make sure there's no brand new update. I'm tempted to do something. Hey, let's do it. If you guys, yeah, it's on YouTube. Okay, I have an idea. Okay, what we will do is we will watch back to back the morning update or at least the middle of the day, or yeah, it looks like it was a morning operational briefing, which JB is correct, is for CAL FIRE talking to CAL FIRE, right? That's 27 minutes. Then I have YouTube Premium. Thank you for your kind donations. It's one of the many subscriptions we have here. So you don't see ads. I can queue. I can make a playlist so I can be gone for an hour if necessary without having to change the screen. Okay. If you're tolerant, friends, what do you think about this? It may screw up. Like if the feed gets stuck, it would take me a 10-minute drive over here to come back and fix it. But we could cue the video. Now what may happen is the volume is different from video to video. Wait, yeah. So we can watch this one, because I haven't seen it. And that is, we add to the queue. Yes. And then, where's the press conference? It's new, right? Wait, where is it? Wait. Virtual press briefing. Oh, it was a live stream. What sucks is you have to go to the live tab. Okay. Otherwise, you don't see what's on the channel. That's why so many people don't understand I live stream. They'll come in here and they'll say, oh, I didn't know you made more videos. Yeah. We're live like every day in fire season. Oh, well, I saw the one and I thought it was the one the day the fire broke out. Well, I'm like, okay, why? Why'd you think that? Because I went to your channel page and I clicked on videos and nothing was new. I'm like, oh, you got to click on live. There's an archive going back to 2020 about most of the major fires. You know? So hit the button, walk away. I have to fix the sound first. All right, is that the consensus? All right, I'll add to the queue. I think I have to turn off autoplay. Okay, here's the problem. It could autoplay something random that YouTube thinks I want to watch. Let's do a quick test. We'll go to the end of the first video, turn off autoplay. It should at least play the 2 videos in queue. Okay.
Fly more than others, but once we can fly them, we will.
All right, is autoplay off? Because I don't want it randomly going to House of the Dragon content or something worse. You know how YouTube is. It'll choose something like September 11th. No. Hell no. Or something about the Kardashians or something. Where's the autoplay button? Where'd they put it? Oh, you know what? I can loop. I can loop the playlist, right? No, it has to be a playlist. You can't loop a queue, can you? You can on mobile. Save. Save video. Oh man, why is it different now? No, I don't want to close the player. Or I do. Okay. I'm a pro YouTuber, guys. I know how to use this. And they change it on us like all the time. A whole bunch of my friends says I can no longer find the like button on YouTube. That's because you have to close chat to do it. And you have to close the description to do it. And then the button, and tap the screen once and the button appears. Okay. Okay, I'll do this. It's a brand new playlist. It's called Cal Fire 1. I will loop the playlist so it doesn't play crap videos. I'm a genius. You're a genius. Save to the playlist. Cal Fire 1. Where's the save button now? Hello? Hello? Okay. Playlist. 2 videos. Aha. Okay. Play all. And loop playlist. Got it. We did it. We did it, friends. Now here's what could happen. The volume could change from one video to the next. So I'm going to kind of maximize it. I have a limiter. But just prepare your ears, okay? The limiter on my broadcasting software will hopefully work and limit the maximum volume. But just prepare yourselves, prepare your ears. And if it's on max volume for both, then at least if one is softer than the other, I shouldn't have to walk all the way back here or drive. Let's do a volume test. Let me explain what this is in this new. Let's see. Out to dinner. Meanwhile, Cal Fire operational update plus press conference, basically, from 2 hours ago, mostly. Now, when can I return? 6:41. 8-ish. You got it, mods? 8 p.m.-ish return. Yeah, when I take away the webcam. Yeah, you can read that. All right, volume check.
This is your operational briefing for the park incident, July 31st.
Okay, did that distort for you guys? I know, I'm going. JB, I don't know what I could call you. Just text me if it's vital. I've already run out of time to do everything I wanted to do today, but I will stuff my face and try to multitask. Hey, remember, guys, I'm still watching you. I'm watching this on C-Probes TV, and I could see chat on it and on my own phone. So I can moderate too a little bit. What do you mean, Lady Bird? We're not following the fires. What do you think we've been doing? We've been doing it for 2 hours and 49 minutes. I have to eat. I haven't had any food today. So what we're queuing up here is this tells us the most about the park fire that we can know. Is their operational briefing will tell us what happened yesterday and what they will be challenged with by today, etc. And then the press conference tells us more. So I've got to eat. Audio was initially distorted, then the guy in the microphone came on, and it was good and clear. Okay. Oh, that was me scrubbing forward. It was like, because I was fast forwarding. The first 2 minutes and 54 seconds are just junk. So, yeah. Yeah, Lady Bird, of course we are. But my God, I got to handle things. I have to coordinate with the mods so that they're not overworked to death, and see if we can fill in the time slots. Right now, we have nobody to take a 3 a.m. shift, and that makes me stay awake too long and pass out at like 2 in the afternoon. So, CA Rock says I promise to be good until you return. It was fine. Good. Okay, let's go. All right, back around 8. And what will happen at 8 is 2 different things. We'll put on the radio, and we'll hear air attack and probably the last of the aircraft give their final assessments on what the fire is doing, all of them, and what they want tomorrow for orders on the fire. That and they'll say such and such is looking good. They like dusk because you can see kind of orange flames through the smoke for a bit, and then in darkness, and we will hopefully too on all the cams, and then in darkness, then they will switch into infrared, and we'll finally see through the smoke and see where the heck they are. We'll cross coordinate the cams, and then check the heat signatures to find out where they are, because the perimeters are from yesterday at midnight. They're always intermittent fasting is healthy, not with my body weight. My stupid, I'm underweight because of my stupid nasal passage surgery, which I can't wait to have. It screws up my ears and makes me nauseous and unable to eat for long periods of time or not keep anything down. So when they're not screwed up, I eat like a horse, but then it just sucks. So no fasting is healthy for me technically. But I put an impressive amount of food away for my size. People start looking at me. They're like, "How are you skinny?" Because of my ear problem. Just don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask how an ear problem does that. Just don't ask. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I need protein shakes. I use by routine. It's good. Okay, let me fix the window.
Our incident objectives are on page 1. They have not changed. In your current situational update, night operation jet gains.
All right, good morning. Overall, yesterday was a good day, fairly quiet fire activity-wise. Starting down in branch 5, the fire line looks really good. We continue to improve and mop up along the edge. Our biggest focus in branch 5 yesterday was out in Cohasset, trying to mitigate any hazard trees and continue to mop up. There's a lot of heat still with ash pits out there that we're trying to get secured for the structure before we repop there. Moving up into branch 10, on the south end of branch 10 is still looking really good. All that's a good control line, continue to mop up. The north end of branch 10 from 36 down to Mill Creek, we got crews in there going direct. It's really hard. The travel times are very long. Logistically, it's getting hard to support, so they're working on a different plan to get folks out there and possibly sticking them out there for a couple of days out there to get that piece buttoned up direct on that north end of branch 10. Branch 12, north of 36, that little finger that squirted out the other day, the crews are going direct on that. We had a dozer in there last night. The dozer tipped over on its side. Non-injury was moved out, so they got to get that uprighted today. Moving over, the rest of branch 12 looking real good. It's hung up still in Battle Creek, and they are continue to go direct in there and try to get that piece buttoned up. Over on the branch 12, branch 15 break down on Little Giant Mill Road, Crews are continuing to go direct on that, trying to keep that in check. Branch 15 working on contingency plans out and around Mineral, and we're still trying to line up where we're going to pinch this thing off between Branch 15 and Branch 20. Still a lot of heat out and overall, yesterday was a good day, fairly quiet fire activity-wise. Starting down in Branch 5, the fire line looks really good. We continue to improve and mop up along the edge. Our biggest focus in Branch 5 yesterday was out in Cohasset, trying to mitigate any hazard trees and continue to mop up. There's a lot of heat still with ash pits out there that we're trying to get secured for the structures before we repop there. Moving up into Branch 10, on the south end of Branch 10 is still looking really good. All that's a good control line, continue to mop up. The north end of Branch 10 from 36 down to Mill Creek, we got crews in there going direct. It's really hard. The travel times are very long. Logistically, it's getting hard to support, so they're working on a different plan to get folks out there and possibly sticking them out there for a couple of days out there to get that piece buttoned up direct on that north end of Branch 10. Branch 12, north of 36, that little finger that squirted out the other day, the crews are going direct on that. We had a dozer in there last night. The dozer tipped over on its side. Non-injury was moved out, so they got to get that uprighted today. Moving over, the rest of Branch 12 looking real good. It's hung up still in Battle Creek, and they are continue to go direct in there and try to get that piece buttoned up. Over on the Branch 12, Branch 15 break down on Little Giant Mill Road. Crews are continuing to go direct on that, trying to keep that in check. Branch 15 working on contingency plans out and around Mineral, and we're still trying to line up where we're going to pinch this thing off between Branch 15 and Branch 20. Still a lot of heat out and established in Mill Creek and Deer Creek drainages out there. Branch 20, everything's looking really good along the 32 corridor. Mopping up that 150 acre, 120 acre slop in there that happened the other day on Humboldt and 32. Still a lot of heat, but we had a good day, got good mop up in there. The firing up that we did is all secured, tied in, and mopping up along the road. A lot of hazard trees and roll out where the firing up we did comes down onto 32, so a lot of work in there still. Branch 25, looking really good as well with the repop in there. Just controlling the perimeter, mopping up as far as we can in and around the structures, and everything all in there, all in all, is looking really good. Have a good day.
Weather, Jeff Tonkin.
Good morning. Smoke continues to dominate the fire environment, the concentration and location of that smoke. And if you notice this morning, a little smokier down here in Chico overnight. Smoke spread out concentrically and then kind of drifted down south toward Chico. So today we expect more widespread smoke and a little thicker on the Butte zone. Heaviest concentration of smoke will still be across Branch 15 and Branch 12, and to some extent Branch 20. But tonight we're going to see some southeast smoke transport winds start to push a lot of the smoke back across to the northwest. So by tomorrow, we should see higher concentrations of smoke across the northwest side of the perimeter here, getting into Redding and Red Bluff. For today, with all the widespread smoke, we should see much lighter winds. So generally, south and southwest and southeast winds about the 4 to 8 mile per hour range, and really low gusts in the afternoon, perhaps getting up to about 10 or 12 miles per hour. So fairly light winds today, but we're going to continue to see a trend upward in temperatures. Definitely starting tomorrow, more abrupt increasing temperatures tomorrow and decreasing relative humidity.
Fire behavior, Scott Weiss.
So we heard the IMET talk a lot about smoke. Smoke shading on this fire, it's going to keep temperatures cooler and it's going to be more stability near the surface. However, I do think that once late afternoon comes, there is a chance for this fire to pick up. So if you see clear skies or the fire stand up, you're going to see changes out there. So for a safety standard, don't be complacent when working on areas that can be reburned. Just expect that if things start picking up, if the smoke starts clearing, we're going to see increased fire behavior with possible spotting. There's still a lot of fire intensity in there, especially the drainages, Antelope Creek, Mill Creek, and Deer Creek. The fire has been continuously running the drainages. It runs the south slope of the drainages and it runs on the ridges. So there's still a lot of fire intensity out there. Our burn window, because of that smoke shading, is going to be a lot smaller. We're not going to see that increased fire behavior as long as you will on other days. So it's going to be advantageous for us. We're also going to have good moisture recoveries tonight. But tomorrow will be an increase in fire behavior, and every day after that. Longer burn windows, poor nighttime recoveries, and we're possibly going to see those plume developments increase throughout the day. Please open up your IEPs and look at the fire behavior forecast and brief your crews on that.
Safety, David Morrison.
Good morning. Today's safety products are on page 8 and 9 of your IAP. Please use those products to brief your crews prior to any work beginning out on the line. Traffic. Repopulation is occurring in a lot of areas that we have operations in. So that with that, there's going to be a increase in public vehicles and heavy equipment all competing for the same space of road. So be alert, drive defensively, and plan for extended delays while you travel up and down those roads. Complacency. Changes are occurring quickly to weather, work locations, and your assignments. Be alert, be ready for those changes, and be ready to adjust as they occur. Thank you.
If you're in the back, if you reduce your conversation, I'd appreciate it. Operations, Mark Brunton.
Good morning. A lot of fantastic work's been done on this fire. We've had some days of really good weather that's helped us out to go direct, put together really good plans, start taking on and eating this elephant one bite at a time. Okay, a lot of challenges out there regardless with the change in the weather, and this thing is a beast. So as we're moving forward in the week, we see more and more challenges coming on in regards to our weather. And we're aware of that. We prepare for that. And we've had this opportunity to jump on this thing and take advantage of those opportunities. And today is one of those days of opportunity to get in there, and your leadership, your ops team has put together some very good plans, good strategy and tactics, and we're going to tackle that. Every day we've been challenged as our plans are moving forward, our operations moving forward. We've been getting those spot fires, and you guys have been reacting to those fantastic and taking care of those and keeping those from growing larger. That is commendable. That is a difficult task to do. We only have a finite amount of resources, and you're utilizing them wisely, and you're putting together working well and putting together a good solid plan. Focus. That's going to be the key today, is focus. All right? We've got this opportunity. Let's build on our successes. Let's focus on the plan that's been set forth. Let's focus on our alternatives. Focus on a pace model, because we have this small window to really have a big impact. Focus on sound strategy and tactics in your plan. And most importantly, focus like a champion today.
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Good morning. This morning, you can see the air around you. You can see the aircraft may not be able to fly early this morning, but just because what you see here doesn't mean they're not able to get out in other areas. We have 2 air attacks, 2 tankers, and 1 Type 1 tanker and 1 ASM available this morning. The Helco or air attack will be going up first at 0800 this morning to check the air, and one will either call for the other, or we'll maybe only use helicopters this morning. Whichever way it works, we'll have aircraft out there for you. We have 2 zones. We have the Butte zone and Tehama zone. In the Butte zone with over 40 helicopters on this fire. We have helicopters available to you from the Chico helibase with 2 Helcos. From the Tehama helibase, we have over 32 helicopters available to you. 28 of those are water dropping. We have 3 night helicopters that are available for night shift. We have a daytime hoist, which is our Firehawk, Copter 606. We have Guard 840 for night. That gives us fire suppression and rescue activity for 24 hours a day on this incident. PG&E will be flying at 0600 till 8 a.m. in the morning. If you need to look up the air assets, please look at page 66, 67, and 68. And we have 2 mobile retardant plants in service. Have a good day.
Communications, Tom Webb.
Good morning. Today is a clone day. Come and get cloned today, please, both zones. We have 4 zones we're going to put in your radios today to include all the NIFC system plans that we're going to in the future. Come and get cloned. You have to come and get cloned. There's special frequencies not in the state load. I'll say it one more time. You have to come and get cloned. For today, CDF Command 2, tone 10 or 11 is your command frequency. Command 10 works better in the Tehama zone. Command 11 works better in the Butte zone as a rule. But as you move around the incident, as you go around a bend in the road, you might have to change tones and that other repeater might cover that. Remember that for when we go to the NIFC system. If you have any questions, come and see us. Oh, one last thing, air to ground change for the Butte zone this morning, which drove the need to clone. Air to ground 15 is our air to ground command. Air to ground tactical is the same frequency. We'll get those are in the clone, so come and get that clone one more time. If you have any questions, come see us in the comm unit in the respective base camps. Make it a safe shift.
Medical, Chris Urey.
Good morning. Today's medical plan's on page 71 in your IAP. At the bottom of the 206 is the reporting instructions for any line emergencies that you may have. Follow those instructions and we'll get you the help that you need. Please brief your crews on those procedures in your morning breakouts and your briefings this morning. We'll have fireline medics, RIMS teams, and dedicated ALS ambulances out on the line for you today. We also have CalMat and MERT both here in the Butte base and also at the Tehama base. If you have any issues, you can come see myself in the medical unit right next door or the medical unit leader at the Tehama base. Have a safe shift.
Logistics, Steve Doman.
Good morning. If you turn to page 81 in your IAP, you'll find the logistics message for both the Tehama base and Butte base with your service hours and hydration locations. For resources assigned to the Butte base, refer to pages 85 and 87 for your facility map and ground support unit leader or ground support locations. For resources assigned to the Tehama base, refer to page 88 for your facility map and resource and ground support locations. For both the Butte and Tehama base on page 82, you're going to find a supply and ground support message. Ground support is set up and available for your repair and maintenance needs, including your level B services at 5,000 miles. And additionally, as a reminder, for any durable items left out on the line, we require a CAL FIRE 101 form signed by your division before you come back into supply to resupply your needs. Thank you.
Training, Sean Wilson.
Training specialists are available at both Butte and Tehama bases today. We currently have over 450 trainees on the park incident, but only we need about 300 of those have not checked in to training yet. So if you're a trainee on the incident or you have a trainee underneath you, make sure they come by the training office at either camp to check in. On page 72, today's IAP lists where those locations are, as well as which documents you need to bring by the training office. If you have any questions, just come by and see us. Thank you.
Information, Blanca Mercado.
Good morning. If you could please turn to page 73 in your IAP. I have the most recent numbers for your incident status box if you're clear to copy. We have acreage at 389,791. That's 389,791. Containment is at 18%. That's 18. Total personnel is at 5,849. That's 5849. Just to the right of the page, you'll see 2 QR codes. The first one's the California State Penal Code that allows the media to enter scenes of a disaster. The one just below that is our CAL FIRE social media policy. Please become familiar with both. We are collecting photos and videos. Come see us, our trailers at the entrance of base camp. We do have a few items in lost and found. If you were driving a white pickup truck and lost a duffel bag, we have it. We also have a couple communication devices and credit cards, and a large box of fire engine parts. Mail service is available. Please utilize the example at the bottom of the page for your shipping label. Have a safe shift.
Liaison Zach Hamill.
Good morning. We're still looking for cooperators, agency representatives, and stakeholders to check in with the liaisons. We have liaisons at both bases. Additionally, we are hosting a cooperators meeting at 10 a.m. and it's simulcast between the both bases. So if you're in Tehama base, you can go to the Tehama room. If you're at the Butte base, you can go to the Harvest Hall. Thank you.
At Finance, Roger Rains.
Good morning. The finance section in the Tehama zone is located in the metal building next to the briefing area. If you're here in the Butte zone, we're in the metal building just past the plans building here. Couple of notes this morning. If you're a local government agency or OES, please check in at both zones, wherever you're assigned, with the OES rep. In the Tehama zone, the OES trailer's out by the front gate. Here in the Butte zone, it's just back over here past the light post in the middle of the travel area over here. Shift tickets. If you're line leadership, that includes division group soups, strike team leaders, staging area managers. We need you to assign those things and get them into finance in either area, either zone. Also, you can sign the federal shift tickets and CTRs, and we need to make sure you're doing that. If you're a federal employee or a federal contracted resource, we have a process set up now in both zones. Please see the second page of our finance message, and the whole finance message starts on page 75. Have a great day.
Butte Zone Operations, Jeremy Pierce.
Good morning. I know a common theme is thanking all you guys for your hard work, and it's sincere. There's a tremendous amount of work that's been done around this fire in a short period of time. So just like when you're at home, if you've got company coming over to your house, you spend that day before they come over cleaning up your house, right? Making sure that everything's looking right. Well, tomorrow we've got company coming, and it's Mother Nature, and she's overstaying her welcome by a couple of days. So I ask all of you guys to clean up your line, clean up your shop, look for your weak points, get those taken care of, strengthen your lines, and that's my ask for everybody today out there. And I know you guys are going to get out there and do it, so I appreciate it. We're going to start with a little roll call down to the division level. Butte, Deputy Operations Dyer. Here. Branch 5, Lee. Here. Bravo, Bravo, Matson. Here. Bravo X-ray, Becerra. Here. All right, down on Branch 5. That's where a lot of the work has been done over the last couple of days to get that all taken care of. We do have potential repop of Cohasset over the next couple of days. I'm hoping within the next 4 days. There is a lot of hazard trees up there, so get up in there. Let's identify those hazard trees, work with the fellow bunchers up there and the followers up there, get them taken down so that we can get those folks back into their house nice and safe. As we move up onto the eastern side, coming up 32 corridor, they took care of the, we had a little island down there below Forest Ranch. Took care of that yesterday with a firing op. Let's make sure it's cooled down, take care of the smokes. There's not many in there, but we do have a lot of folks back in their houses. You're the ambassadors for all the work you've done, so let's continue helping those folks out in whatever needs they have. As we move up a little bit above Forest Ranch, we're going to start repopulating a little bit further up as well over the next couple of days, so take that into consideration. All right, Branch 20. Jerry? Here. Trainee Bartow? Here. Bravo Foxtrot, Con? Here. Trainee Clifford? Here. Bravo Hotel, Alvarez? Here. Bravo Kilo Carp? Here. Bravo November, Top? Here. All right. Branch 20, this is our priority division, or excuse me, priority branch for the day. As you move up and around the top part of 32 and that Humboldt where we had that slop over a couple days ago, we still got to make sure that's cool. There's a lot of heat still in there. It's definitely a lot of work was done yesterday. It's looking much better, but let's keep it in its footprint. And as it moves around down into the branch 15 area and our partners over there, please tie that in and work with our partners who are working up in that branch 15 area to get those lines. We've got our contingency lines are all going in there. There's going to be a lot of equipment moving through that area. About 50 plus dozers are going to be moving through that area, so please be cognizant of that as well. Moving down in that 32 that we fired a couple of days, the rollout's tremendous and the trees are coming down. So keep your head up. We got a lot of smoke and it's hard to see in that area. So watch out for those hazard trees, identify them, get them down on the ground, use your safety caution as well in there. I don't want any trees coming down into vehicles or on top of people, so please be careful up in that area. But we do need to mop it up, watch for the rollout, get that buttoned up before that weather comes in. So please take care of that. All right, branch 25, Gorham. Here. Training Kidwell. Here. Bravo Papa, Shelly. Here. Bravo Tango, Martin. Here. Bravo Victor, Cepeda. Here. All right. So in branch 25, we still have to take care of our contingency lines behind you guys, as well as that Forest Ranch area. So please work in that area with our contingencies, support them, get those lines in, those secondary lines. It's looking pretty good, and I got a lot of confidence in that 32 corridor. But let's make sure it's buttoned up and make sure we got those smokes taken care of. Moving over into contingency, we've got Boston. Here. So he's got a big job today. I have full confidence in Gus and taking care of all of our operation plans and the big picture, getting our primary lines above us and to the north and contingency lines as well. Thank you for all your hard work. Have a good shift, you guys. Please be safe. Please take a look at all the little things and let's get them taken care of.
Okay, a couple reminders. Your division breakouts are out past the bleachers on the back. Your unassigned resources will be over here. As far as meetings, it's been noted that we have the cooperatives meeting virtually. We'll be in the harvest room over here, and Tehama will be in the Tehama room. Meetings will be 17 hours. Will be the planning meeting. Will be over in the harvest. Your next meeting will be here tomorrow morning at 0700. And closing comments, Unified IC, Todd Mack, and Billy C.
Good morning. Start off with a big thank you. Thanks for the hard work that's been going on since day one of the incident. Fire's tested all of us. It's kept us moving. It's kept us guessing at times. Right actions have been taken continually, day after day after day. Probably don't say thank you enough from the incident commander level, but I'm going to start off this morning with a thank you. The other message I'm going to leave you with is going direct when it's possible is exactly what I like to do. It's what makes sense, as long as we're contingency driven as well. So direct, but planning for if we can't get in there, and I know that's what's happening, and I appreciate that. Continue to stay safe and aggressive, and we'll get around this. Thank you.
All right, good morning. 270 miles of perimeter. You guys have gained 18% containment on this. That equates out to nearly 50 miles of perimeter control in 7 days. This thing's moved out in the first 60 hours, 5,000 acres an hour. Okay? You've done a lot of great work down here around Chico and Butte County getting the public back in that were adversely affected and evacuated. We still have a lot more work to do in there. Look at this northeast corner. That's a tough chunk of piece of ground to get into. We get that. We're going to take this one step at a time, keep moving forward. Each day we gain successes. We gain those wins. But I need you to understand, we got adverse conditions coming. Potential thunderstorms, potential winds, increased temperatures, decreased relative humidities. We're going into the heart of fire season starting in August. We got a long road ahead of us. Stay safe out there, be patient, take advantage of the conditions we have today, double down and move forward, but have that pace map in the back of your mind on where we're going in case something stands up and starts running. Thank you.
And that concludes your operational briefing. Unassigned resources over here to my right, division breakouts out in the back. If you're in the Tehama zone, please report up to the stage. Once again, if you're listed in the IEP on the Tehama zone, please report up to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, welcome. This is the 3 p.m. press briefing for the park incident. I'm Jonathan Cox, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. The intention of this briefing is to share the latest incident information. Today's speakers, we will hear from representatives from Butte County, Tehama County, and Shasta County. To start things off, we'll get an operational update from CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3, Operations Section Chief Mark Brunt.
Good afternoon. The past 24 hours, we've seen our fire behavior not increase significantly by any stretch, which is a very positive thing. We've been able to utilize that time effectively and efficiently with our resources to continue our suppression operations and go direct with the fire as much as possible. Take you around the fire and give you the update as to what we've been seeing within the past 24 hours. As we move up the western part of the fire, we're seeing a lot of good direct suppression activities. The lower part of the fire, well mopped up, direct line, found very few heat signatures anywhere close to the line, so exactly what we want to see with the fire at that point in the time. As we move into this pocket, now we have direct line in that area, continued heavy mop up, a lot of heavy fuels down and so forth, so a lot of work within that interior, but looking very good and feeling very confident within that area of the fire. Moving further up as we move towards the Highway 36 corridor, one of the challenges in this area is it's very steep, rugged terrain, long drives, 2, 3, 4 hours to be able to insert crews by ground into that area and to put direct line in. It's a lot of grassland, using hand crews, that's a lot of tough work. Going through some of the terrain is very difficult. Very dangerous areas for firefighters, not only with the fire, but also the steep, rugged terrain. But they are in there and they are inserted and doing a lot of good work within that area, but that's just going to take a lot of time. That's challenged us in the past 24 hours, previous day with a lot of spot fires. So as crews are trying to go direct, a lot of times they have to divert from that direct attack and pick up those spot fires, which does drain the resources a bit. But if we do not go after those, that could prove more dangerous and, more importantly, create more of a spread of the fire, which we want to keep to an absolute minimum. So they've been doing an outstanding job jumping on those when they can and going after that. As we hit the Highway 32 corridor, the Lanes Valley area, we've had a lot of success in getting direct line there, but some of that has been very challenging as well. Continuing to put the direct line in there, and again, same issues with spotting and stopovers previous shifts, but this one so far we've been holding, and it's just given our crews an opportunity to jump in there and continue the suppression actions, but still a lot of work to be done in there, a lot of hot spots to handle. As we continue around the part of the fire, or the community of Mineral, a lot of work being done in there to prep that, to protect it, putting in additional lines and contingency lines to protect the community, and to give us a second line of defense from the main fire if it decides to make a push. As we move down the Highway 32 corridor, this area in particular, big challenge, hard terrain to fight fire in and work in, steep, heavy fuels, a lot of just big challenges for our crews within that to fight fire, and just a lot of work to be done in there. So we're using this time to get crews in, go as direct as we can, look at different alternatives to put lines in and contingencies, but it's just really tough terrain to fight fire in. One of our big challenges is the Mill Creek drainage. Fire is established in there. One of the challenges that we have within this area is due to the weather conditions, the smoke is really layered in there. That makes it difficult for our ground crews to be able to see and look into the drainage, know where the fire is at. So for firefighter safety and for effectiveness, they just can't dive into this very steep, rugged drainage without knowing where the fire is, what it's doing, and where they can put their control lines in effectively. So that is something that we're constantly evaluating. What we do know as far as what the fire is doing is through thermal imaging and some of the technology to know where the heat signature images are. And there is establishment of fire in there, and it is pretty significant with heat signatures. So we are cognizant of that. In the meantime, looking at contingency plans and putting in contingency line along parallel to that drainage to give us a foothold and to give something to block the fire if it were to come out, so it doesn't come down the other side behind us. So that's constantly being evaluated and worked, and once the air clears and we can look into that drainage, develop a better plan, and then more importantly, use our aircraft to help suppress the fire. Because of the smoke layer being in there, it's not effective nor efficient nor safe, more importantly, for us to fly the aircraft to do any sort of suppression operations. Continuing down towards Butte Meadows, there's still a very large slop from about 2 days ago that we're continuing to work. Again, that was heavy fuels in there, a lot of heat within that, so the crews are they're hitting that hard. Make sure that nothing comes out of there when weather conditions do lift. We have in the past few days gotten a lot of spotting out of that just due to the type of fuels that are burning and the heat that is being held within that area. So working really hard on that to protect that area. Continuing down 32 as we hit towards Forest Ranch. Repopulated a couple days ago at this point. We're continuing to work in there, do mop up. Our calls for service have increased since we have more eyes from the public in there. So that's something that we're very active with in making that safe and continue to mop up and strengthen our lines near that community. This island down here is the community of Cohasset. A lot of work being done in there to make that safe, not only from the fire standpoint, but the utility companies in there working to restore power and various other functions so that when that time to become repopulated, then it will be a much safer environment for those members returning to that community so that they come back to some sense of normalcy the best it can. As we go down further on 32 and down towards the heel of the fire, that's looking really good. A lot of good mop-up, depth of mop-up in that area. And so that is another part of our fire that we're feeling more and more comfortable with as days goes on. With this, we do a lot of contingency, so we have lines to back up to if the fire were to get up and run again. And so in the Shasta zone, that isn't directly affected by fire right now, they've put in a lot of good control lines, opened up a lot of previous control lines and expanded those. A lot of fantastic work, hard work that's been done in there. And they should be completed with that project probably later today, but working tirelessly, feverishly to make sure that that area is protected. In the Tehama zone, a lot of contingency lines across the top of the fire and working their way down to meet with the Butte side, again, due to the topography, heavy fuel loading, and even though we have a ton of resources, it seems like there's just so much ground to cover and so much work to do, but they're working around the clock to make sure that those contingency lines are put in. They have really good plans for the contingency and continue to work on that. That's just going to be just a long project to accomplish. On the Butte side, same thing. A lot of work's been done all the way back down towards the heel of the fire, utilizing a lot of fuel breaks, a lot of previous fuels reduction work, which has been fantastic, helped us out, saved us a lot of work. And then with the fire in Mill Creek, resources from that contingency have now started working back towards that area so that we can create a buffer or a secondary control line parallel to that drainage. So if the fire were to come out, that we had something to block it from running back down towards the communities. So that's the overall plan with the contingency. Aircraft-wise, we have over 40 helicopters, rotor wing aircraft assigned to us. We currently have 2 helibases with the expansion to a 3rd soon. Those are flying as much as they possibly can, where they can, due to the smoke conditions. Again, like I said earlier, they cannot always fly in all the time because of the smoke conditions, but where they can, they are flying. They are doing their water dropping missions as well as retardant missions through a mobile retardant base that is established. Our fixed wing aircraft that we have assigned to the incident are also flying when they can to support the troops on the ground. In addition, with the resources that we have and other fires breaking out throughout the state of California, and with the expected weather that we are seeing, we will see a potential increase of initial attack and increased fire behavior with the coming weather, and we are preparing for that. We have contingency plans in place and plans to bring additional resources in. One of the things is we are utilizing resources from other states through the Western States Agreements, in which we will receive help from them like we have provided them. Currently, we have 5 task forces of engines from the state of Texas that are here in California now, and they will be in briefing with us within the next 24 hours and will be directly utilized on the line, probably starting the next shift or the shift after. Additionally, we have resources coming from the states of Nevada, North Dakota, and Utah that will be arriving throughout the days. Also, we have additional resources coming from the California National Guard and other state National Guard assets regarding aircraft, in addition to hand crews. Our first hand crew from the California National Guard looks like it'll be here starting Saturday. That'll be a huge force multiplier for us, and then another package of hand crews coming early next week. Thank you.
Speaking next is CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 Incident Commander Billy C.
Good afternoon. The park incident sits right at 390,000 acres. That's a 5,000 acre growth in the last 24 hours. The majority of that growth happened up in the northeast corner of Tehama County. Currently, the footprint of the park incident, 53,000 acres are within Butte County, and 337,000 acres are within Tehama County. It's 18% contained. You heard the operations section chief talk about the weather patterns. We were able to gain 4% containment on the incident yesterday. This incident has 270 miles of open fire line. Yesterday, gaining the 18% total containment, we were able to close over 50 miles of fire line. We still have a lot of work to do ahead of us. We have 6,000 personnel assigned to the incident, 107 hand crews, 521 engines, 180 dozers, 115 water tenders. You heard the numerous aircraft being utilized, including 41 helicopters, 3 of which are night flying operations to assist the firefighters at night to gain an additional foothold around the perimeter. We've initiated the damage inspection process. We announced that yesterday, and we've been given stats daily. Currently in Butte County, in that 53,000 acre footprint, we're 65% complete. We've done 892 inspections, 258 destroyed structures, 154 of which are single-family dwellings, 32 damaged structures. There are 602 structures that had zero damage due to the fire impact. That's a 68% survival rate within Butte County. In Tehama County, it's 85% complete on the damage inspection process, including 317 sites inspected, 103 destroyed structures, 55 of which are single-family dwellings, 4 damaged structures, 210 structures without any damage. That equates out to a 66% survival rate within Tehama County. Obviously, this area has been impacted over the last decade by several large and damaging fires. We have a large footprint within Tehama County, 337,000 acres. That's a lot of land that's been touched here in the northeast portion of the county. Obviously, we've had damaging fires on both sides of the Tehama Glen unit, and then the Butte unit has witnessed and suffered severe and devastating fires over the last decade. Please keep in mind, we're working extremely hard, making sure our firefighters are engaged, going direct on perimeter control, and trying to shorten this fire up as soon as possible. Thank you.
Speaking next, CAL FIRE Butte Unit and Butte County Fire Department Unit and Fire Chief Garrett Scholin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Around 6,000 personnel assigned to this unit or this fire now, and I can't express enough the gratitude for everyone to come and help us here in Butte and Tehama counties to fight this fire. No single county can handle this on their own, and now we're seeing resources come from out of state, so we appreciate all of that assistance. As we continue to work through this fire, there's parts of the fire that can begin to be repopulated, and that's happening now in Butte County. Sheriff Corey Honey, his staff, and in conjunction with the incident management team, we'll be providing you some more information in just a moment. But I want to touch on a couple factors as we repopulate those areas in Butte County in the past few days and in the coming days. Very important to note that there are hot spots that are potentially still around your residence. We do our best effort to mop up entirely around those structures that are still standing, as well as those that may have been lost. We also do our best to mop up roughly 200 feet in on the perimeter of the fire. However, there are times where we miss deep-seated stump holes or snag trees that may have fire in them. So be cautious, be cognate when you repopulate your areas. Look for assistance if you find those situations, and please don't wander off deep into the fire burn scar for the next few days as you get back into those areas. The second thing I'd like to talk about is Butte County, as we repopulate, has a number of roads that are very narrow. And while you're repopulating and going back into those communities, we're also still traveling with our fire equipment or the equipment that's coming in to replace power poles or other infrastructure. So please, to the citizens that may not live in those areas, do your best to not travel in those roads because it just congests them and it causes delays in us doing our job in the fire zone. So thank you.
Speaking next is the Butte County Sheriff.
Good afternoon. I am Corey Honey, Sheriff of Butte County, and I'm pleased to say that things are continuing to improve in Butte County. We continue to work very hard with our counterparts in fire to reduce evacuation orders to warning, and then hopefully we can move from warnings and get everybody back into their homes without any threats whatsoever. This afternoon, we are lifting warnings in zones 312B, 317A, 273, and 318 in North Chico. We're also reducing evacuation orders to warnings in zones 312A and 317B. Zone 253 will go from an order to a warning, and this includes Cohasset Road west of Biolis Road. I want people to understand we're going to continue to have the traffic control point at that area in place for a few more hours. So you can expect some delays because we need to give residents returning to that area packets of information that's important for them to have with regard to their safety. And I would reiterate what Chief Sholin said. Please be careful as you repopulate these areas. And also, if you don't live in the area, stay out so that residents can get back in, and also we can continue to have emergency personnel have ready access to that area. In Forest Ranch, orders will remain in effect on Highway 32 due to the need for fire personnel to continue to access that area and a lot of congestion on the roadway. However, due to the very limited number of homes in that area, we will be opening up Highway 32 between Platte Mountain Road and Humboldt Road to residents only. There are only about 6 residents in there, so we're able to accommodate that. Those individuals who live there will be able to access that with proof of residency. Please note, though, if you don't live there, it is still under an evacuation order, and it is not open to the public, only residents. And for those residents, also, please be careful. A list of full road closures can be found by visiting buttecounty.net. As I spoke to you yesterday, we have resumed the escort program for residents that need to be escorted into their properties. Escorts can be requested by calling the Butte County Sheriff's Office non-emergency line at area code 530-538-7322. Please be patient, and I'm happy to report from our dispatchers that the vast majority of people who called yesterday were very patient, very pleasant. It made the process go much, much smoother, and it reduced the stress upon everybody involved, not only our dispatchers, but also the people calling. So I appreciate all of you and your patience for that. On another note, we have received a report of looting, one case of looting in Cohasset in which a generator and a Jeep were taken. The Jeep has been recovered, and I have a detectives assigned to actively follow up on that case to locate the generator and also identify the individuals involved. We're going to be working very diligently to try to identify the individuals responsible for that and get them into custody. If you have information that could help us, I would ask that you contact the Butte County Sheriff's Office, ask to speak to Detective Tiffany Astrolago, and the phone number to call is area code 530-538-7321. Folks, we take that very seriously, and I will put investigative resources on those kinds of cases to bring those people to justice. Thank you.
Speaking next is the Tehama County Sheriff.
Good afternoon. Sheriff Dave Kane, Tehama County. I want to first start by thanking the fire service for their heroic efforts that we've seen in Tehama County alone. The vast resources that have come to bear on our areas have done tremendous work to protect our threatened communities. They're small communities, but those communities are very important to us and the way of life that we have here in Tehama County in our rural areas. I want to continue by saying what Sheriff Honey talked about. Our feeding, watering, and animal transportation program is still going in Tehama County. It's been a good success. We're escorting people in and out with a very brief time frame for them to get in. You can contact our administrative office number 530-529-7940 extension 1 to schedule an appointment to get in and out for those items. Last night, we did have a little incident. We had a contractor that is working the fire in an area that they weren't supposed to be. We admonished them. We've notified CAL FIRE, and they're going to work on making sure to deal with that situation. During the course of this, I think all the counties, Butte, Tehama, and Shasta, have given plenty of warnings and identified what's going to happen if you're behind fire lines. And so we are taking a no-nonsense stance on this. In Tehama, no matter why you're behind the fire lines, even if it's trying to be a good Samaritan, you will be arrested in Tehama County and taken outside the fire lines. Tonight, I'll be attending a town hall meeting in Chester at the Chester Fire Station at 6 o'clock. If there's any residents of Mineral and or Mill Creek that would like to attend and have any personal questions for me at that time. Also, I want you to know that the Tehama County Sheriff's Office, Office of Emergency Services, had a meeting yesterday with regards to recovery process with all of our departments within the county for approved preparations as we get ready for repopulation at some point here in the future. Additionally, we did also, good news, we finally reduced the warning sites for zones 882D as in David and 854B as in boy. Those are both in the Vina area between the Vina proper and the fire scar. I've been told to make sure that the public is aware in that area that this will now butt up to the evacuation zone. So please stay out of that area and just access your private residences. Thank you.
Speaking next, Shasta County Sheriff.
Good afternoon. Under Sheriff Randall, Shasta County Sheriff's Office. At this time, Shasta County, we still have a number of areas in Shingletown and Manton that are under evacuation and evacuation warnings. We have 30 zones under evacuation order and 34 zones remain under evacuation warning. As we speak, Sheriff Michael Johnson is in a special meeting of the Shasta County Board of Supervisors. The sheriff has declared a local state of emergency to ensure that allied agencies are mobilized to assist Shasta County if necessary. Our hope is the board will ratify this declaration here momentarily. I want to speak to those who are under evacuation, warnings and orders. We understand the desire to return to your homes. We are in communication, constant communication with our fire officials to determine when that can happen as soon as possible, but it must be done with safety in mind. As relayed by fire officials, there's still potential for increased fire activity. Rest assured, our goal is to have our residents back in their homes as quickly and as safely as possible. We appreciate your cooperation and patience. Thank you very much.
As a final reminder, all the latest fire information, including fire perimeters, links, social media accounts, can all be found online at fire.ca.gov. This concludes today's press briefing. Thanks for joining.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
Good morning, folks. We're a couple minutes out. We do have chairs available up front. If you could please start moving in and start reducing your conversations. 2 minutes out. Okay, good morning, folks. Good morning. Please silence your conversations. Buddy blocks and plant sheets for the park incident. Please silence your conversations or take them out back. Please turn down your cell phones. I'd appreciate it. This is your operational briefing for the park incident, July 31st. Your incident objectives are on page 1. They have not changed. In your current situational update, night operation jet gains. All right, good morning. Overall, yesterday was a good day, fairly quiet fire activity-wise. Starting down in branch 5, the fire line looks really good. We continue to improve and mop up along the edge. Our biggest focus in branch 5 yesterday was out in Cohasset, trying to mitigate any hazard trees and continue to mop up. There's a lot of heat still with ash pits out there that we're trying to get secured for the structure before we repop there. Moving up into branch 10, on the south end of branch 10 is still looking really good. All that's a good control line, continue to mop up. The north end of branch 10 from 36 down to Mill Creek, we got crews in there going direct. It's really hard. The travel times are very long. Logistically, it's getting hard to support, so they're working on a different plan to get folks out there and possibly sticking them out there for a couple of days out there to get that piece buttoned up direct on that north end of branch 10. Branch 12, north of 36, that little finger that squirted out the other day, the crews are going direct on that. We had a dozer in there last night. The dozer tipped over on its side. Non-injury was moved out, so they got to get that uprighted today. Moving over, the rest of branch 12 looking real good. It's hung up still in Battle Creek, and they are continue to go direct in there and try to get that piece buttoned up. Over on the branch 12, branch 15 break down on Little Giant Mill Road. Crews are continuing to go direct on that, trying to keep that in check. Branch 15 working on contingency plans out and around Mineral, and we're still trying to line up where we're going to pinch this thing off between branch 15 and branch 20. Still a lot of heat out and established in Mill Creek and Deer Creek drainages out there. Branch 20, everything's looking really good along the 32 corridor. Mopping up that 150 acre, 120 acre slop in there that happened the other day on Humboldt and 32. Still a lot of heat, but we had a good day, got good mop up in there. The firing up that we did is all secured, tied in, and mopping up along the road. A lot of hazard trees and rollout where the firing up we did comes down onto 32, so a lot of work in there still. Branch 25, looking really good as well with the repop in there. Just controlling the perimeter, mopping up as far as we can in and around the structures, and everything all in there, all in all, is looking really good. Have a good day. Weather, Jeff Tonkin.
Good morning. Smoke continues to dominate the fire environment, the concentration and location of that smoke. And if you notice this morning, a little smokier down here in Chico overnight. Smoke spread out concentrically and then kind of drifted down south toward Chico. So today we expect more widespread smoke and a little thicker on the Butte zone. Heaviest concentration of smoke will still be across branch 15 and branch 12 and to some extent branch 20. But tonight we're going to see some southeast smoke transport winds start to push a lot of the smoke back across to the northwest. So by tomorrow, we should see higher concentrations of smoke across the northwest side of the perimeter here, getting into Redding and Red Bluff. For today, with all the widespread smoke, we should see much lighter winds. So generally, south and southwest and southeast winds about the 4 to 8 mile per hour range, and really low gusts in the afternoon, perhaps getting up to about 10 or 12 miles per hour. So fairly light winds today, but we're going to continue to see a trend upward in temperatures. Definitely starting tomorrow, more abrupt increasing temperatures tomorrow and decreasing relative humidity.
Fire behavior, Scott Weiss.
So we heard the IMET talk a lot about smoke. Smoke shading on this fire, it's going to keep temperatures cooler and it's going to be more stability near the surface. However, I do think that once late afternoon comes, there is a chance for this fire to pick up. So if you see clear skies or the fire stand up, you're going to see changes out there. So for a safety standard, don't be complacent when working on areas that can be reburned. Just expect that if things start picking up, if the smoke starts clearing, we're going to see increased fire behavior with possible spotting. There's still a lot of fire intensity in there, especially the drainages, Antelope Creek, Mill Creek, and Deer Creek. The fire has been continuously running the drainages. It runs the south slope of the drainages and it runs on the ridges. So there's still a lot of fire intensity out there. Our burn window, because of that smoke shading, is going to be a lot smaller. We're not going to see that increased fire behavior as long as you will on other days. So it's going to be advantageous for us. We're also going to have good moisture recoveries tonight. But tomorrow will be an increase in fire behavior, and every day after that. Longer burn windows, poor nighttime recoveries, and we're possibly going to see those plume developments increase throughout the day. Please open up your IEPs and look at the fire behavior forecast and brief your crews on that.
Safety, David Morrison.
Good morning. Today's safety products are on page 8 and 9 of your IAP. Please use those products to brief your crews prior to any work beginning out on the line. Traffic. Repopulation is occurring in a lot of areas that we have operations in. So with that, there's going to be a increase in public vehicles and heavy equipment all competing for the same space of road. So be alert, drive defensively, and plan for extended delays while you travel up and down those roads. Complacency. Changes are occurring quickly to weather, work locations, and your assignments. Be alert, be ready for those changes, and be ready to adjust as they occur. Thank you.
If you're in the back, if you reduce your conversation, I'd appreciate it. Operations, Mark Brunton.
Good morning. A lot of fantastic work's been done on this fire. We've had some days of really good weather that's helped us out to go direct, put together really good plans, start taking on and eating this elephant one bite at a time. Okay, a lot of challenges out there regardless with the change in the weather, and this thing is a beast. So as we're moving forward in the week, we see more and more challenges coming on in regards to our weather. And we're aware of that. We prepare for that. And we've had this opportunity to jump on this thing and take advantage of those opportunities. And today is one of those days of opportunity to get in there, and your leadership, your ops team has put together some very good plans, good strategy and tactics, and we're going to tackle that. Every day we've been challenged as our plans are moving forward, our operations moving forward. We've been getting those spot fires, and you guys have been reacting to those fantastic and taking care of those and keeping those from growing larger. That is commendable. That is a difficult task to do. We only have a finite amount of resources, and you're utilizing them wisely, and you're putting together working well and putting together a good solid plan. Focus. That's going to be the key today, is focus. All right? We've got this opportunity. Let's build on our successes. Let's focus on the plan that's been set forth. Let's focus on our alternatives. Focus on a pace model, because we have this small window to really have a big impact. Focus on sound strategy and tactics in your plan. And most importantly, focus like a champion today.
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Good morning. This morning, you can see the air around you. You can see the aircraft may not be able to fly early this morning, but just because what you see here doesn't mean they're not able to get out in other areas. We have 2 air attacks, 2 tankers, and 1 Type 1 tanker and 1 ASM available this morning. The Helco or air attack will be going up first at 0800 this morning to check the air, and one will either call for the other, or we'll maybe only use helicopters this morning. Whichever way it works, we'll have aircraft out there for you. We have 2 zones. We have the Butte zone and Tehama zone. In the Butte zone, with over 40 helicopters on this fire, we have helicopters available to you from the Chico helibase with 2 Helcos. From the Tehama helibase, we have over 32 helicopters available to you. 28 of those are water dropping. We have 3 night helicopters that are available for night shift. We have a daytime hoist, which is our Firehawk, Copter 606. We have Guard 840 for night. That gives us fire suppression and rescue activity for 24 hours a day on this incident. PG&E will be flying at 0600 till 8 a.m. in the morning. If you need to look up the air assets, please look at page 6 66, 67, and 68. And we have 2 mobile retardant plants in service. Have a good day.
Communications, Tom Webb.
Good morning. Today is a clone day. Come and get cloned today, please, both zones. We have 4 zones we're going to put in your radios today to include all the NIFC system plans that we're going to in the future. Come and get cloned. You have to come and get cloned. There's special frequencies not in the state load. I'll say it one more time. You have to come and get cloned. For today, CDF Command 2, tone 10 or 11 is your command frequency. Command 10 works better in the Tehama zone. Command 11 works better in the Butte zone as a rule. But as you move around the incident, as you go around a bend in the road, you might have to change tones and that other repeater might cover that. Remember that for when we go to the NIFC system. If you have any questions, come and see us. Oh, one last thing, air to ground change for the Butte zone this morning, which drove the need to clone. Air to ground 15 is our air to ground command. Air to ground tactical is the same frequency. We'll get those are in the clone, so come and get that clone one more time. If you have any questions, come see us in the comm unit in the respective base camps. Make it a safe shift.
Medical, Chris Urey.
Good morning. Today's medical plan's on page 71 in your IAP. At the bottom of the 206 is the reporting instructions for any line emergencies that you may have. Follow those instructions and we'll get you the help that you need. Please brief your crews on those procedures in your morning breakouts and your briefings this morning. We'll have fireline medics, RIMS teams, and dedicated ALS ambulances out on the line for you today. We also have CalMat and MERT both here in the Butte base and also at the Tehama base. If you have any issues, you can come see myself in the medical unit right next door or the medical unit leader at the Tehama base. Have a safe shift.
Logistics, Steve Doman.
Good morning. If you turn to page 81 in your IAP, you'll find the logistics message for both the Tehama base and Butte base with your service hours and hydration locations. For resources assigned to the Butte base, refer to pages 85 and 87 for your facility map and ground support unit leader or ground support locations. For resources assigned to the Tehama base, refer to page 88 for your facility map and resource and ground support locations. For both the Butte and Tehama base on page 82, you're going to find a supply and ground support message. Ground support is set up and available for your repair and maintenance needs, including your level B services at 5,000 miles. And additionally, as a reminder, for any durable items left out on the line, we require a CAL FIRE 101 form signed by your division before you come back into supply to resupply your needs. Thank you.
Training, Sean Wilson.
Training specialists are available at both Butte and Tehama bases today. We currently have over 450 trainees on the park incident, but only we need about 300 of those have not checked in to training yet. So if you're a trainee on the incident or you have a trainee underneath you, make sure they come by the training office at either camp to check in. On page 72, today's IAP lists where those locations are, as well as which documents you need to bring by the training office. If you have any questions, just come by and see us. Thank you.
Information, Blanca Mercado.
Good morning. If you could please turn to page 73 in your IAP. I have the most recent numbers for your incident status box if you're clear to copy. We have acreage at 389,791. That's 389,791. Containment is at 18%. That's 18. Total personnel is at 5,849. That's 5,849. Just to the right of the page, you'll see 2 QR codes. The first one's the California State Penal Code that allows the media to enter scenes of a disaster. The one just below that is our CAL FIRE social media policy. Please become familiar with both. We are collecting photos and videos. Come see us, our trailers at the entrance of base camp. We do have a few items in lost and found. If you were driving a white pickup truck and lost a duffel bag, we have it. We also have a couple communication devices and credit cards, and a large box of fire engine parts. Mail service is available. Please utilize the example at the bottom of the page for your shipping label. Have a safe shift.
Liaison, Zach Hamill.
Good morning. We're still looking for cooperators, agency representatives, and stakeholders to check in with the liaisons. We have liaisons at both bases. Additionally, we are hosting a cooperators meeting at 10 a.m. and it's simulcast between the both bases. So if you're in Tehama base, you can go to the Tehama room. If you're at the Butte base, you can go to the Harvest Hall. Thank you.
At Finance, Roger Rains.
Good morning. The finance section in the Tehama zone is located in the metal building next to the briefing area. If you're here in the Butte zone, we're in the metal building just past the plans building here. Couple notes this morning. If you're a local government agency or OES, please check in at both zones, wherever you're assigned, with the OES rep. In the Tehama zone, the OES trailer's out by the front gate. Here in the Butte zone, it's just back over here past the light post in the middle of the travel area over here. Shift tickets. If you're line leadership, that includes division group soups, strike team leaders, staging area managers. We need you to sign those things and get them into finance in either area, either zone. Also, you can sign the federal shift tickets and CTRs, and we need to make sure you're doing that. If you're a federal employee or a federal contracted resource, we have a process set up now in both zones. Please see the second page of our finance message, and the whole finance message starts on page 75. Have a great day.
Butte Zone Operations, Jeremy Pierce.
Good morning. I know a common theme is thanking all you guys for your hard work, and it's sincere. There's a tremendous amount of work that's been done around this fire in a short period of time. So just like when you're at home, if you've got company coming over to your house, you spend that day before they come over cleaning up your house, right? Making sure that everything's looking right. Well, tomorrow we've got company coming, and it's Mother Nature, and she's overstaying her welcome by a couple of days. So I ask all of you guys to clean up your line, clean up your shop, look for your weak points, get those taken care of, strengthen your lines, and that's my ask for everybody today out there. And I know you guys are going to get out there and do it, so I appreciate it. We're going to start with a little roll call down to the division level. Butte, Deputy Operations Dyer. Here. Branch 5, Lee. Here. Bravo, Matson. Here. Bravo X-ray, Becerra. Here. All right, down on Branch 5. That's where a lot of the work has been done over the last couple of days to get that all taken care of. We do have potential repop of Cohasset over the next couple of days. I'm hoping within the next 4 days. There is a lot of hazard trees up there, so get up in there. Let's identify those hazard trees, work with the fellow bunchers up there and the followers up there, get them taken down so that we can get those folks back into their house nice and safe. As we move up onto the eastern side, coming up 32 corridor, they took care of the, we had a little island down there below Forest Ranch. Took care of that yesterday with a firing op. Let's make sure it's cooled down, take care of the smokes. There's not many in there, but we do have a lot of folks back in their houses. You're the ambassadors for all the work you've done, so let's continue helping those folks out in whatever needs they have. As we move up a little bit above Forest Ranch, we're going to start repopulating a little bit further up as well over the next couple of days, so take that into consideration. All right, Branch 20. Jerry. Here. Trainee Bartow. Here. Bravo Foxtrot, Con. Here. Trainee Clifford. Here. Bravo Hotel, Alvarez. Here. Bravo Kilo Carp. Here. Bravo November, Top. Here. All right. Branch 20, this is our priority division, or excuse me, priority branch for the day. As you move up and around the top part of 32 and that Humboldt where we had that slop over a couple days ago, we still got to make sure that's cool. There's a lot of heat still in there. It's definitely a lot of work was done yesterday. It's looking much better, but let's keep it in its footprint. And as it moves around down into the branch 15 area and our partners over there, please tie that in and work with our partners who are working up in that branch 15 area to get those lines. We've got our contingency lines are all going in there. There's going to be a lot of equipment moving through that area. About 50 plus dozers are going to be moving through that area, so please be cognizant of that as well. Moving down in that 32 that we fired a couple of days, the rollout's tremendous and the trees are coming down. So keep your head up. We got a lot of smoke and it's hard to see in that area. So watch out for those hazard trees, identify them, get them down on the ground, use your safety caution as well in there. I don't want any trees coming down into vehicles or on top of people, so please be careful up in that area. But we do need to mop it up, watch for the rollout, get that buttoned up before that weather comes in. So please take care of that. All right, branch 25, Gorham. Here. Trainee Kidwell. Here. Bravo Papa, Shelly. Bravo Tango, Martin. Bravo Victor, Cepeda. All right. So in branch 25, we still have to take care of our contingency lines behind you guys, as well as that Forest Ranch area. So please work in that area with our contingencies, support them, get those lines in, those secondary lines. It's looking pretty good, and I got a lot of confidence in that 32 corridor. But let's make sure it's buttoned up and make sure we got those smokes taken care of. Moving over into contingency, we've got Boston. So he's got a big job today. I have full confidence in Gus and taking care of all of our operation plans and the big picture, getting our primary lines above us and to the north and contingency lines as well. Thank you for all your hard work. Have a good shift, you guys. Please be safe. Please take a look at all the little things and let's get them taken care of.
Okay, a couple reminders. Your division breakouts are out past the bleachers on the back. Your unassigned resources will be over here. As far as meetings, it's been noted that we have the cooperatives meeting virtually. We'll be in the harvest room over here, and Tehama will be in the Tehama room. Meetings will be 17 hours. The planning meeting will be over in the harvest. Your next meeting will be here tomorrow morning at 0700. And closing comments, Unified IC, Todd Mack and Billy C.
Good morning. Start off with a big thank you. Thanks for the hard work that's been going on since day one of the incident. Fire's tested all of us. It's kept us moving. It's kept us guessing at times. Right actions have been taken continually, day after day after day. Probably don't say thank you enough from the incident commander level, but I'm going to start off this morning with a thank you. The other message I'm going to leave you with is going direct when it's possible is exactly what I like to do. It's what makes sense, as long as we're contingency driven as well. So direct, but planning for if we can't get in there, and I know that's what's happening, and I appreciate that. Continue to stay safe and aggressive, and we'll get around this. Thank you.
All right, good morning. 270 miles of perimeter. You guys have gained 18% containment on this. That equates out to nearly 50 miles of perimeter control in 7 days. This thing's moved out in the first 60 hours, 5,000 acres an hour. Okay? You've done a lot of great work down here around Chico and Butte County getting the public back in that were adversely affected and evacuated. We still have a lot more work to do in there. Look at this northeast corner. That's a tough chunk of piece of ground to get into. We get that. We're going to take this one step at a time, keep moving forward. Each day we gain successes. We gain those wins. But I need you to understand, we got adverse conditions coming. Potential thunderstorms, potential winds, increased temperatures, decreased relative humidities. We're going into the heart of fire season starting in August. We got a long road ahead of us. Stay safe out there, be patient, take advantage of the conditions we have today, double down and move forward, but have that pace map in the back of your mind on where we're going in case something stands up and starts running. Thank you.
And that concludes your operational briefing. Unassigned resources over here to my right, division breakouts out in the back. If you're in the Tehama zone, please report up to the stage. Once again, if you're listed in the IEP on the Tehama zone, please report up to the stage. Thank you.
2.
Good afternoon, welcome. This is the 3 p.m. press briefing for the park incident. I'm Jonathan Cox, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. The intention of this briefing is to share the latest incident information. Today's speakers, we will hear from representatives from Butte County, Tehama County, and Shasta County. To start things off, we'll get an operational update from CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3, Operations Section Chief Mark Brunton.
Good afternoon. The past 24 hours, we've seen our fire behavior not increase significantly by any stretch, which is a very positive thing. We've been able to utilize that time effectively and efficiently with our resources to continue our suppression operations and go direct with the fire as much as possible. Take you around the fire and give you the update as to what we've been seeing within the past 24 hours. As we move up the western part of the fire, we're seeing a lot of good direct suppression activities. The lower part of the fire, well mopped up, direct line. Found very few heat signatures anywhere close to the line, so exactly what we want to see with the fire at that point in the time. As we move into this pocket, now we have direct line in that area, continued heavy mop up, a lot of heavy fuels down and so forth, so a lot of work within that interior, but looking very good and feeling very confident within that area of the fire. Moving further up as we move towards the Highway 36 corridor, one of the challenges in this area is it's very steep, rugged terrain, long drives, 2, 3, 4 hours to be able to insert crews by ground into that area and to put direct line in. It's a lot of grassland, using hand crews. That's a lot of tough work. Going through some of the terrain is very difficult. Very dangerous areas for firefighters, not only with the fire, but also the steep, rugged terrain. But they are in there and they are inserted and doing a lot of good work within that area, but that's just going to take a lot of time. That's challenged us in the past 24 hours, previous day with a lot of spot fires. So as crews are trying to go direct, a lot of times they have to divert from that direct attack and pick up those spot fires, which does drain the resources a bit. But if we do not go after those, that could prove more dangerous and, more importantly, create more of a spread of the fire, which we want to keep to an absolute minimum. So they've been doing an outstanding job jumping on those when they can and going after that. As we hit the Highway 32 corridor, the Lanes Valley area, we've had a lot of success in getting direct line there, but some of that has been very challenging as well. Continuing to put the direct line in there, and again, same issues with spotting and stopovers previous shifts, but this one so far we've been holding, and it's just given our crews an opportunity to jump in there and continue the suppression actions. But still a lot of work to be done in there, a lot of hot spots to handle. As we continue around the part of the fire, or the community of Mineral, a lot of work being done in there to prep that, to protect it, putting in additional lines and contingency lines to protect the community, and to give us a second line of defense from the main fire if it decides to make a push. As we move down the Highway 32 corridor, this area in particular, big challenge, hard terrain to fight fire in and work in, steep, heavy fuels, a lot of just big challenges for our crews within that to fight fire, and just a lot of work to be done in there. So we're using this time to get crews in, go as direct as we can, look at different alternatives to put lines in and contingencies, but it's just really tough terrain to fight fire in. One of our big challenges is the Mill Creek drainage. Fire is established in there. One of the challenges that we have within this area is due to the weather conditions, the smoke is really layered in there. That makes it difficult for our ground crews to be able to see and look into the drainage, know where the fire is at. So for firefighter safety and for effectiveness, they just can't dive into this very steep, rugged drainage without knowing where the fire is, what it's doing, and where they can put their control lines in effectively. So that is something that we're constantly evaluating. What we do know as far as what the fire is doing is through thermal imaging and some of the technology to know where the heat signature images are. And there is establishment of fire in there, and it is pretty significant with heat signatures. So we are cognizant of that. In the meantime, looking at contingency plans and putting in contingency line along parallel to that drainage to give us a foothold and to give something to block the fire if it were to come out, so it doesn't come down the other side behind us. So that's constantly being evaluated and worked, and once the air clears and we can look into that drainage, develop a better plan, and then more importantly, use our aircraft to help suppress the fire. Because of the smoke layer being in there, it's not effective, nor efficient, nor safe, more importantly, for us to fly the aircraft to do any sort of suppression operations. Continuing down towards Butte Meadows, there's still a very large slop from about 2 days ago that we're continuing to work. Again, that was heavy fuels in there. A lot of heat within that, so the crews are are hitting that hard. Make sure that nothing comes out of there when weather conditions do lift. We have in the past few days gotten a lot of spotting out of that just due to the type of fuels that are burning and the heat that is being held within that area. So working really hard on that to protect that area. Continuing down 32 as we hit towards Forest Ranch. Repopulated a couple of days ago at this point. We're continuing to work in there, do mop up. Our calls for service have increased since we have more eyes from the public in there. So that's something that we're very active with in making that safe and continue to mop up and strengthen our lines near that community. This island down here is the community of Cohasset. A lot of work being done in there to make that safe, not only from the fire standpoint, but the utility companies in there working to restore power and various other functions so that when that time to become repopulated, then it will be a much safer environment for those members returning to that community so that they come back to some sense of normalcy the best it can. As we go down further on 32 and down towards the heel of the fire, that's looking really good. A lot of good mop up, depth of mop up in that area. And so that is another part of our fire that we're feeling more and more comfortable with as days goes on. With this, we do a lot of contingency, so we have lines to back up to if the fire were to get up and run again. And so in the Shasta zone, that isn't directly affected by fire right now. They've put in a lot of good control lines, opened up a lot of previous control lines and expanded those. A lot of fantastic work, hard work that's been done in there. And they should be completed with that project probably later today, but working tirelessly, feverishly to make sure that that area is protected. In the Tehama zone, a lot of contingency lines across the top of the fire and working their way down to meet with the Butte side, again, due to the topography, heavy fuel loading, and even though we have a ton of resources, it seems like there's just so much ground to cover and so much work to do, but they're working around the clock to make sure that those contingency lines are put in. They have really good plans for the contingency and continue to work on that. That's just going to be just a long project to accomplish. On the Butte side, same thing. A lot of work's been done all the way back down towards the heel of the fire, utilizing a lot of fuel breaks, a lot of previous fuels reduction work, which has been fantastic, helped us out, saved us a lot of work. And then with the fire in Mill Creek, resources from that contingency have now started working back towards that area so that we can create a buffer or a secondary control line parallel to that drainage. So if the fire were to come out, that we had something to block it from running back down towards the communities. So that's the overall plan with the contingency. Aircraft-wise, we have over 40 helicopters, rotor wing aircraft assigned to us. We currently have 2 helibases with the expansion to a 3rd soon. Those are flying as much as they possibly can, where they can, due to the smoke conditions. Again, like I said earlier, they cannot always fly in all the time because of the smoke conditions, but where they can, they are flying. They are doing their water dropping missions as well as retardant missions through a mobile retardant base that is established. Our fixed wing aircraft that we have assigned to the incident are also flying when they can to support the troops on the ground. In addition, with the resources that we have and other fires breaking out throughout the state of California and with the expected weather that we are seeing, we will see a potential increase of initial attack and increased fire behavior with the coming weather, and we are preparing for that. We have contingency plans in place and plans to bring additional resources in. One of the things is we are utilizing resources from other states through the Western States Agreements, in which we will receive help from them like we have provided them. Currently, we have 5 task forces of engines from the state of Texas that are here in California now, and they will be in briefing with us within the next 24 hours and will be directly utilized on the line, probably starting the next shift or the shift after. Additionally, we have resources coming from the states of Nevada, North Dakota, and Utah that will be arriving throughout the days. Also, we have additional resources coming from the California National Guard and other state National Guard assets regarding aircraft, in addition to hand crews. Our first hand crew from the California National Guard looks like it'll be here starting Saturday. That'll be a huge force multiplier for us, and then another package of hand crews coming early next week. Thank you.
Speaking next is CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 Incident Commander Billy C.
Good afternoon. The park incident sits right at 390,000 acres. That's a 5,000 acre growth in the last 24 hours. The majority of that growth happened up in the northeast corner of Tehama County. Currently, the footprint of the park incident, 53,000 acres are within Butte County, and 337,000 acres are within Tehama County. It's 18% contained. You heard the operations section chief talk about the weather patterns. We were able to gain 4% containment on the incident yesterday. This incident has 270 miles of open fire line. Yesterday, gaining the 18% total containment, we were able to close over 50 miles of fire line. We still have a lot of work to do ahead of us. We have 6.
Okay, I'm back, friends. So I'm not quite done taking care of my business. Thank you, mods, for holding down the fort. Hope everything's been okay. Sorry that looped more than once. I need to put the cameras up. Has anything happened? I have not really been able to even follow this. Just concentrating on eating and cooking noises, you know. So I had a nice little burger. So and some leftovers. So it wasn't a hot dog, but hey, that'll come later. So let me quickly scroll up a little bit. Let's see. I spoke about Rockwool and stuff earlier. Okay, I think I can close that. This is CAL FIRE Madeira Mariposa. No new info regarding that. Have you guys heard anything new on the chat? Radio chatter? 26 minutes ago, an update on the park. 391,000 plus acres and 18% containment. Smoke will continue to be heavy tonight across the northern part. Weather conditions look very similar to previous nights, with light southwest and southeast winds. Temperatures to 50s and 60s, and humidity up to 55% tonight. Okay, so it's a race against time. They've got another night where it will probably, hopefully, be good for them. Critical weather, though, continues Friday through Monday. Warmer and drier. Thunderstorms Friday through Saturday. But they're not expected to develop over the perimeter. However, storms could drift from the southeast over the fire area Friday night into Saturday morning. I hope we're not buffering. Main impacts could be abundant lightning, new fire starts, and winds up to 45 miles an hour. That means it could be 104 degrees and humidity as low as 15%. Okay, so nearby thunderstorms could cause kind of a vacuum effect or a fan effect. It doesn't have to be directly over it. And the threat from new lightning means we should all keep our go bags ready in the region and be ready to go to moment's notice, because they'll have to go chasing after new lightning starts if there are any, in order to put them out real quick and then get back to this. It's not acceptable if lightning strikes a little bit away to just to ignore it. So there's all these factors. Even if there isn't any wind that does this, fire can jump the lines Friday and Saturday, or lightning could be somewhat nearby. Just because of what will happen with winds, perhaps. With the Shelly, we got very lucky, but it was luck that nearby thunderstorms didn't fan it up, but that's luck. They form really quickly, and just we gotta pray that wherever lightning strikes, it's wet. Don't count on it. Lava rocks make for hard and slow work for the hand crews. That's long drive times and steep and rugged terrain. Yeah, I've heard them on the radio saying stuff like, there's, half a mile where we can't make a dozer line because it's solid rock, which is a thin layer of dirt on the top with the grass, but break the blade. So that limits their options. It means that in the northern and western section, the grassy part of this fire, their best hope is lighting fires in front of the fire and retardant. And when it lays down a little bit at night, going direct, which means just go up to it, put water in it, like in the field. And that'll vary from place to place where they could do that. But if they do put it out with water in one, like say the section of an area, and they can't do that on the left or the right, they just do that in the center, it doesn't matter because the grass fire would go past them. It would take a lot of units. But maybe nighttime helicopters could help. If it's steep and rugged and rocky terrain, you can't just drive up to it, can you? So it's hard. It's a more difficult than usual kind of a grass and bush fire. But have heart. They've had a lot of time to protect the structures and get them prepped. Everything from like the lighthouse we heard on the radio to not lighthouse, firehouse, fire lookout, to the entire towns of Shingletown and Manton. They've got a lot of dozer lines protecting Shingletown up at the cliff's edge. I'll come back and show you guys some images later. I will download about battle maps when I do come back, but I do have to take a little time now. So I'm going to put on the cams. I just want to make sure there's no new update or new evacuations or something with Pedro. 24 minutes ago. Evacuation update. Good. It's a reduction in Mariposa County for the Pedro. The Hunters Valley area, Hunters Valley Road to Ditwiller Road, and Piney Creek Trailer Park to Spring Gulch. Awesome. So it looks like they did complete that dozer between the structure and the hill that was burning last night. I agree that getting people out, at daylight was a great idea, so that they could just work and not worry. And it appears that they're letting people back in. They lifted all areas north of 132. So that's great. If you have questions, go to the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office page for updates and links or course and watch duty. And I have these links to watch duty itself in the description of this video. So that's great. Now we're waiting for darkness and dusk, and then we'll hear air attack, hopefully. I'm going to put that on. And they'll probably report things as they leave the lines. Let's see if there's any helicopters and stuff. Don't see any by the Pedro. And I was hoping there'd be at least somebody looking around. I was very smoky today. 8:28. I don't actually see anybody. Okay. Well, usually on watch duty, if your attack says something like that, then they'll report it. We may have to wait for the midnight mapping plane, but I hope not. When the cameras go to infrared, we'll see through the smoke. And hopefully get some direct views on the fire. This is the calm before the storm. We gotta wish our heroes luck and health and safe, Godspeed. This is one of the last days that they have to fully prepare for what lies ahead. Crazy thunderstorms. Great, thank you, mods, for holding on the fort. Are you guys able to? You guys able to hold it down a little bit longer? I've got to speak with C-Probe and then try to reach out to the mods and see when I can speak with them if they have to go to bed tonight. So, I put them off for hours, but this, oops. The show has to be going, right? So you guys can let me know later, what they just said, or maybe we'll watch it again when I can come back. But I think Morgan's Summit, if we can see it in infrared, might show the fire that's been out of view. The northeast edge, I'm so worried about. Northeast edge of the park, as it makes its way towards Mineral and still threatens Butte Meadows. So Morgan Summit should finally show us what's just out of view of the Colby Mountain. Yeah. So, okay. There's no air ops in the Pedro. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're anywhere. Oh no, Desi. Yeah, I sympathize with the plumbing problem. I had a bathroom leak that almost killed me, actually, because I was like, why is there water by the toilet years ago? And I thought that maybe it was splashes from when I had a clog. But the clog was it was yesterday. There shouldn't, even a couple of drops of water on the floor shouldn't still be wet. So I touched the handle to turn off the water to the toilet itself, thinking there must be a slow leak out of the tank or something. I woke up being dragged out of the water because I was knocked unconscious. There was a crack in the pipe with that little handle thing, and that was what was leaking. So it was under high pressure. I touched it. It shattered. It beamed me in the head, knocked me out. I was on my back, and the room filled with water, and I began to drown. What a freak accident. But I was rescued by my boyfriend at the time, but then had to call 911 to try to get the water shut off because the entire thing had just burst out of the wall. So it was like having a mini hydrant in my bathroom, going from one wall and spraying the wall behind it. And the boyfriend at the time, he tried his best with rags in his hands. He wrapped them around pipes, and it was pushing him backwards, like on the floor, while I was on the phone with 911. So everybody should know that two things. I have two pieces of wisdom. Call 911 with a plumbing emergency if you must, if it's that bad. They respond. Firefighters respond to water emergencies as well as fire. Especially you have multiple floors involved. You don't know how to shut the water off. You can't. They'll do it. And that is an appropriate 911 call. And then the second thing is when there's something in the bathroom and you are struggling to, you have to like bail it out and it's going to overflow. Take some sort of a crescent wrench or pliers, and at the base of the toilet, just pop off those little caps. You'll see a little wing nut thing, and loosen it, and then push with your feet the toilet aside, and then that gives you a hole in the floor. And the firefighters taught me this trick. And then as soon as you do that, push the wax ring away, it'll drain, and that can save your lower floors. And if I had known that, there would have been a lot less damage, but it made me homeless for a while. It was severe damage in the dead of winter. So I got wet, soaking wet, had to go outside, and my hair was freezing. It was a freaking awful event, and I lost a lot in possessions. Yeah, that is Final Destination stuff, Dustin. I know. Like, I was so lucky that he was there and responded to the sound in the bathroom. He said, at first I thought you just dropped something on the toilet, like a ding, but then I hear a spraying sound, and I was like, well, she's probably in the shower. Then he thought better and to check on me, or I would have, how embarrassing would that be? Put that on your tombstone. Drowned due to toilet water, or water meant for the toilet. Drowned in like 6 inches of water meant for the toilet. Undignified, man. Undignified. So, and the last thing is you have to be safe. If the water keeps going higher and higher and filling a room, it will eventually reach the electricity. So, like the wall circuits, and so you'll get electrocuted if you keep walking in it, potentially, especially if you're in the room with the appliances like your washer and dryer. So you can't touch with wet hands the circuit breaker. Get a broom handle, something that's wooden, and rake all those circuits to off. And then you'll be plunged into darkness. So have a flashlight already. And take these steps. You can turn off the water at the hose bibs under the sink. Well, that's the thing that broke off, was the valve. The one under the one on the wall. That goes from the wall to the toilet. So it was on the second floor, so high pressure. Yeah, check on these things. Like, make sure they're not corroded and stripped out before you do it, of course, but nobody ever does, right? All right, I'm going to turn on Butte County, and I don't know if they'll be speaking very often. I have to put it up here that we'll return soon and check back often. Listening to Butte County.
Angle Quebec, branch 15 on command. The E number for the broke down dozer.
Welcome back. Thank you. Okay. See Park, Borel, Nixon, Pedro Fire. Sorry, they're out of order. If you're on a well, kill the power. That's good. That's good advice. But also have flex tape and stuff. There's actually things you can buy for emergencies where you have to close off the water to a pipe, and it makes your own little valve. Either flex tape, and there's kits like a strap with a wrench. Any kind of strap, even a belt from your closet would have helped. Wrap something like plastic around it and then tighten it with a belt. Do what you can. But now I always know how to turn off the water because of that event. But that would have saved a lot of my furniture from ruining, and the walls and stuff from ruining. And it was awful experience. All right, friends, I gotta go. I'll be checking back soon. Make sure my family's okay. Talk to C-Pro. He can sometimes go drop off supplies. He's such an awesome person. And I gotta check in with my moms to see if I can make chaos not happen. Make lives easier for everybody involved. Yeah. Well, if right to repair was a thing, more people would be handy. Because everybody's looking for ways to save money. But I break half the stuff I try to repair because it's meant to be that way. But there's steps in that right direction. We can't waste the world's resources when we're going to run out and they'll be too expensive. Anyway, I'll be back soon, friends. And remember, I'm still watching. I've got the phone in my pocket and I can see chat. I'm waiting for darkness and then we'll be able to see through some of the smoke, I hope. All right. See you soon, friends.
Branch 15, traffic from Tango, Quebec. Go ahead. Request number for the piece of equipment is Echo 715. Copy.
Lima November, 10 Alpha on command. Go ahead, get off on command. Yeah, I was just touching base with you guys still looking for something. That's affirmative. We're trying to pull all our people out of Little Giant Mill Road. They got a bunch of Type 3s rolling in there now, so we're back up on 36. Okay, copy that. Just heads up. We don't have any more vehicles left on the division, so we'll just need you guys to kind of be mobile, especially over in that Oasis area. And Alpha copy. As well as the Sky Ranch area. If you drive through there, everything looks alright for them. And Alpha copy.
Park Communications Division 2, Papa, on command, how do you copy?
Foxtrot. grass, IC 28, strike component 40, dispatch level medium. Brush, IC 32, BI 152, dispatch level high. Timber, IC 19, BI 125, dispatch level high. And of indices 2100, KBC 21. 32 Charlie, 44. Charlie, 44 Lima.
Medical, 50 Concordia Lane, Unit 122A Alpha. Engine 91, Butte Medics, Medical, L person, 50 Concordia Lane, Unit 122A Alpha, Country Crest, between Edgewood Drive and the dead end, 2110.
Truck 74, medics arrived prior to our arrival. Truck 74 at the Bellevue response area.
74, 2111.
74. Engine 91.
Engine 91, Orville.
Requesting OPD, code 3 to the front of the station for a individual having a disturbance.
Engine 91, 2113.
91. Engine 91 medic 15. 2120. Communications. I'm at Romeo 32 on command. Communications. I'm at Romeo 32 operating on the park incident. Please advise me aircraft is en route to the incident. 9212 Golf on command.
medical, AutoZone 1970, Oregon Boulevard East. Fox 91, Butte Medical, Altered LOC 1970, Oregon Boulevard East, between Lincoln Boulevard and Meyer Street. 2135.
Engine 91 en route, Owen, you can pick up this.
Engine 91, 2135.
Units responding, AutoZone for OPD, stage, truck 91. Borel, truck 91, copy stage. 2137.
Checking, making sure you're on the right track.
Go ahead, Jay.
And still in lane. Company 71, Butte Medical, injuries from a previous quad accident. Patient will be located in a blue Dodge pickup in the area of Highway 99 in Skillet Lane, 2138. fire. Northbound Highway 99, south of Highway 149. Utility 9 to 1, Agent 941, Rescue 44, Company 45, Butte Medics, TC, Directed Vegetation, north on Highway 99, south of Highway 149, first unit at C99, I see on Calcourt, standby for response, check back, 2144. Medical 41, Rosita Way. J91, Company 64, Butte Medics, medical, fall with back injury, 41, Rosita Way, to Las Plumas Avenue, and Crestridge Drive, 2145. Where we respond. Orbital response check back. TC directed edge. Northbound Highway 99 south of 149. Engine 941. Butte Medics responding. Rescue 44. Rescue 44. Utility 91. Utility 91. Responding first unit at C99 IC on Calcourt 2136. Correction 2146.
units responding or staging. Autos and Ordon Boulevard East. Cancel, we're to the quarters, truck 91. Truck 91 available response area. 2148.
Engine 972, engine 73, company 45, company 25, water tender 45, water tender 74. TC, threat to vegetation in the area of northbound Highway 99, north of Highway 149. First thing I see, 99 IC on V-Fire 22, secondary V-Fire 23, stand by for response check back, 2150. With a correction, units responding TC with threat to vegetation in the area of Highway 99 north of Highway 149. First chance seen 99 IC on V-Fire 23, secondary V-Fire correction, V-Fire 22, secondary V-Fire 23. Stand by for response check back on Butte Command, 2151.
Orville, into 941.
41 Orville.
Engine 941's at scene. We have a fully involved vehicle off the roadway. We have about 100 by 30 spot in the grass between two roads. Continue response.
Units responding TC with threat to vegetation in the area of Highway 99 north of Highway 149, engine 941, 99 IC on V-Fire 22, secondary V-Fire 23, 2151.
Well, Rescue 44, can you confirm if we're going to be on command or be local?
Rescue 44, remain on Butte local, 2152. Orville with response check back, TC with threat to vegetation in the area of northbound Highway 99, north of Highway 149. All units responding, engine 941, 99 IC on V-Fire 22, secondary V-Fire 23, 2153.
Original engine 91, medic 15.
2153.
Orville 99, I see.
I see, Orville.
Forward progress stop, continue one engine. Cancel down.
Rescue 44 is empty.
Spawning CC with threat to vegetation, with exception of engine 972. Cancel. Return to quarters. Utility 91.
Utility 91's at scene, no change.
Units canceled, 2155.
Orville 99, I see.
I see, Orville.
We have one patient, moderate injuries. Forward progress stop.
The 2156.
Orville 99, I see. EMS supervisor, I see.
I see, 2157.
Borel engine 972, medics at scene, 10 to go.
Confirming engine 972.
Engine 274.
74, 2201.
Warville 99IC, ready to copy Latin Law.
Orville.
Warville 99IC, ready to copy Latin Law.
99IC, Orville, affirmative.
39.38.083 by 121.42.478.
IC 2210.
Orville, helicopter 1 November Charlie. Come in.
Helicopter 1 November Charlie. Orville.
1 November Charlie's off. Red Bluff, we are entering the TFR, assuming Park Helco. The visibility hasn't been great, but we're going to give it a shot here as the day goes on, and I'll fly follow with you.
1 November Charlie, positive AFF, 2313.
1 November Charlie, Park Helco.
night operations, Park Helco, on command.
Helco, you calling night operations?
Affirmative, we're just coming into the fire over at Tango Hotel area. We're going to try and make our way over to Mill Creek and see if we can get into the smoke. Hasn't been cooperating yet, so just wanted to make contact with you. Is that still a priority? If we are able to bring a water drop in.
Yeah, affirmative. If we could get in Mill Creek and try and check that thing up, it'd be great. I know talking to IMET tonight, there's a possibility of an east wind, and if we have some open air first thing in the morning, maybe we could pass on to air attack and day Helco tomorrow, that maybe get some retardant in there in Mill Creek to try and check that up if we have clear air first thing in the morning.
Okay, copy. And once I'm able to get over there, I'll see if I can come up with a plan and pass it on. And confirming the equipment's working on the south side of Mill Creek, making their way in, or on the north side, or both?
Yeah, mainly on the south side on the Lassen Trail. They're kind of coming up with some contingency plans over there.
Okay, I copy.
Also, we do have unmanned Romeo 3-1 in the area that's been flying off and on some IR missions for us.
I copy, in contact. I'll make sure we're steering clear, and I think he's up in Quebec right now.
Okay, they did split the mod, so we have one in Tehama and then one down on the south end near Mill Creek.
Copy, thank you.
Bravo, Foxtrot.
Night operation with the same in November on command.
Engine 81, medical 7010 Skyway Unit 43, Ponderosa Gardens Hotel.
Tehama, November, night operation.
Yeah, I was just hearing your traffic with Night Helco. We're definitely getting that east wind push down 36 here in Tehama, November right now. It's pretty mild, but if it goes like it did the other night, it'll pick up about midnight.
Okay, copy. Yeah, hopefully we'll get that, and we can get those night droppers in working.
lost Beards and Houston Station. Man.
Butte Night Operations, Branch 20 on command.
Butte Night Operations.
About another half hour of prep time, and then I'll let you know when we're starting.
Okay, I copy. Perfect. And then I don't know if you copy, Helka's kind of making his way around, seeing if he can get in that Mill Creek area and take a look for us.
Pass the word to the unmanned Romeo.
99 IC, Orville.
Go ahead.
99 IC, Orville, do you have an estimated commitment time for units at scene?
Orville, we'll clear in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Q27.
Fargo, Rescue 44 is double.
Return to quarters, 2227.
Rescue 44.
Orville within 81 medic descent.
2232.
Night operations. Night Helco. I'll come in.
Night operations.
Okay, we tried poking in about 3 different ways. We made it right to the fire's edge there at the Butte Tehama zone, and to get smoked out the higher we go. Came in from the north, came in from the south, and it's going to be a no-go for any water droppers tonight. So we'll have to see how it goes for tomorrow.
Okay, I copy. I appreciate you trying, and then I understand that tomorrow night will be just kind of a request only. They're going to keep you available for IA stuff. Is that correct?
Affirmative. Yeah, once we kind of move back into that role, we want to keep everything available as needed for to support the criteria.
Okay, copy. I appreciate taking a look, and we'll talk to you later.
Okay, sounds good. Break Orville. Night, Helco. Welcome in. Helco, Orville. 1 November Charlie, Night Helco is headed back to Red Bluff with about a 10-minute ET. I'll give you a call. We're on the ground. Helco, positive AFF. 2237. Helco. Orville Rescue 44 is in quarters down, staff engine 44 spell responser.
Engine 44, 2239.
Engine 44.
Unmanned Romeo, Butte, Kilo on command. Unmanned Romeo, Division Butte, Kilo on command 2. Kilo, branch 20. Yeah, branch 20, go ahead for Kilo. We have something for Unmanned Romeo. I'm going to have them up here for a few hours for a firing operation. Copy. My need is low priority, so probably just have to disregard. Thinking around midnight, 1 o'clock, they'll be freed up if you have something for them. Copy. Thank you, sir. I was just looking at that unburned island on my view. I was hoping they could drop some rounds into what it turned in for the night. Don't let them know about it. 20 actual, 20 training on command. Butte, Kilo, 20 training on command. Kilo, you're low volume, but go ahead. Based on that information, go ahead with what we talked about earlier. Copy. Will do.
Hello. I'm so disappointed in these cameras. How are you, friends? Other than being up late at night, worried like I am. I remember the night that we thought there was a new fire and the camera just came around here at East Los Molinos. If I had to make a suggestion to these camera people, all the different universities and whoever runs them, it would be explain what we're seeing. It's really, really easy to put like a text overlay like I do. Explain what fire the camera's looking at and whether or not it's alarming. This freaks people out. The public looks at it. It took us more than about an hour to finally verify that the fire on the East Los Molinos cam wasn't moving at all. And then we had to confer with real firefighters like Diamond, I think, and others who confirmed that sometimes dozer crews will just push all the dead stuff into a burn pile and babysit it. Meanwhile, the public thinks there's a threat on their doorstep.
Engine 91, medical's criminal violence stage, 6-5, Willow Drive. Engine 91, new medics, medical's criminal violence stage for a physical altercation, 6-5, Willow Drive, between Cottonwood Circle and Cottonwood Circle, 2302.
Oh, not at all, Dustin. I disagree with you in order to give you hope. They're saying weather runs in cycles like the rest of everything, and so does fire. We can only prepare so much. The rest is fate, chance, or the creator. Most of these fires we can prevent from being bad. They are bad because of our fault. Many different reasons, but even fixing a couple of them would mean things would go back to more normalcy. Like, this wouldn't have happened at all if Butte County had a couple things different about it. Not sprawled. You can see the area that used to be the buffer zone between the mountain fires and the valley fires, and maintained the 800-mile-long CCC camp, created a fire break that used to protect these, pretty much all of these California towns from Shasta all the way to down to Bakersfield. You know?
91 responding, copy.
91, 2304.
Right. I guess if you're just making a comment about the weather, yes. That's probably the one thing we can't change whatsoever. And or climate. That's a big issue that other people solve over long term if it's solvable, but no debates, please. It's not, I don't want to start one. It won't lead anywhere good. It is what it is right now. So we could change everything else. If there's 65 reasons for these fires getting really bad, we could change 64. We must remember that the vast majority of these big town erasers and those that kill are actually started by corporations. The vast majority. And then the other subset is by criminals. who repeat their behavior. I do not think this was the accused, if he did it. I have to say the accused. If he did it, this wasn't his first time, I suspect, based on criminal profiling. I'm not one, but I've had the privilege over at Chico State University of observing and attending big college lectures by mostly FBI criminal profilers. When my mother wanted to pursue different careers, and I was thinking about that as a career, my mother was a psych major. I went along with her, and the FBI criminal profilers presented a variety of cases, really long lectures, and went on and on for weeks. People came from all around. Yes, that's true. No space lasers, you're banned. You just said space laser, banned. Get out. Okay. So the vast majority of crimes in general are actually people who are criminals repeating their behavior. So the justice system that's actually accurate with who is arrested and tried matters greatly. And the old system of time spent as a punishment is not valid. It's not about punishing anybody. It shouldn't be. It's not called the punishment system. It's about protecting the public. And there should be a lot more psychological experts involved in sentencing than straight up judges. It should be that people that are still a danger to the public should never be let out. And arson is a crime that very few, even criminals, are willing to commit. They're either mentally ill or seriously cold in a way that will be a permanent danger to the public. Things like being a psychopath you cannot cure. They are incapable of feeling empathy for others or sympathy. To us, we are no different than like picking up a pencil and snapping it in half, or picking up a paper clip and bending it back and forth until it breaks. Justin says, well, I'm working to see if I can find you that laptop you need, banned or not. Okay, you can stay. Yeah. So,
44, public assist, 3010 Edgar Avenue.
This is the Hamilton camera, so that this is looking to the east from the flatlands, north of Chico. So, deep in there, in all the haze, is the park. Right now, there's a weird sympathy for the youth.
Engine 44, public assist, help up, 3010 Edgar Avenue, between Lone Pine Avenue and Crouch Avenue.
Sorry. I have to move my mouse over 2 monitors to try to mute private medical things. So in the past, before there was a lot of understanding about criminals and criminology, public sentiment and ignorance is more of a religious style belief that everybody has a conscience, everybody can feel bad for what they do, everybody can learn to be a better person and learn to feel for others. No, absolutely not. We now know that psychopaths, sociopaths, antisocial disorder, whatever you want to call the really bad cluster B personality disorders, which include all the most dangerous, frightening people, serial killers, the cannibals, the torturers, the monsters. They are incapable of ever, pretty much in their entire lives, caring about others, even if they tried really hard. There's something wrong with the wiring upstairs. And if they aren't born like that, then they quickly become so And fairly normal people can be like that with a whack to the front of the head. That's where the empathy centers are and that. So sociopaths, the old word, just use old terminology more people are familiar with. Like, branch 15 trainee finally.
Branch 15, 40 Charlie. I got some traffic on TAC. I was trying to get back to you. I couldn't reach you.
Tell us something about the fire, please.
You're coming in a little broke here, D. Branch 15, 9430 Charlie. You're trying to raise me on TAC. I couldn't get back to you.
All right, tell us something about the park, please. Something, anything. Checking in, friends. I gotta do a couple more errands, and I'm sitting here at the keyboard, though. Yeah, exactly, Dustin. Goodness. That's true. We don't want to get too into that kind of topic, but overall, yeah, I agree. So the thing is about sociopaths is, or whatever term similar you want to use for that. Now it's spectrum of antisocial, whatever. But their profile is they're pretty stupid, generally low IQ. Beavis and Butthead, if you ever paid attention.
44 Sean.
Wait, right? Tell us about something.
2311.
All right. He said branch 15, so that would be the North Tehima area. So frustrating that, like, that's a fuzzy view. I was really hoping for some clarity.
Stage, you're responding. Medical criminal violence. 65 Willow Drive. Per OPD. Cancel. Return to quarters. Engine 91.
Speaking of criminal violence, anyway, the point is.
View medics. Units cancel. 2312.
Which are down. I'm not 100% on which. Maybe there's a list somewhere. Which ones are straight up cameras? Like maybe Hamilton City is probably a straight up camera. It's in the flatlands. I don't know that it has to repeat anything. With the Chico Airport right there, I just don't know if it. You know, one of them seems to be on a grain silo or something. It's like in an orchard. So, I mean, there's a pole, it's a camera, but they've made deals, and that's why there's so much pixelation and blocks and stuff with private landowners to put them where the cameras are needed, you know, and accepted. So they pitch it somehow, but usually there's a negotiation, and the private landowner says, okay, yeah, but, you know, you can't just show my backyard and what I do, where I go, and my comings and goings. Or like, say, you can't show our business garage with our very, very expensive tractors going in for the night and everybody leaving for the day. Like, that's an invitation to rob me, right? But some of these cams, like Richardson Springs, appears to be a repeater. It just looked like it had cell phone stuff on it. Like, that's probably a house or something. Or the remains of a house, sadly, right now. Did Butte, I'm sorry guys, I totally did not hear pretty much anything about Butte County's briefing. I put it on to go eat, and the cooking noises were too great, and I had to have some serious conversations on the phone with my family, with them being sick. Did they say when they're going to have that destroyed, and map of destroyed and okay structures and everything in between? No, I can't remember what that's called. Welcome back. Welcome back, Husky. Dustin says I'm in Genesee. It's Genesee, correct? I've always seen it on a map and never actually heard it spoken. Not since childhood. I don't know if it's Genesee or Genesee. I keep forgetting if anybody tells me. Is the Iron Door restaurant still there? Or around? That was in like an old Wells Fargo bank building or something, right? I'm so happy that they saved Portola. Holy crap! With the mill fire, the mine that could have been so bad. I was so happy when the firefighter checked in with us and said that it was going great. Explained so much. You know, they had limited resources, but the mine or whatever that little fire was closer to Portola on the north side was closer to structures, so they chose that one and they let the other one go. As soon as they got the first one wrapped up as fast as they could, then they tackled the mill and slammed it with everything they got, and they had just the right amount of perfect weather laying down to get it. Otherwise, that would be just as big as this park one eventually. Like Portola dodged that bullet. All our heroes need is some time, little break in the weather. We cannot we can never judge them or be harsh when the weather does not allow them to work. I know I can't even wrap my head around that, Husky. Oh, the Iron Door restaurant's in Johnsville? Oh, okay. How do I even say Genesee? It's Genesee, right? I'm saying it right, okay. It's there. It's bought by a family who does Kobe beef. Oh, it sells amazing donuts on Sunday. Oh, yeah. You know, my first Google Maps review was trying to promote that business in Oroville, the deli, you know, the butcher shop. That what they do is the most amazing maple bacon. They soak bacon in maple like big thick cut, and everybody comes from miles around to it. God, what's it called? I should know. It was my own review. Oroville, California butcher shop. And then all of a sudden it had was it the Wagon Wheel or was it Foothill? It's Foothill. Also, it was like, your reviews are popular. You have 20,000 views on your photos. I was like, what? They had old bear traps on the wall and bear hides and bear skins. I was enamored with it. Yeah, and the saws and stuff. Yeah, this is the one. He's my pick. Yeah, that's one of mine. No, it's not. It's by Mary. I took the same picture. Maybe mine was better. Older. I went there when 2018, I think, when I was trying to figure out. There we go. November 2018, when Paradise was still technically burning, to go be with my family. Once my brother was found, I was just enamored with the old history stuff. Yeah, this is my other photo. Look at the scythe of bobcats, wild boar heads, and just old antiques in general. On the far left up there, there's a horse collar from a stagecoach. I'm not even sure what the big steel thing is. Is it like a... It looks too industrial to be a butter churn. It has a hand crank. It could be an industrial grinder or something. I don't know. And that's just cool. It's called Foothill Meat Company. Tell them I sent you. And I took a picture of the maple bacon, I think. Whoops. Okay, that's an expletive. Sack of beef. Okay, it's almost midnight. That's something. Spices called bull beef and something beef And when you buy them together, they put it in a sack of beep. But look at this authentic January 1933 calendar. There's mountain men. One's just been attacked by a grizzly. I can't tell. Let's see. The grizz may be. I'm not sure what has happened here. Yeah, it was something like a grizzly charged him, and he's wounded and called out to his partner. He's like, "Hey, are you dead?" So, almost. Ow. You know. Well, yeah, Dustin, we need more than goats. What I try to tell people is this kind of intensity in a grass fire is absolutely not natural for California. A big part of it is cheatgrass and Johnson grass and other invasives. Now, every single wildfire that happens near Butte County or in the foothills, anywhere in the foothills, which is where natural, like untilled acreage is found. It's not the mountains. The oak savanna is technically the habitat name, just like in Africa. So the California native grasses, when the natives lit the fires on the grasses and when lightning struck them, none of this ferocity was experienced. None of it. This is like 20 times worse than it should be. So the I was hoping to see a mapping plane. It's super smoky. I'll have to attend to something in a second, friends. I just wanted to check our cams. It looks like the only good fire that we can look at is the Borel. At least on my cams. But I do want to check on, say, Bald Mountain Sequoia, the trout. I have to put it on something we could see. We never did find out if the porta potty burned up. I don't know. I had a poll. We had a running bet that the porta potty burned up. Oops. With the trout fire. The firefighters were ready for it to come straight up to the fire lookout. We saw them smoking cigarettes and shooting the shit there. Excuse my language. But it's almost midnight. And then day after day, the fire was kind of herded around the hill and the wind pushed it somewhere else. And that's not a great view. Rocky Point's not a great view. I guess Breckenridge is it. Alright, this is Breckenridge 2. Let's just do a 24-hour of this. This is the Borel, which thank God our heroes are able to, with the assistance and cooperation of Mother Nature, herd it away from it destroying even more properties. I think, was it Bodfish? And I really hope the ghost town is still there. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing about, I need to finish my thought about the cheatgrass. So the California's native grass is on life support. They're seriously endangered. There's limited time to save it. Some species are probably already extinct. They deserve to be here. They're natural.
Borel, 4417.
They promote gentle, renewing wildfires. It's what our native insects, what our native insects require. And they're on life support. The bumblebees and stuff have crashed worse than the honeybees. So they need the native stuff. So what's going on with the super destructive wildfires here? Well, these native grasses innocently but stupidly introduced in the mid 1800s. Johnson grass, cheatgrass, but cheatgrass is the biggest offender that I know about so far. I just started to research this, and a lot clicks. It's like, oh, when people blame space lasers and dews, natural wildfires can't do this. Well, just dig deeper and make sure you're correct about that statement that California's wildfires are now having more in common with those of some of those that rage in Europe, like in Portugal, because of the imported grass. Greece, like Greece has cheatgrass. Stuff rages there like insanity. So this is the Borel fire, Breckenridge one. Vigorous today, if not moving much. I have to attend to some messaging and order some food for tomorrow. If I'll have to go in a second. Here's the thing about it. So it's come to my attention that nature has different strategies for different species. I mean, we all know a species can be symbiotic, totally harmless, and just benefit each other. Lichen and moss, symbiotic species, and they help other plants, and they're just there to be cheerful. They're little Care Bear creatures. And then there's leeches and lamprey and spiders and mostly the parasitic stuff. The stuff that kills in order and wants to kill the competition, however. Hey, Christopher. Yeah, star, thistle, holly, a few others, yeah. But the super fire promoters, the biggest offenders can be things like Scotch broom, all of its relatives, the big bright orange flowering oily bush. But sheetgrass, I just didn't know how bad it was. So what it does, it produces super fluffy heads that are meant to promote fire. And it dies, and it kills the main part of itself in a sinister plot to be a suicide bomber. Pine trees are a bit like this. They are trying to kill the other trees, and the way they do it is even though they die by promoting fire, dropping those needles, producing the sap that drops everywhere that's like little crystals of kerosene, and that kind of thing. It's ultimately the species thrives because its goal is to kill everything else with fire and then grow back faster and take completely over. So cheatgrass, every single fire that we have where cheatgrass exists, and it's all over Butte County and Yuba and all that. It's just freaking everywhere. And the sticker bush stuff are similar. I need to dive deeper into it. But cheatgrass, I have articles. And tumbling tumbleweeds, I had no idea. That big. And go ahead and the stuff. It's a sorghum family, so it's great animal fodder, except, oops, it absorbs so much hydrogen that it makes cows bloat up and explode from the inside out. So, oops. But it was considered great forage when the earliest pioneers back east made the mistake of bringing it to the New World. And nobody out west understood that it was ruining the east, and they brought it out here. Because, wow, it grew thicker and taller than California native grass. That's more food for animals, right? Right? It's better, right? No. It grows up thicker and taller and has a bigger bushy head to ignite insane wildfires of insane intensity. This is nothing. It can be waist high and sometimes even nipple high, armpit high, donkey high. And the more rain it has, the more thicker it is. So it dies back. It's dead. It's now like, ha ha ha, my sinister plan is in motion. Just add light. Just add fire. And then when one hits it, whoosh. You get the huge firecumulus in a grass fire. The grass grows just tall enough to start lighting tree branches on fire, and California native grasses just didn't do this. Natives let the landscape on fire to fertilize, and it just roasted the acorns at the bottom of oak trees in the past. It was about as bad as it got most years. But we saw what this did. It took off insanity, created so much heat, created a pyrocumulus, ripped up with such wind force that it ripped up flaming tree branches and dumped them a couple of miles ahead of itself to the north. That's cheatgrass. So what happens? Every time there's a fire, more of the native stuff is destroyed and more of the cheatgrass grows back. It's thicker, it's more intense, it's more cheatgrass. So every subsequent fire is worse. It obliterates the seeds of the native plant. How does it grow back then? Rhizomes. It's alive in the little roots down there. Yeah, thank you, Husky, and thank you so much for volunteering to be a mod other nights. It doesn't seem like we'll have nighttime moderation today. I've just begun the work to try to fix the situation so that we can finally have a lot of mods talk to each other and coordinate better. And I have to get an idea of when they might be available and not work to death. That's not been kind on them. Me expecting I can just go to sleep and you'll hold the fort for a long time, right? As much as they might say yes, things come up for them. And sometimes things come up for me. It's way longer than I ever intended. And we need to do like a scheduled shift as best we can. Just reduce the stress, keep everybody sharp. This is, after all, a life and death thing. And so, anyway, this cheatgrass article explains just how bad this can be. Blah, 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 blah. Where's a picture, though?
Ambulance 44 is Belmar sponsor.
Where's that picture of the fire?
2333.
Yeah.
And 44.
Where have we seen that? That's what cheatgrass does. Makes the miniature firewalls that are like mini fire tornadoes, but not quite as intense. But you know, the fire twisters. It's extremely dangerous for the fire crews. It'll yank fire hose.
Engine 91, medical, 87 Mulberry Drive.
Yeah, I would rather not use poisons. I would rather use good old-fashioned physical removal, and that's something that just may have to occur. Mechanically.
7 Mulberry Drive, with a cross of Cottonwood.
Sorry. It's two patients with difficulty breathing. Thank you, Wildfire. I hear that all too often. The invasive grasses grew shoulder high this spring. God, I've only seen that a couple times. We've had more rain in the spring than we haven't had in like 15 years. There is a sort of a 15-year heavy rain, if not spring flood cycle. 15, 18 years. The floods that worry everybody that maybe don't reach the levees, and depending on what's going on. So if we do not do something, we get the same result. If we want to actually truly be good stewards of the environment and truly save the environment, we can't allow this. So I'm not a botanist or anything, but if you just add pesticide, all you get is pesticide-resistant weeds. then you have to use more pesticide, and that's self-defeating, and you don't heal the environment by poisoning it. In a couple of random spots, we may have no choice, where it's truly inaccessible or something, but for the most part, it's machine-assisted removal. When you grid the landscape and just remove it from one block at a time, and then human patrol. And then later this will be easier by automated drone flights that identify the offenders. Automated pollen collection sites that would identify, the offenders are over here. And we're downwind of them, and so that means they're upwind of my location. If technology will make this affordable. Later there will be automated robots that can do this too. We're getting pretty close to that. And so we have automated farming where combine tractors don't really need a driver anymore. Just think about it. Right now, farmers are controlling their combines by launching a drone in the air, wearing goggles, and then telling their combines, go here, 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 and here, drawing a map with their finger. And should probably put the webcam. Sorry, friends, I forgot that. And then they can see from the air when they missed a spot, or if they should avoid a boulder or something. They just tell the combine where to go. Then they walk inside for lunch, May or may not have to babysit that. So, yeah, go ahead and have a good night, Chris. Thank you so much for being here so much of the day. You guys really helped me to get my family stuff squared away as best I could, and to give me some time to talk with the mods, C-Pro, and the others. I gotta get back to that conversation. So, whoops, sorry. Forget when I'm speaking, I don't see things, and so I tend to leave things on like not a camera. Just see our heat. I'm quite concerned about the park, and I was really hoping some of the cameras would look at it. But there's so much smoke, there's probably not, doesn't appear that there's been many flare-ups. So Godspeed, work on this as much as you can. We have the yellow heat detections here. That means they're at least an hour old, but less than 6. The gray is beyond 6, less than 12 hours old. So remember, it's all margin of error. So it could be just like right here. Sorry. Fruit fly. 2 shots, 1 kill. The first one stunned him. Ew, I'm gonna wash my hands. I'll be right back. That's gross. Ew. Ew. You know what the secret to not having fruit flies is? Wash your fruit as soon as you get home from the grocery store. Okay. So we can think about the expense. Just last thing I have to say, I have to. I'll be here at the keyboard, of course. I'll just leave the little webcam on so you can see him here, and I'll look over at the chat. Yeah. Well, the thing is about goats is, aren't they, I know they're ruminants, but aren't they browsers instead of grazers? I don't think cattle pull up the roots of cheatgrass. I don't think they want to eat the roots at all. Thus the proliferation in California. The deer don't do that either. So I don't know what animal would be a good option to move cheatgrass. It would just be the same thing. You don't trim your weeds, you pull them out by the roots. I think it would be tractor assisted, pulling them out by the rhizomes. Maybe do a control burn first, drag the tractor out there, purify it, and then start the next step according to the species. And I was hoping we'd have a camera I could leave you with right now that especially would cover the park, but I just don't think we've got anything. Oregon Summit. Like, where are you looking? You're not looking at the fire. You're the closest one. Oregon Summit. Okay. All right. It's just sort of in stasis. I don't understand it. Colby Mountain 1 and 2 also aren't looking at the fire. What's your issue? What is your problem? I'm so medic something is at the scene of the people with breathing issues. Okay. All right, I'm gonna turn on Butte County. It's time to put two all at the same time. It's time to put on Mariposa. But I don't know if that would be too confusing. Mariposa has only got 21. County only has 21 listeners. So if one of them starts saying the fire is such and such, and it says Butte County Audio, it may be too confusing. Okay, Colby Mountain 2 is the only view we've got. It's a distant, low, currently sleeping park fire. If any of you are anxious tonight, don't be about the park and go to sleep. Try as best you can. It'll probably be one hell of a wild weekend. And Dustin says that you send one herd behind the other. I have studies, and California's bringing back goats and the sheep. And wolves. How is this going to work? I don't know if they thought that through. No wolf debate. I'm just saying I see a conflict that might possibly occur. The goats just eat leaves and stuff. The problem with goats is they have their favorites. Every animal eats its favorite food before anything else that's available. And weeds tend to taste bad. That's why they proliferate. They don't taste great. They will sit there and they'll eat that delicate endangered plant first and go, woohoo, what a treat. And it's not like you can watch every goat. Besides, all the weeds make their milk bad, and so you got compromises. Like some goats need to be milked twice a day, like the Nubians, the ones that thrive in California because they're desert African goats, but they are milk goats, and so you have some issues. Dustin M says they ran a news article on KCR3 about the firefighting goats, like it was a novel back in the 40s. Oh, I have to see this. I have to see this. KCRA fighting goats. Goats return to West Sacramento, slowing down wildfire risk.
Are coming back to West Sacramento, the city announcing today that the goats will be out chewing down the tall grass along the Barge Canal tomorrow to reduce the risk of wildfires. The four-legged firefighters are scheduled to cross Jefferson Boulevard to the Clarksburg Branch Line Trail, and the city will post all of their adventures to their Instagram page, and there's a good chance Live Copter 3 will be out there to get a look as well.
Oh yes, they Wait, is it? This can't be it. That didn't seem. It's like a blurb. New California labor law threatens the goat herder business. Right. Goat herder salary would increase 5.5 times. Ranchers say it would put them out of business. That's why we need robotic, AI-powered robotic herding dogs. No human supervision necessary. And the rancher could sit in the air-conditioned trailer with a whole bunch of TV screens and then see how all the herds are doing with the robot dog. They actually have these things. They have robotic wolves in some places. I think it was tried out in Europe. The robot wolf has like big red laser eyes, and it can make ear-piercing shrieking sounds. I think it's it's like more of a monster canine thing, but it's like a sheepdog. And so if true wolves or predators come out, it scares the living crap out of them. With opens its mouth, has huge fangs, giant glowing red laser eyes that flash, and it makes incredibly loud sounds. I don't know how long that would work, but oh, sorry. Yeah, this is a labor law thing. I don't want to. I want to just put it on some cameras. Breckenridge is still our man. Because the Nixon, I'll be right there with you, mods. I'm sorry. This is a longer break. I just wanted to know I'm still, everybody know I'm still here, give you something to look at. The yeah, that's city lights. I was like, what is that? Where's Bird Springs again? Oh, this time looking at the Borel. Oh man, it's hot. The amount of raw mineral resources for that many robots seems unrealistic. I think there'd just be one per herd, really. But steel is still incredibly cheap. Anyway, everything will become much more cheap when graphene takes over. As soon as they mass produce graphene, like it wouldn't be copper wiring in there, it would be cheap, super strong, highly conductive graphene. Sooner, electrical wires will be graphene, and copper will tank in price because it really won't be that important anymore once graphene takes over. There was, I'll just tell you one thing here. There was an old Stone Age, there was a Middle, and a New Stone Age. There was a Copper Age, a Bronze Age, an Iron Age. There was the Renaissance era technology, the Industrial Age. With a detour in the Dark Ages, of course, whoops. And then there was the Space Age. We're now in the Graphene Age, it's just that not everybody's aware. So that's very much as big of a deal as the invention of working copper itself. It's that revolutionary. It has applications for nearly everything. So all we need is crack that code for mass production. Graphite is cheap and abundant. So I don't know, there's a whole lot of goat meat demand. There's another issue there. But Yeah, I'm not saying the robots would be the goats. No, the robots wouldn't like cut the grass. I mean that they're the guardians because wolves are being introduced to California. So you'll have to have a robot type of a sheepdog. You can leave them unsupervised and then wonder where your herd went and where's my sheepdog. And, oh man, somebody stole my goats. Or you need something where you can see through its eyes remotely, and direct it. And the thing about a robotic sheepdog is it would scare the goats or the sheep away from danger, such as, I don't know, anything from wandering too close to a highway to being by a crumbling cliff or getting near a patch of poisonous plants or something. So the way that sheep and goat herding used to work is you had to have, they're so vulnerable to predators, you had to have, include things like eagles. Your children watched them as shepherds, that they were traditionally children. That's the only way that herding families could really make a living. And so they didn't really get an education. But there's got to, if one adult can monitor many, that would change a lot. Graphene goats for the win. It's the future. Sorry guys, I have to attend to some chat. I'm really terrible with the elapsing of time. If I don't see a ticking clock in front of me, I really don't know how much time is passing, and I forget from one moment to the next what I was doing. So, you're all for it? Make it happen? Graphene can turn into many things. It could be, it's very close to, I mean, it's a two-dimensional form of carbon. So, when it's put in the right configuration and maybe paired with carbon nanotubes or whatever, I mean, it can go crystalline in its lattice. You could theoretically make a uncrackable crystal pillar out of it, or a huge giant magnifying glass, or they're making new lenses with it and seeing details in microscopes they never saw before. Mostly due to how much cheaper it is and it has different properties. So they said that imagine an elephant balancing on the top of a pencil with on 1 foot, right? Not that elephants can put all their weight in 1 foot, but just imagine they can. You could make a graphene sheet like saran wrap, like cling wrap. That thin, and an elephant on the pencil, on a sharpened pencil, cannot puncture it. Cannot puncture it. It can be flexible and super hard and tough. So, yeah. So, imagine power lines made out of graphene that might be so strong that a tree falls on them and it just gets propped up by them. Graphene shakes it off. Whatever, dude. It has flexible body armor potential. You'll be able to take the equivalent of a cell phone and put it in a band and slap it on your wrist. Remember those slap bands that were in the 80s? They're like a fad. There's like a sheet of metal and a coil where they put nylon over it, and you slapped your own wrist with it, and it coiled around your wrist. And if you manipulated it, it went flat again. So imagine taking your cell phone and looking at it. The screen is transparent, and then you can wrap it, put it around your wrist as a watch, and you could take it off, make it kind of flat, put it behind your ear for a second. The world's our oyster. New diving bell technologies. Theoretical, like scuba diving type stuff. You could be in your own little bubble down there, and be different. It'd be different than wearing the tanks. You can go to depths never before reached if they could create it stronger than steel. Yeah. You can even make graphene with the tape. The tape. So this is the Breckenridge cam. This is the Borel. This is the only thing we're watching. Everything else is calm and quiet. The calm before the storm. If you are worried about anything moving tonight, unless there's a new, like a weird freak storm out of the blue, or some strange accident, I don't think the park will do much tonight. Oh, it breaches the blood-brain barrier, and there is a reason why it's not in mass production yet. Merely a trifle. A minor inconvenience. But hey, they'll just make nanobots out of it. They will attack your brain tumor with, injection, and they go and zap the tumor cells, and you urinate them out. We have a bright future ahead of us. I just wish it arrived sooner. These things are in production. You guys should see the old movie Inner Space. Inner Space. It's about a guy who gets shrunken down into just such a thing. A miniaturized, tiny, like blood cell sized, kind of like a submarine. He's not supposed to be in there, but he gets injected into a human body. It's hilarious. It's a comedy from the 80s. Underappreciated. But yeah, tell me more about graphene, guys. And Rob, too. So, yeah, the thing about it is, I wonder what its thermal properties are. It's an amazing conductor of electricity. Oh, there's, with graphene, they say they could probably filter salt water. Filter the salt out of water. That would be a revolution for humankind. Imagine no more water shortage kind of nearly anywhere. By any ocean or sea. Irrigation with the Pacific Ocean. LA River doesn't even reach the sea. Oh, well, maybe we could put a pump in the ocean, run a pipe up into the hills, strain it to the graphene filter, harvest the salt, and make it have water in it all the time now. Can you imagine the new fertile landscapes we could have? Imagine nobody dies of thirst at sea because your graphene filter, you could life straw, the Pacific. It's feasible. Well, graphene battery tech is going to be the next thing, and that's why I think we should wait a little bit on the electric car revolution, just a little bit. We need safe batteries, and lithium ion is dangerous and stable. Lithium polymer is worse. Giant fire hazard. They're explosive. You can't put it out with water. Water makes it worse. In order to have California short-sighted, pretty much every single fire station in the entire state would have to be upgraded with dry chem in order to simply extinguish average vehicle fires. There will be a Hindenburg moment with that, where an electric school bus kills a bunch of children and nobody could put water on it. And the public will be against them. There will be some gruesome videos that have to hit the airwaves first. But I hope not. I just wish that people would understand we're not ready. You're not ready for this, and it's a bad idea. We will destroy the environment and the one that we're trying to protect with electric vehicles. Yeah, there was just a breakthrough in getting engines to be able to do, they call green hydrogen. I don't know too much about it. What's your thoughts on green hydrogen? Burning hydrogen in a car engine wouldn't work before because it would such high temperatures it would melt it. But now there's of all things, aluminum, nickel, alloy, breakthrough. You wouldn't associate aluminum with with any sort of high heat application normally, but who knows? Excuse me, guys. I'm gonna work on personal affairs. Probably I'll just put this on mute. Otherwise, you're gonna hear constant chiming. You guys want some rain sound? I think I want rain sound. I want to be soothed. Is it too weird? I love gentle rain to just unwind. I know we're looking at fire, but I want to reduce the light in here. Try to tell my body it's time to start unwinding. Yeah, let's dim the screen. I'm not quite sleepy, but it would be good to try to go to bed earlier. There's just not enough going on with sound. Oh, I have the epic lightning sound. Maybe we should start out with that. I wish I could put it on a timed loop so that it clapped occasionally.
Night operations, branch 20 on command.
Ah, Jesus.
Night operations.
Completed the no-go checklist. No-go checklist. All units have been briefed. Successful test firing. Permission to keep firing.
Yeah, affirmative. Go ahead.
Branch 20.
What is a go and no-go checklist? That'd be a great question for firefighting. It's after midnight. It's August. Oh yeah, it's time to celebrate. July's over. One more month of lightning strike season. We're through this part. September can be just as hot as any other time in the summer for California, but it has the prospect of a lot more sea breezes, a lot more often, and sometimes you get some rain. What about this? Does it soothe? Can you still hear me over it? Hello? Hey, good night, Armand. Oh my God. You know I'm too tired. When I just said good night, I didn't realize it's not my chat. It's the rain videos chat. I did not just do that. Yeah, nobody saw that. Oh my God. I need more sleep. Yeah. So branch 20, has everybody been briefed on the go, no-go checklist? Yes. That was the reply just now on the park fire. So what is it? You saw nothing, sister? Hey, how are you doing? Of course, you know, nothing happened. So the Borel is vigorous. But as long as I don't see it moving anywhere, I'm satisfied. Fires can burn all they like at night as long as they don't move. It's 5 by 5? Okay, thanks. It's time to open some windows. It's hot in here. We're gonna have a heat wave tomorrow, so I don't. Let me check Portland. Let me just see. I hope we don't have to shut down. We may. Yeah, guys. I have eyes everywhere. I'm always watching. Don't you tell me I'm not watching. Oh, yeah. Having rain like that. It doesn't really rain in California. That's what people don't get. It's a pretty rare experience. But it's true what the song says. It never rains in California. But girl, don't they worry. It pours, man, it pours. It tends to be a boom storm. California gets most of its water from snowpack. They store it up behind the reservoirs and feed it out to the canals gradually. All the civilizations that grow and succeed master the control of water. They have aqueducts, canals, innovations such as the Archimedes screw, or like ancient Manila, Europe's first civilization, just barely out of the Copper Age. When they excavated it in the 1870s, they were startled, or the 1780s, something like that. The British there were startled. On the island of Crete, in the dawn of the Bronze Age, they found a palace that had running water on the third floor of a building, like tap water and flushing toilets. Not like you press it and it flushes, but like constant stream of water. Not much, but just at the right angle to move, refuse. So how do they get water uphill and like vertically up the pipes? That's easy. You taper them, and they go up against gravity. Genius. Genius. And funny thing is that in England, the making of plumbing had just been rediscovered. It had basically it had been forgotten since the late Iron Age, the end of the Roman times, and they didn't really figure it out again until the Victorian era. And they realized just how bad the Dark Ages were, the loss of technology. They're so proud that they had invented flushing toilets. Oh, it may have even been Copper Age technology. Oh. Ahem. Bird Springs. Rancho. Rancho. Maybe Blue Mountain Kern has a condor. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, fine. Tried. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, little viewer. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Oh, I can't hit any notes. I still have a sore throat. Let me get some beverage. Use the bathroom. I'll be right back. You're still listening to Butte County. They just not saying anything. So it's relaxed time. Oh, okay, I'm refreshed. Oh, kitchen's a mess. It's mostly wake up, stream, pass out, wake up, look at phone. Oh crap, got a stream. New fires. Pass out. Wake up. Can I have the day off? Can I see everyone? putting off. It's so weird, the amount of people in my life who say, "Where have you been?" The hell do you think I am? Oh, you're still doing that thing? With the, what is it you do again? It's like you're a reporter. You film fires or something? Well, when you gonna have a day off? And I say I do that like every day. What are your days off? I don't remember. The last one, really? Well, maybe you should take a break. But since I've saved lives before, it could mean that if we're not there, that could mean well, it's not your job, honey, to do that. There's like firefighters and the news and stuff. I make it my business. The news and stuff is busy with the Kardashians and the politics and the cesspool. And the dirty laundry. Everything you don't need to know about because it can't change in your life. And as oddly interested in disaster and gore and crime as the media is, fires are that 5-second blurb. There are still wildfires in the West. That's about it. Here's your acreage. Yep. They are bad. There's climate change. There's a lot more than that going on. But that's it. That's what they have time for. The next thing is and today there was a robbery of the donut shop. The donut shop owner says, "Man, they broke my door." Why did they have to break my front door? Oh, that's right. I have male friends. Oh, I forgot. I could show people I've got mail. I'm so happy. I got mail from supporters. This is so wonderful. And I think more will come. I hope so. I got 3 letters in a packet. A Ms. Ruth. Wow, that's fancy handwriting. A somebody Garcia. And a James. Cool. Oh, I forgot. Okay. No, I need Tylenol. Okay. Get back up. That's right. Open a window. Ew. It's still hot. Wait, feel. Yeah, oh man, no air movement. I'll figure that out later. Where's the timer? Oh, C-Pro brought me bread. I'll be right with you, friends. I need the sustenance of mana. The bread of life. So, oh, it's a nice big French bread. I think this calls for... I have Tylenol in my hand now. What do I do with it? Where do I put it down? Over there. Okay. This calls for... plate.
Engine 91, medical, 3115 Claremont Drive.
And butter. Whipped butter.
Engine 91, new medics, medical, and activation, negative contact. 3115 Claremont Drive, between Lower Wyandotte Road and Brookdale Drive, 0021.
Okay, great. We have 2 slices of French bread. Just add butter and zap in the microwave. Let's see, for 15 seconds. I like it to be runny, but also a little bit of chunky butter in the middle. But you don't have to spread it, really. Just arrange the chunks of whipped butter, because a lot of it's going to melt. You can be like Bob Ross with the butter. Happy little mounds. There are no mistakes with whipped butter. Just happy little accident. Just put the butter where you feel it should go. Don't think about it too much. Just think, you know, that'll taste nice. Not too much now. Don't you worry. If you've applied too much, you can't really put it back in the jar. What you can do is you can get another slice. And it'll be just right. Now, with the microwave, on the other hand, there could definitely be an accident, such as accidentally putting it on for 15 minutes instead of 15 seconds. There's a big difference between a dairy product and a complex and relatively dangerous machine. All right, now. That's perfect. Little melting islands of butter. No need for the knife. this kind of art. This is all finger work. No, no, no. You don't put your finger directly in the butter. That's barbaric. Here, you use your finger to strategically tilt and let it flow wherever it lies. Excuse me, friend. Got to attend to some business. Hey, Gene G. Oh. And I hope we don't have to wait for the October or November rains, but for some of these it's likely. And the new ones that break out. I never said that about any mods. I said I get accused of that.
M91, 0029.
calling Tehama, Quebec to actual. Go ahead.
Engine 91, medical, McDonald's, 445, Warden Boulevard East. Engine 91, Butte Medics, medical, chest pain,
Yeah, I'm off. I'm sorry, guys. I muted my headset mic because I was eating. Guys, sorry. What I was trying to say is, guys, if there's any issue in chat where two people are rubbing each other's fur wrong, you don't know how grateful myself and the mods are when you forgive each other and try to. Yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention, guys. And just chalk it up to stress instead of that person's bad. I've never. The first thing I underestimated when I started this was my own ability. I realized I needed a lot of help. And then when I thought I was assembling good teams together, I found out that the amount of stress that we're under, I only recruit those who care, who really care. A couple of times I got fooled. But don't we all sometimes? You can hear me now, I guess. I've never had any position of leadership in my life. Just wanted to help people, and I went into it very naive in 2020. And I thought that everybody who really cared would be eager to collaborate and work with each other, and that was a. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I had the button on. 299 to 89 to 44 looks okay for travel to Susanville. I've only taken a route. Let me look at it real quick. I really have to attend to something. We go to CalDOT. Road status map. I was very, very naive. At the map. I was hoping to link it to you. It's the bee's knees. Highway conditions. Sometimes it's a list, but what is this map again? Traffic cameras, no. Maybe I was naive. I found that even though, except for a couple bad apples that wormed their way in, had to be evicted, just assuming that people with the same goal would necessarily be a good team to work together was a very naive assumption. I assumed people would always think about the greater good. And even if they didn't particularly like somebody, they would make the effort to work as a team. It's a life and death situation. Yeah, hey, free skier, dude. I'm glad to have you here. Did you see the mod appreciation? The mod appreciation post I made? So many wonderful people have contributed to it. I should have put the message back. It's here. They're more overworked and stressed than I ever imagined right now. So what tends to happen, especially as this goes on and on, and we don't get breaks, there's no lulls and there's no days off, and there's a sort of tension that builds up. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Caltrans. It's not CalDOT. It's called Caltrans. It's called ODOT and WADOT, Department of Transportation. Yeah, road closure map. The quick map. It's the quick map. This thing is amazing. Looks like there's a mobile version. So there's not much to it. Here it is. Here's the basics. I'm pretty flawed too, though. I crack. Free skier, dude. And I when I'm exhausted, I lose the ability to have a poker face, and I will just knee-jerk reaction like, "Oh God, not one more thing." And it's an expression of terror, actually, that just when I thought things have stabilized and gotten less stressful, just one new thing. Oh no, new problem. And it looks like I'm mad to people, like I'm angry. But I'm mad that there's one more thing. Not with people. It's I lose the ability to do that higher functioning, you know, think before opening mouth. And I tend to think people know me. People should know my heart by now, that I don't mean to hurt anybody. When I have a sore throat, when I'm in pain, I sound hoarse. I've been told that I sound like I'm angry. And I'm in pain and I'm just not showing it. I tell people and they don't believe me. Sometimes. It's not good for morale, though, to sit here and wince or something. I'm sorry, task at hand. So I just think that people must know that I'm struggling, that I'm a good person struggling, and I lose awareness of other people's feelings and high wrath. I don't understand how I affect somebody unless somebody says, hey, and taps me on the shoulder. I assume people understand that I'm a good person. Like, if nobody knows that by now, I don't know what to say. And things I do, like try to smooth things out between individuals with a conflict. If that's not what the other individual wants, they're mad. Sometimes people don't want a conflict resolution. They want to never see that person again, so get rid of them. But I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. We're under stress. I have to investigate. Is somebody's intention truly bad, or are they like me and crack sometimes? This is some of the most intense, horrible stuff that will ever happen to anyone on the planet. It's not Gaza, but that is what our communities look like. It looks like Gaza. It looks like a war zone afterwards. It's similar. Full closures, lane closures. This thing will tell you which ones are fast moving too. Oh, I screwed it up. Sometimes I really think I'm being helpful, and especially to stressed out people who don't know me, I guess, or they have their own stresses. I don't know. They interpret what I'm doing and run with it and don't allow me to explain. I try to explain it's an excuse to somebody angry. I try to say, wait, I can't handle this right now. Can I look at it later? It doesn't. If someone demands when I'm really ill to look at something, yeah, I'm probably going to not understand very well and screw up. But I'm trying to be fair to all, and that is honoring somebody. But no, you're favoriting. You're playing favorites. No, I'm being fair to everyone. Something happens when I'm asleep. I just need to know what it was when it happened. I have to look at it and take action. I would prefer, if it seems like it's a misunderstanding between individuals, to smooth it out. We've had some great resolutions of that. I don't want the viewers to go away. The viewers are who I'm trying to help. And I know we all crack sometimes and we act out, and timeouts are for that. But people who just can't get along, just can't obey the rules, have to leave. So sometimes I see people just misinterpreting each other, just not on the same page. I know who my viewers are for the most part. I recognize people, but as others come and go, they misinterpret it, Like when Carney Show comes here and says space lasers, Carney has been banned a bunch of times. Carney was my earliest supporter, like top 3, and makes me smile by saying that. So, you know what? The other awesome supporter who calls me Granny all the time. God, I haven't seen him in a long time. That's not an insult. It's a running gag on the show, and I just go, whoa. He's not insulting me. Don't worry, friends. Oh, I don't want anybody to feel bad, and if I feel like I'm coaching and I'm not doing it right, I need to be told. If I feel like I'm making peace between two parties, I hope people believe that I'm not playing favorites. I'm not telling anybody I don't believe you. I know the 3 wise men and the elephant story. Each one of them, each blind man feels a different part of the elephant. The guy with the tail says it's a donkey. That's a donkey's tail. The guy with the tusk says, it's a walrus or something. I don't know. The guy touching the legs thinks it's something else. And if all 3 of them understand that people have different perspectives, experiences, and moods at the time, and expectations, they'll all get along. And they'll all thoughtfully think about it. But if they call each other a liar, none of them are liars. They have different perspectives and experiences. So I see people with this exact same thing occurring, and I say, hey, I think it's a misunderstanding. So both of you are ordered to put each other on your ignored list and move on. That's sometimes the very best thing to do. There's sometimes people that just oil and water. They'll never understand each other. So there's one-way traffic between Susanville and Old Station. But pavement work. But would you really want a detour? There's, of course, no getting past Chester. So Susanville to Reading 229, Dustin says. 229. So maybe I can give you a visual aid. I'm sure you're correct, Dustin. So yeah, 229. Whoops, sorry. The mouse is broken. The wheel is a little bit on the fritz. To 89, you said? To Old Station to Susanville. It's hard to battle people's preconceived notions. The road to hell is imagining the motivation of another person. Don't do that. You will ruin all of your relationships, all your working ones, all of your personal ones, because you will accuse and you'll get hurt for no reason. Don't imagine anybody else's motivation. Restrain yourself, take a walk, cool off, and say, okay, I don't understand what you did and it hurt me. What did you really mean by this? That's adult behavior. That is the best way to preserve any relationship that you have. When we misinterpret other people, you make yourself miserable. I've been in relationships where I try to do helpful and cheerful things and try to teach people a skill or something, or try to explain it in as simple way as possible, thinking I'm being really, really helpful. No, you're treating me like I'm an idiot. Okay. You think you know more, that you're showing off because you think you're better than me. No, when you accuse, that's when it's no longer a good discussion that can be productive. That is when two parties go defensive. That's when empathy stops, because you're in defense mode, and nature has programmed us all to stop empathy for the most part while we are red hot angry. Because it's defense. It's because you need to defend yourself. So feeling sorry for what's attacking you is not going to be good, and that's what nature does. That is what nature does for animals. You must restrain. If you really have a goal to truly problem solve, you must restrain that impulse. And you can still be angry, but just say, I'm hurt, offended, angry. I'm feeling bad emotions right now. I don't understand what you did. Why? You may be really surprised by somebody's answer. Because you're not them. You're not psychics. You don't know what their motivation is. You can, the only people really good at that are criminal profilers. And that's wrong enough often enough, that serial killers go free for a long time. And sometimes has the opposite effect. I do think that is about the best way to go. You can't go through Shingletown, really, with, you can put all kinds of these things here. If you're a big rig, this truck escape ramp one, that's the bee's knees. This is a very nice map. Not the prettiest thing ever, as far as web design goes, because that was my major. But if you accuse, you've shot your own self in the foot if resolution is what you wanted. It feels good to accuse and to get it off your chest, and it may feel like you're explaining your feelings, but you're actually making the other party feel extremely bad. That some of those toxic things I read it in GQ magazine that women can never say to men is, "You don't care about me." Wait, you did say 44. That is Shingletown. Whoopsie. It's open. Wait, okay. See, I'm very tired. And I realize I damaged my own past relationships with the accusation of "you don't care." You know what the correct way to express that feeling is without damaging somebody else? And putting them on the defense. Because when they're in defense, they attack you. That's how you defend. The correct way is this action made me not feel loved. That's it. Can I click on the cone again on Susanville? I'm sorry. Okay. The one at Susanville? It says westbound 36 lane closure from Susanville to East Riverside Drive in Susanville due to roadway excavation. One of 4 lanes is closed in Susanville. Up 44, just from here to here, on the Volcanic Legacy Highway, it is down to one-way lanes from 0.6 miles west of Bogard Rest Area to 1.5 miles east of Bogard Rest Area. What? For pavement work. But, oh, it's supposed to have ended at 7 p.m. Yeah, I just totally spaced out on that. It's supposed to be over. Because it's the first. I used to think because I had a good intention that I was the person in the right much of the time. Most of the time, even when I was a young puppy. So I didn't listen very well to counter argument. But also I didn't have great healthy relationships, so the counter argument was always attacking me, which I always knew was false, so I always defended myself. And I always broke my own heart because I put others on the defense. The men in my life at the time, especially. But they had troubles expressing themselves well in the first place. So, what can you say about your earliest relationships? If I'd had money for counseling, it would have fared better. And I was dating foreign men too. That did not help. Yes, it is. It's August, Gene. Yeah. Thank you, free skier, dude. Well, I was always an old soul kind of person. I was a pretty wise 6-year-old who was someone who just looked around with wide eyes and absorbed everything. And I was learning all the Latin names of dinosaurs and correcting the pronunciations of my parents and stuff, and just blitzing through these books. But see, my parents knew me. They knew correcting their pronunciation was, I was showing off that I knew things and I was doing well in my achievement. And I wanted them to be proud of me. And then doing that at school, other kids just were like hostile. I was doing my best to help them too. They didn't have the privilege I did. They didn't have a library of books. I wanted them to come over and play with me and see my books, expose them to that, and educate even from an early age. Love the same thing I love dinosaurs. Man, I was a nerd. See how this didn't really go well? I wasn't that popular. And I think I'm being helpful. I'm interpreted as you know it all, show off, nerd. Okay. Did I click on the right things? If you're a heavy big rig, there's a truck escape ramp. You should take $2.99. But then again, that's because it's steeper. I just thought about that. But man, Chaos Crags. Looking at this map even makes me sad. Every time I go to Butte County and Flores County, it's never the same. It's just a new section of it is destroyed. I've never been this personally affected and stressed out about wildfires. So even when the Dixie Fire was happening and everything I knew was basically burning down around me, this is now the rest of my experience in childhood that is burning down what I thought was saved. And that is a different, more, it's a horrifying experience in a different way. I covered the Caldor pretty well because I didn't really remember going there, except for once in childhood. It wasn't mine. It wasn't mine. It was vague recollections from childhood, but when I actually went there to film it and met people and spent time there and realized what we lost. I broke down after going there, after spending time there and meeting people like Sarah and John Stoker and so many wonderful people affected. Yeah, Jean, just share, please. I'm too emotional to go back to my conversation. People trying to communicate with me right now. Sorry, I gotta get centered. Gene C says a little track that they were working on the fire prep. The one guy hired Zeke to help plan and fire off the light right lower corner. Did he work with? That's Sierra Pacific land. Okay, I forgot to get the battle maps for CA and make that Dropbox count. I don't know if my own Gmail is has enough room to host the battle maps for the park fire. Yeah, how are you, Wrath? Where you been? Dustin says married 16 years. I've learned She knows where I sleep, knows where the cast iron pans are. I am one of her decisions. Getting hit with the iron pan isn't worth being right all the time. Oh my God. Dang. Yeah, thanks for sharing that free skier, dude. Are you able to come here with any regularity, free skier, dude? What I was hoping to do is create a new master book of the mods. I've been terribly disorganized. I had a list and a binder. I'm one of these binder people, okay? I'm like Mitt Romney. I've got binders full of women. Occasionally I'm smart enough to label them. Like Firestream 2024. This is a sad, thick binder already, because it's my timestamps of what has happened as best as I can keep track of it on stream, because I did a terrible thing in years prior and not keep track of it. And so when people said, oh, I'd like to meet you if you ever came to Copperopolis or something, like I would think there's not going to be that many fires. I can always go back to that day and find the person. Oh, wait, streams are 12 hours. Okay, I can't rewatch all of my streams. Terry Murray says, can anybody tell me the park fire is crazy and is there any containment? There is. What was I doing with the map? Oh, I was going to show the Cohasset thing. Okay. 2 birds, 1 stone. Hold on. I have yesterday's maps pre-downloaded. Not going to cry again like last night. Not. I think everybody understands that there's an aversion to pain, and that's a natural thing. Even if you're in pain and you really want to convince somebody of something, they want to avoid what you're saying if it's painful. They just come back and get hurt and hurt and hurt. You have to be quite careful with the presentation and word choice. We'll lose that when we're tired and stressed and exhausted. And our body language can lie. People think it's always telling the truth. It can lie. Will be misinterpreted so much it's like a lie. Where did I put the folder? There it is. Okay, I found it. If you're in pain and you're not wanting to, if you're stoically enduring it, it's still in your shoulder tension and whatnot. And it's still in your voice and it sounds gruff. And so this can be interpreted as well, being cantankerous or like being angry and just irritable. So when people are convinced that they can read somebody in their body language, there's so many things that go into posture and whatnot. The smart analyst would have like a checkbox of this could mean this, this, or this. Okay. Park data we have park data now for the first. It's not last night's maps. They're here for the first. So I don't know when the mapping plane did its thing, or if it was a drone or something. I'm really surprised. Okay, I have to make a new folder for the first. Yay! I don't have to stay awake to look for it or something. Bear with me. If I don't organize now and make a folder, I will regret it. Saving things to desktop is the road for Catherine to go to hell. But there's no quicker way to ruin everything than assume the motivation of somebody else and then start punishing them for the motivation they don't have. We are like bulls in the china shop, assuming that other people feel the same way, had the same experiences, would interpret things the same way. We don't take into account they're busy, they're distracted, they don't have a lot of time to spend on figuring you out. I'd rather not express that I'm in pain. It's I got a comment the other day where somebody goes, I don't want to hear your stuff. Your sob stories are unnecessary, and frankly, I've heard better. That's an example of being misinterpreted. I feel ashamed at failing to deliver a quality production here when it's this important. I'd be ashamed of a bad quality production even if I was playing a game. I am ashamed of the audio quality. I've had a long time to try to improve it, but all of my efforts failed. Expensively failed. Those were grave mistakes. So, you buy a $300 microphone thinking it's going to be great. Then you realize it isn't. So, whoops, I needed the $450 one, but now that it's used, it's only worth $250. So instead of $100 to get a quality microphone, it's like, okay, you're way further behind and have to wait for it to sell. So I apologize and say, sorry, I'm working on the audio. When I'm tired enough to be just off. Like I was just speaking on mute. I'm sorry. I'm off. I'm exhausted. I want people to understand. It matters to me. Everyone's experience matters to me, but this is why I can't meet that right now. I want people to I want people to understand my motivation. When somebody comes in here and says, you're evil and should be ashamed of yourself. I detest you. Oh boy, you know what my knee-jerk reaction is going to be about that? Ah, troll, jerk, get out of here. Oh my God. But I've actually had experiences where I go, why? What'd I do, mate? And I have an opportunity to learn. If they continue abusive stuff, okay, it's over. But I'll say, somebody goes, well, because you're exploiting fire victims and profiting. Then I explain, no, But all streamers have basically two forms of income, and I mean, later you can get a store, you get fancier, but in your beginning, it's donation based, and you can be ad free, or you have advertisements everywhere. So I showed the back end of Studio and said I don't monetize. Monetize means ads. When I first started out in 2020, sorry, oh, it's August. I made the folder in the wrong month. It's August. I was wondering, I was staring at this. Multitasking is not my forte right now. Okay, August battle maps. Battle maps, Park Edition. I swear, I'll get this up in a sec. And then you can see the containment. It'll show you where the dozer line's exactly for one person's needs. And then it'll also show the oval, the mysterious oval at Cohasset that did not burn on the map. So once I did that, I took a risk. I thought, well, I'm just still going to get some abuse probably, but here are my cards, man. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to survive and not get evicted. And when I started this in 2020, I thought it would be a temporary crisis. Oh, I saved them to the wrong folder. No. And so I thought, no, I don't want to take any donations. I'm not the fire victim. No, I don't want that. And then it drew on and on and on to 3 months in duration. And I realized I lost 3 months of most of my income and clients. And those who called me with computer problems, I put them off and said, hey, oh, we got a color progression map. Okay, friends, I've got really, really good maps here. They're starting to get fancy. This will really answer most of our questions. Okay, but now that the park fair is so huge, there's a lot of big maps. I hope my little PDF reader can handle it. I don't know if there's a PDF reader that's made for maps. Who knew that PDFs could be good for that? But there's something called a GeoPDF. And there's GeoTIFFs, which are even much more gigantic. A TIFF file is about the biggest most high quality image file you would ever make. So if you have a scanner and you're scanning like family photos and stuff, TIFF. It takes supercomputers though to like process a really big TIFF and go around on the map. Mine could. Now I have your kind donations. I've sunk a lot into the machine. I tell them I had a little quality stream when I first started out. The computer couldn't handle all these tabs. Okay, sorry. This branch 20 is Few Meadows. Wow. And Butte Contingency Group. Yeah. So sorry, it's taking a long time, but the JPEG would be easiest to show. I don't think any are a JPEG. They may not have been generated yet. This may not be all of them. Branch 15 is up there by Shingletown. So it'll be X5. XX and X5. Got it. Shasta Contingency Group 5. So I can show you guys the dozer lines to protect Shingletown and other places. So just put in the chat now which ones you want to see. And we have a progression map. Oh wow, this is a huge map that shows the other recent fires and how they the fire. Wow. How the burn scars overlap. This is beautiful. Whoever made these had graphic talent. It's a great artist. Operations Tehama land map. Okay. All right. Well, the JPEG won't crash on us for sure, but we'll try out these big old PDFs. And these can be very soothing to people because it shows dozer lines. Okay, which one we want to look at first in chat? The one Justin says I have a dump truck, an excavator, a tank for the dump truck. Avenza reads GeoPDFs, but yeah, it's on the phone. So does Backcountry Navigator and many Orux maps, ORUX. I need one for desktop. Your motivation is a box of cat litter. Okay. Free Skier says. Free Skier dude says. Oh, that's okay. I was just inquiring. You have too many weddings and family medical issues to be a regular on here. It's okay. But I'm sorry. I can't remember everybody I've requested this from, but for everybody to be a moderator, I need a way to contact an emergency. So it's not shared with anybody. It's emergency. You know, if a cat's walking on your keyboard and people are getting banned, I have to go, hey, what's going on? So email with a phone number and then your different names you've ever used in YouTube so I can keep track of that. And then even if you don't want to give me your real phone number, cool. Everybody with a Gmail has a free phone number if they accept it called Google Voice. So Dustin found us. I do? Okay. I have 900 to 1,000 unread emails at this point. And so I was hoping, yeah, that's for my convenience. I'm sorry. I was trying to explain earlier that I have binders. And when I had movers move me to a detached garage outdoor storage unit thingy, I was absolutely screwed over by them. And they ruined some of my records. And there's a very long story. Nothing is accessible. And they crushed boxes and like neatly filed stuff. They like spilled it in the back of their truck and just put papers randomly in boxes and stacked them to the ceiling where I couldn't reach them. And I just had the feral cat incident. You can't make this up. Okay, let's put on the PDF reader. Which map did we want to look at first? What was our question? Containment. Black line on these maps will show containment. You wanted to know about containment. I mean, you could go to calfire.com or what is it, .org, and yep. I think we're all much more firewise now. Thank you. Sorry about that. Peace here. So when enough people, it's easier to just ask for those who are currently active to email me, and that makes my life easier. I can make a little section in my notebook with mods and revoke the mod powers of those that have changed their names and not checked in. You'd think that YouTube would notify me. They don't. And so revoking mod powers before has made people very angry. They think I'm doing something bad to them. And it's like, no, it's a security thing. If you don't check in, how can I know that it's really you and not say your angry ex-girlfriend who is nuts, or vice versa, sex, who wants to ruin your good name by taking it out here or whatever. There's a lot of hacking, or just dark web password dumping, and So I really appreciate that. I'm sorry. My old notebook is. I'll find all the pieces of it someday. Yeah, it is. It's weird. It's all supposed to be temporary and as needed. Everybody sets their own hours, but people disappear, and I'm like, well, are they coming back? Where'd they go? But a couple people just had a habit of leaving their phone unlocked and randomly having children around the house pick it up and put it in their mouth, and we were kind of tired of seeing the F I G G G G G J J J J J J J J on the chat, Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. Right, I'll just pick up. I'll open one map, and hopefully it shows the pocket. There, this one does. Okay, here's a PIO map. Who wanted to know about containment percentage? Because we could just click that on watch duty. It's like it's mostly the west side, pretty much exclusively the west side. This one's not the containment map, but I can just do a quick overview and then come back to this pocket thing. Okay, turn on PDF reader. Okay, it's there. friends. I got sick relatives. I got to check the phone here so often to make sure everything's all right. How do I make this window bigger? Can I make it bigger? We don't need the corner. It's not okay. Oh, that way. Okay. Okay. The little gap. This doesn't show the dozer lines. I could switch that real quick to show the percentage of containment.
The vehicle description, or it's going to be a person on the side of the road?
Let me check chat. The
Engine 44, stand by, recontacting Chico PD.
Hi.
44, Orville.
Yeah, it's 44.
That's
Have
about
a Chico PD car in the southbound lane.
It's 44 copy.
46.
sorry. Volume is weird. And thank you, Dustin, for smoothing things out. We can all. Thank you. Safe journeys, Giazilla. I don't know if you can hear me in the car. It'd be cool. Some truckers have got Starlink, got stuff. Gene, you with us? Am I blind? Who asked about the shoot. I'm in a time warp. Maybe Gene went to bed. Oops. Yeah, I feel that, Dustin. You've been quite good. I know. I've tried Peacemaker. And I think there's a reason Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for those they shall be known as the children of God." Because he was making a comment into context about how you're screwed. Like you're gonna be hated when one party wants to win and they appeal to you and say, "Take my side, let me win," and you try to make peace, and that's not the result wanted. By one of the parties, you get all kinds of hell, or maybe you just piss both of them off if they both want to win. Oh, you are? Okay. Yeah, I know, Gene, you're asking about the pocket, but I keep scrolling up and Terry. Yeah, Terry asked. That says the timestamp of 120. It's like I just time warped to 150. Whoa. Now the pocket was put on maps. Wrongly at first. I may owe somebody an apology about this, but I was on somebody else's channel and tried. I need to think more about how I come across to others. I tried to help them. They use this, the map, and use this pocket to say, oh, they saved the town of Cohasset, that's great. They said that casually. And I went, oh, no. On some maps it appears here. It's just to the right. And regardless of where exactly it's located, Cohasset lost dozens of homes. If a quick Google search would show that and the devastation. I don't show that on this channel because people told me, we're here because you don't show that stuff. We can't bear to watch Twitter or even the news because we can't find out about our home that way. We don't want to see it on fire. It's hard enough to come back to nothing or devastation. But we don't want to find out by seeing it on fire. So I made a compromise, and I'm very sensitive to that. I'll just share stuff on the Twitter. Twitter, that's where it's abundant anyway. Here, it's a sanctuary. This is life-saving evacuation information first and foremost. It's education and support as a secondary goal. And I can't help anybody if they tune out. Okay, I can explain part of this. Wim Dad Digger says, was he transcribing a Buddhist text? Oh, about the pocket? So the lower right of the oval Gene G says on the other side is a steep run uphill. Yes, so what the story of Cohasset was, as we were listening live, it started coming up the road. The citizens fled up. For anybody who doesn't know, I just want to preface this, Gene. They fled the only way they could go up Cohasset Road, and they got stuck up there somewhere at the radio tower and the camera called Cohasset. And just one fire crew, I hear, was there with 100 carloads of people, like 80 to 100 cars. And they called in the Air National Guard to get them out. But SPI, Sierra Pacific Industries, the logging company, met the people up there and led them out, partly on their own logging roads in the old Ponderosa Way to Highway 32. But it was this is a brutal canyon, deep, steep. The fire got in it and began to run. Let's see, this says Ponderosa Way. There. I don't know where they took it, but they went down into the canyon, and not all cars could make it. Some were abandoned at the that radio tower, and I think most of them made it. I'm not quite sure. They were cool old classic cars. A red pickup truck. I hope it made it. We did the replay. We don't know, but when the people left, they tried to save the town, and not enough crews could get there. They said you can cross where the fire is down by further south is Richland Springs, a little community down. I say down literally. It's like downhill and south. And so the fire crossed really quickly and outpaced the firefighters. They went, oh, stop, everybody coming. Cohasset Road is not passable. It's just the fire's roaring past it. So the relief firefighters couldn't quite get there, and so they were all on their own, a couple of units. they valiantly, as it came up the road, I don't know which one happened first. It roared up the canyon, right? But I thought it was the road first. They held it at one particular road. And they said, we got it. It's holding. They went around, did structure protection. And they stopped. Then they got the threat. They knew the threat would be you had to go up this really steep canyon, uphill. This is the town in the pocket, right? So they built dozer lines right here to try to stop it as it got up the hill. Right on the ridge. It's usually a pretty good spot. Built a contingency back here. And originally on the maps, the pocket showed that this was not burned either. Right down here. My cursor is small here for some reason. I don't know why. But I hope you can see that. Just adjacent to the right of the pocket. And then that held. But then they lost it at the road. And it burned into some of the neighborhoods. So, this is my understanding. Does this seem correct? Wait, was Zeke hired to do this a long time ago? Or like, he's not there now. I thought he was in another state. Yeah. But he intimately knows the area. He worked in here. He knows the fuel load in like every zone, and he can describe that like nobody else. His wisdom, experience, training, local, solid gold. So Gene G says Zeke was hired to fire plant it and burn off that edge, and last year this spring. Cool. Dude. Gene G says we had been talking about my bad rich people. There's a skull at the top of the oval. That. Grim Dad says, the guy has got to do some traveling in his growing up in early adult years. It grows you up, experiencing other cultures. What I was just trying to do before the radio broke in was, I was trying to explain, if you take the quote from Jesus out of context, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be known as the children of God. That sounds great, right? Just try to make peace and you'll be blessed because God will be happy with you. What you add the rest, it's a warning that everybody who is downtrodden, looked down upon, abused, basically, the classes of people like those who have a very difficult life. Don't worry, you are loved by God. It's a comfort, but an acknowledgement that you're going to have a hard life. Like, what's the rest of the stuff? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Something like that. The meek are the people with no power. Grim Dad says we all learned from each other and even gods. I should swish my brandy glass and contemplate. I'm not sure. Did he explain this, by the way? Did Zeke explain this? I wanted to catch his channel. I want to explain the put anybody of these where the dozer lines are and what containment percentage is. So let me look behind the scenes here. Refresh. 18% still. So you can see that on many maps. It's the black line. It's usually called Public Information Officer maps. No, that's a basic one. Okay. Air operations.
Orville 44 is Bill, response area.
Engine 44, 0205.
And 44.
Where is it? Oh, look at this. When I find it. This is beautiful. It's sad, but progression map. I'm sorry, friends. Multitasking is hard, and but my aim was to give my mods a break for a bit and just chill out with you guys until I can become sleepy. I have a lot of worries. Sometimes you screw up, you can't fix something. Or when somebody is ill and you can't help them. I have a lot of very ill friends, and I'm not there to be by their bedside. And But it wouldn't do a lot of good if I was. I'm hoping to let's not think about it. I have many worries right now, various types. And every time I look at the phone is something, some painful news of one kind or another. Sometimes people are fragile. I definitely feel so. It's like an insect. When I was a kid, I tried to help an insect. I would just be its little savior. I loved having ant farms and stuff. I decked out this ant farm. I made it the most deluxe ant farm that an ant could ever want to be in. And it is illegal to ship queen ants in the mail in the United States. At least it was. So there was an instruction manual on how to go get your own queen. Because I found out the hard way, heartbreak way, as a kid. Oh, I hope this doesn't crash the PDF reader. This is gigantic. Okay, this doesn't show all the containment lines. So I went on a quest for a queen ant, and I decided I'd have the big black ants that are found by Lake Almanor. That would be one deluxe. Super challenging, but very rewarding ant farm. But I called it my ant city. So I go searching for the queen. And I found her. She's got wings and stuff. She's delicate, but fierce, you know. But she was injured. I thought, well, you know what? She just has to be alive. She doesn't have to fly. Her little drones will take care of her. Her little sister or daughter drones. I think most ants are female. I think most bees are female. I don't remember now. Let's see, this one is branch 20. Where's branch 15? This, if zooming in doesn't crash it. And remember, mods, you can, what I thought would happen is that if you want to get my attention, the chat I never mute is the Wildfire Tracking one. If anything important was going on, I thought I would be summoned there. Remember, that's not going to be on mute. Don't crash. Don't crash. That worked. That test worked. So whoever thought I wasn't being responsive, please explain to them. I'd appreciate it. I thought it was known that I do mute mod chat so that the ding 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 doesn't disrupt it. And the way to catch my attention is the other experimental group phone number thing. It makes my watch vibrate. I hope they understand that. So if somebody needs fire info, they can come back. I'll be happy to provide it. Here, I am almost afraid to zoom in more, it might crash. Look how much detail we have. So, go crash. Shasta Contingency Group 5. Contingency is the, well, not everybody has English as a first language. You have a first line of defense and a backup. It's good to have a backup. And because it's Butte County and Shasta County and Tehama County, and Plumas County, these are extremely dangerous counties to fight a wildfire in. Having that third line is really important because of the wind events that could kind of show up. And sure enough, it is lightning strike season, July and August. Thunderstorms and lightning can just really push it for a bit, and it can jump traditional lines. So great to have backup in a contingency too. Number 3. Oh no, I'm crashing it. There's the I highlighted something on the map. It doesn't like that. There's an hourglass of death for my cursor. Oh, it crashed and reopened. Oh, it's crashing again. It's not responding. Okay, so I think I know what to not do. Don't try to highlight anything. The program is not responding. Okay, I'll just, yeah, try to press the button to, alright, it's hard crashing and coming back and hard crashing and not coming back. Man, these maps are huge. Does anybody know of a better PDF reader? I thought Foxit was really good, but apparently it's just for legal documents or something.
Foxtrot.
I am Control-Alt-Deleting in 2024.
Foxtrot 23, you're broken all that.
Okay, yeah, yeah, Dustin, I concur. If I was going to home harden my property, I'd be like, yo, Zeke. Oh, the Queen Ant story, yeah. I found her and she had like a busted wing. That's why the colony was under attack somewhere. It was by the shores of Lake Almanor. You know the big black ants? The massive ones? So big you could dip them in chocolate and sell them to Japan or something. France is like a fancy meal. I carefully handled her and got her back to my super deluxe ant city. And trying to help her, she couldn't get into the It's like 2 panes of glass. It has a slat in there. That's when I crushed her. And I still have one of those big guilt feelings, and it seems silly, but it's not, you know. I was on the floor. Inconsolable. Sometimes I feel like that. We can't seem to do anything right. The giant that crushes the ants trying to help him. And they must have seen me as a monster. Now, I think maybe I need to just open one of these at a time. That could be part of the crashing. So, let's try that. Just box it, and I love it. Otherwise, I'm asking too much of this one. This is not what it was designed for. Branch 5, this is where we crashed. Alright. I found out the best way to be a friend to the ants is don't touch them. Once I had killed their leader, the one member of their colony that they cared the most about, not like I expected ants to appreciate the ant city, but I mean just as a tale, as a parable or a bad story, the point I'm trying to make is that was no longer their ant heaven, that was now their ant hell. And that's the importance of thinking ahead. Try to anticipate the results of your actions the best you can. Okay. This is large enough to be read. Lab Diamond says I'm a guy, but I think women would do a better job running the world. Nah. We would just fill the void. Like there used to be an argument that women don't participate in as much violence. But then there's Amazon communities, you know, those types. It's that we will fill whatever slot is necessary for our society. And if it is necessary to prepare for war, engage in war, or defend from war, we'll do it. Even if it's not really on our minds growing up as a career choice, warrior's kind of odd. It appealed to me always. I always wanted to join the military when I was little, or be a first responder, or be a cop, or something like. I would have the power to protect people. I agree, Dustin, but I won't unhide that comment because I'm protecting you. I'm an equalist. You know, the word feminist is I was about to unmute the rain, but that wouldn't have been very intelligible. I can testify to the utter cruelty of the pecking order that young girls have, and more so than boys in studies, at least for American culture and stuff. I don't know about others. When a woman who is new, or I would say girl, when a girl who is new enters a scene, let me refresh myself, friends. What we're looking at with the X's is dozer lines that are complete, and pink are under construction. And we're just looking at one part by Shingletown, but if I zoom out, there's quite a lot more to see. Oh boy. Sweet tea. So far, this has been pretty good. Maybe one of the more ideal drinks that I can have to maintain blood sugar. This is a lot healthier than like a Pepsi or something, or soda. Boy, gotta be more bathroom breaks. Be right back. Okay. Oh, there is where I put my tea. Okay, men just think we're subtle. We're not. It's just because we have two different cultures. And that's really vital for any couple to know who are, well, heterosexual anyway. We have two totally different cultures and understandings. So our what we consider polite is totally different than what males think in America. And so when we think we're being extra courteous to, say, a significant other or any male, but we still are mad and have an issue. We have something's angered us. We think males understand what we mean. We're being absolutely obvious to each other. So in the world of females in the United States, openly hostile, naked hostility is considered in poor taste. We have like a gentleman's code. And so like a gentleman of the 1800s doesn't use a curse word to describe somebody else. That's crass. A gentleman in a suit and tie and stuff engages in violence, but it is orderly. It has like the duels, right? But it's orderly, ritualized, and there's plenty of other means to resolve the issue. Even up to the moment of pistols or swords, gentlemen, they have each person in the duel has a sponsor who is a friend, and their job is to prevent the duel from taking place and to negotiate. The sponsors of both person meet in the middle and try to strategize a way that both parties can save face by walking away at the same time. And if negotiations fail, then there's a duel. And what a gentleman does is take the high road by shooting into the air. Even though he's possibly going to be shot back. He doesn't know what the other gentleman's or presumed gentleman's going to do. And so that's ritualized, and that's gentlemanly conduct. And so in the female world, we have a similar thing. So here, those are lines to protect the western edge area, and especially, I'm just hoping not, I'm carefully choosing where I put the cursor so I don't highlight anything and this doesn't crash. These dozer lines are along Blue Ridge Road. That's complete. All that you see here to Digger Creek. And then under construction are everything in the pink. So this particular road, Viola Mineral Road, they're doing the dozer line. So wait, this is by Shingletown, is it? No, I'm in the wrong section. Wait, I zoomed in too much. Where'd I go? Yeah, I expected to see Battle Creek here. I'm not in the right place. Did it move? Wait a second. Oh, Manson's over there. Oh. Okay, sorry, confusion. I'm on the wrong thing. I thought this was branch 15. This is branch 12. Oh, or did I open branch 15 thinking about branch 12? Yeah, I opened up branch 15. Okay. Where's 12? Not opened yet. Okay, let me download it. Sorry, friends. Oh no, I forgot. I was doing something, checking on a video. Just hang up. Studio. Alright guys, I'm dealing with a copyright claim. It bumped one of my videos completely off air. Somebody wants to go and look at a portion of it, and they're saying there's something wrong with it. So hang on a second. It was playing that stupid Dirty Laundry song. So usually if you play a clip of copyrighted music, it'll say within about 24 hours, looks like we found copyrighted music on your stream. How would you like to handle this? You know, the first step is you cannot monetize your video for right now. Do you want to replace the music, edit it out, like edit it, which is time consuming? Or would you like to replace the track, which is an awesome new YouTube feature? And I used to rage because if you had a video over 7 hours, you could not edit under any circumstances. So I used to get copyright hits. Like when we were at night just watching something, I'd play a little bit of Planet of the Apes or something amusing or funny, assuming, well, I could just cut the end off of my entire stream to deal with the copyright issue. Because usually they don't really want to block your video, they want to make money off of it. And so in order to say, hey, stop putting ads on my videos, I don't monetize and I don't want that to occur. Then just remove it, cut it out. Done deal. But it takes you to like it's sometimes 24 hours to 72 to make your editing changes for you. It seems to vary a lot. So I thought I got it back up online fully. Let's check it out. In the back control panel, things look all right. It says video is blocked. I already fixed it. View options. It says now it's not blocked. Okay. Oh, this will be one heck of a bug. So to my surprise, just playing like a little bit of Dirty Laundry, there wasn't like a, hey, do you want to allow ads to be on your video? You can keep the song, but all ad revenue goes to the actual owner of the song. So sometimes I find that acceptable, because if I played something funny during the stream, like Theme from a Summer Place, when it looks like the aircraft is like water skiing, and water skiing up a hill like the Scoopers, playing elevator music to it is amusing. It's just the joke doesn't work if it's not there. So we hit okay, content. I should have done this hours ago. I got distracted. This one. On one section, it says everything is fine. I click a second button. It says blocked. What really bothers me is the weird remixing. I think it's like a TikTok thing. Okay. All right, that's my old video. Just checking it out, see if it's yeah. Chat replays okay for the video of the 30th. Okay, that seems restored. Seems in order. Let's go back. Sorry, friends. It's one of those things I forgot. My memory's been affected really severely by long COVID. It's like I have a Swiss cheese memory. But it's not like the short term's ever been very good for anybody with ADD. Okay, all these buttons look correct. Okay. All right, it seems to be back online. 3 hours and 44 minutes. Okay, that one's good. Hold on a second. Okay, I don't see problems. Anybody who has a problem with the video, just let me know. I think I have fixed it all. Thanks for your patience, guys. There's so many problems that people don't understand occur with streaming. People think I could just go to bed after it ends. And there's a bunch of weird copyright hits. And so if it's truly like not real, like I wasn't playing, if I really wasn't playing copyrighted material, sometimes these are fake errors, maybe results. Okay, there's Paynes Creek. Wait, this is the branch 15. Yep. We're only seeing the east end. Oh wow. Yeah, the fires at Howard Meadows' doorstep. Okay, we'll start out with how they're going to protect mineral, I guess. Because this one is what popped up. So the cool thing about this green here is that's shaded fuel break, pre-made fire protection lines by Sierra Pacific Industries, SPI. And we saw CAL FIRE the other day say, oh, what has been tremendously helpful is not only the shaded fuel breaks that were already in the area, but also the pre-made lines. I don't know what his terminology was, so I paused it and I'm like, they just don't want to credit SPI, do they? Even though they were heroes, opening up all the gates and evacuating the people of Cohasset at risk to themselves. You can't praise them for that. So that once the people are out, then you can do your work. Maybe the National Guard should be praised and SPI. But if they don't say that, the public doesn't hear it. The public's watching, and they don't understand what that means. It means this would go a long way to mending the hate. I try to do that here. I try to get people to see the other side. You don't have to like the other side, but understand the motivation of the other side is oftentimes good. You just may disagree about the result. Nobody wants to see a forest fire. Why? Like for those who are so rabidly hateful of loggers, sure, go ahead and hate or be angry at a policy such as clear cutting. Go ahead, but those who hate loggers, scum of the earth, tree killing, and worse things. They may harvest trees. They don't want to see the demise of the forest. That's going a bridge too far. That's assuming their motivation. And oftentimes, assuming motivation is what happens when somebody is comfortable feeling hate and doesn't want to let go of it. And will use that to support their emotional state that they want to have. It's not logical, it's not rational, but hate makes people feel very good because it totally absolves a person of responsibility. I hate them because they're the problem, 100% of it. So I don't have to do anything. I don't have to sacrifice anything. I don't have to change. I don't have to self-examine. And I don't have to compromise either. And it feels so good. Somebody else is 100% of the problem. It's very toxic. That's what the Stoic philosophers try to try to teach. That there's the head must rule the heart, because the heart is stupid. It's got the animal emotions, you know. Even animals feel hate. There's argument to be made that predators hate each other, like hyenas and lions just want to kill each other. Nature programs them with that hate. They don't really do it to eat each other, because it benefits the species to just kill your competition, more for yourself. So they are driven by an instinctual emotion, and they have no capacity up here to think if that makes any sense. They're not like us, of course. They can't see that cooperative hunting might do them a lot better. Can you imagine the swiftness of wild dogs chasing game until they're tired? The strength of lions tackling the prey, even large prey the others can't get to. And then only hyenas have the jaw strength to crack open a bone for that precious marrow. Lions just sort of chew at it and struggle. Wild dogs can't do it. Hyena jaws are much stronger than a wolf's. Hyenas have a truly frightening bite strength. They can decapitate a human by just closing their mouth really hard on a neck. They may make funny noises like woof, 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 woof. But I would be way more afraid of being stalked by hyenas in Africa than pack of wolves in Europe. Because imagine if one bit you in the leg or something and just kept biting down. Yeah. But they can't think about that. They can't think that competition is only rational when food is scarce. They can't think that cooperation is more beneficial when food is plentiful. But humans do. The wise ones. And nations, oh no, I highlighted everything. This is going to crash. Oh no, what did I do? Stop. Stable. But what does this all mean? What the heck am I talking about? It means that animals can't thrive by working together because they don't have the higher reasoning skills. So they are limited in their success. They cannot make peace with their enemies. Unless they're like, artificial circumstances like a zoo and a puppy hyena and a lion cub grow up together. Okay, I'm not talking about that. That's an artificial situation created by a person or extremely rare freak events in nature, Just ultimately, they can't cooperate, and cooperation is how humans have ruled the world. It's not our competition, it's our cooperation. It's how we have colonized everywhere. It's how we've done amazing things. We know that one person is extremely limited in their accomplishments. But the bigger the team, sky's the limit. You can go to space, you can go to Mars, you can go to the moon. We had an international space station for a while. That was nice. How many people cooperated to build the pyramids? Not many people could have the satisfaction to absolutely know that what they constructed will probably outlast all the human civilizations. Or maybe even remain for a million years. Pyramid of Giza's might. It's questionable. So we hurt ourselves in general when we fight. There can be no cooperation and no higher level of thinking when hate is in play. And even hate groups have a stupidity to them because they forget what hate does. Even though that might be seductive and you can recruit that way, it means that your team has a big flaw. It means that you will always underestimate the enemy because you'll hate them and think they're stupid. But here in this case, I was hoping Sierra Pacific could be mentioned, and the National Guard, of course, they never really get credit or even mentioned in the press, other military groups. Other branches of the military get all the glory, So appreciation is always good. It helps people keep motivation, keep going. If the other side, environmentalists, anybody who cares about nature, knew that they were critical here in saving the forest and saving these communities, that's the first step towards healing and cooperation and working together. And then we would have power. And then if they really sat down and listened to what loggers actually, how they really felt about situations, they'd understand that it's not too different from their own job in a cubicle where your boss is evil. Like everybody knows, okay, I can't mention some companies like the one that I'm broadcasting on, but everybody knows that some, say, social media companies have been doing how I delicately put this, non-ethical things. But you can't control what your CEO of your corporation you works for does. You can't control what your boss does. And a logger can't control what his employer does and what the policies are. You get fired if you say no. If a whole bunch of loggers got together and said, hey, boss, we are not for clear cutting. That's kind of destructive. We would like the forest thinned out. They're not going to be listened to because if that doesn't make economic sense to the company, they can't be listened to. Nobody has a job if there's no profit. So what's the bigger picture? If you really don't like clear cutting, find a way for the alternative to be profitable. Good job. And if you helped them maintain their dignity and their way of life and keep their jobs, and it's very hard to make any kind of living in the mountain. What if you could have an ally? You can't say, let's groom the forest for health and for fire protection if nobody has a skill about cutting down a tree. Its skill job is extremely dangerous and vital to not have a tremendous fire load, and for those that are sick and unhealthy to be called for the protection of the strong, to quarantine against the beetles, to make power lines safe to be around. PG&E is supposed to do that. You see, slowly panning around. I hope you can read all these words, because the we all have. No, we can't alter it. I'm sorry. Exactly. If no matter what the motivation of a corporation is, no longer who lives in the mountains wants to see the forest burn up. The wood is not good after 2 or 3 years. It starts to rot immediately and becomes too dangerous to cut down and absolutely unprofitable. It becomes a waste immediately. And because it takes 30 years or so to grow back, at least, after salvage logging like happens, they can't live there anymore. Their jobs are over. The mill's shut down and they have to move. Or do what? What other kind of jobs are in the middle of nowhere? I know Gene G. Oh, that's another one. Let's open that. Here's the incredible map, Gene, of the burn scar overlaps. This is new. Whoever is generating some of these is just an incredible artist. So there was a mentioned fire in 2005 that I was totally unaware of. Or, I think I heard of it, but that was it. I didn't have great health then. I don't think I did a lot of travel then. Ponderosa of 2012. The Lane fire, burn scar there. 2018. I wonder if it was about the same time as Paradise. Probably not, because it didn't get very big. And Paradise occurred with the Diablo winds. Here's the Antelope fire, 2008. It's probably zooming a little more. I try to gauge. I know on different devices, words are different sizes, of course. That's a little too much. The Mill of 2012, the Panther Onion, and the Cub. Maybe there were two that grew together. That's an odd little spot. We're at today's big pink one. And there's our Cohasset Ridge spot there. I think what may have happened is that the first map, there was a bigger spot. It was bigger. It was unburned still to the right here, where they had made those initial dozer lines. And later, when Cohasset was devastated, because it went past Thatcher, I think is where they tried to stop it. And we were hearing good things on the radio. But it was one of those, we wake up and, oh no, it ripped through there. They weren't able to save all of it. I think what they did to protect the remaining area of Cohasset is probably fired here. I'd like to know if that's possibly what they did. I don't know if CAL FIRE would have the answer. I would have to go to older maps to see this. The camp. And of course, it was this blue thing on top of it. The camp was in there, of course, and beyond. The 2018, November 2018, and in 2020, the North Complex is the same thing as the Bear. It was the Bear and the Claremont fires that merged up by Bucks Lake up there. In that area, it was just kind of small. They were working on putting it out. I believe it was lightning. And then they couldn't, not putting it out, but at least containing. And they could not do it before Labor Day. Well, once in a lifetime wind event, where it was like Santa Ana's and Diablos up in the Fox and the Little Fire, South Fray and the Scotch. Since that's all 2008, likely a lightning thing. And then 2008 Humboldt. Ooh. I need to study that one. I don't know too much about it. It was when I still believed that fighting fires was just going to get easier and easier with new technology. Isn't this incredible? Yeah, the satellite map would show 2022 and older. Last update, I believe, like for CalTopo or... Yeah. Check above for computer info. Serious offer. Wait, what? I'm sorry. If I want the computer? Oh. I mean, do you understand what it would take? I have some laptops that don't work for what I've got to do. It's seriously robust to be able to video edit or at least have extremely smooth playback on the road. But I may have to actually be able to do some 4K editing and at least have smooth 8K playback because my smaller Galaxy S22 takes 8K. And if I upgrade my phone, we're talking something that's pretty serious. Like, we'd have to have a 4080 card because the VRAM involved. Video RAM is the most important thing, and we can't upgrade that. Can't upgrade the video card. You would have to at least have a 4080 card in it. So that adds to a basic laptop, $1,000 to the price tag. So we need, with your kind donations, guys, you know what I was trying to do one day? So I wanted to show you guys. I took it out and I started showing it on stream, but well, you know what happened. Since YouTube sat on most of the donation money, and I didn't realize there's a 30-day delay. I thought, okay, what can we get on Amazon Prime Day? That will be some of the accessories for the laptop and video production. So what I did was I found out the hard way, just trying to take a show on the road and do interviews with people. To do interviews with people and try to make a documentary about the Dixie and the Caldor. I found that I would shoot footage all day and fill up my cards because 4K and 8K videos is tremendous. I had 2 GoPros, one under each wing of the airplane. Wow, a 3080 Ti? What's the amount of VRAM in that? Well, I would want it to have a warranty because my old laptop nearly burned down my house. So I'm spooked out by stuff like that. It had a very short warranty and blew up right after it expired. So this is 4 terabytes for $209, a 4 terabyte NVMe. So it's a PCI Express 4. So we got 2 of them because I have an enclosure with a fan. And most solid state drives, this is solid aluminum for the top part. Most of these slow down because of heat. So this is a huge chunky aluminum heatsink with a mini fan. It's not Thunderbolt, but that's what I would like as an upgrade. So yeah, only $209 for both of these. So we got on a great deal, and they're a good brand with a good warranty. Crucial. The Crucial P3 Plus. And before the 30-day window expires, I have to make sure that these are good, because it's much easier to return something to Amazon than to a manufacturer. 32 gigs of graphical RAM? Yeah. Wait, a 3080 has 32? I don't believe so. A 4080 only has 12. It's free? I'm not trying to be rude either. I don't. Okay, this is where I get misinterpreted. Oh, my product is not good enough for her. Sorry, no, I'm not meaning to come across that way. I don't want to take such a valuable item from somebody, and if it doesn't meet my needs, I have deprived them of that for no reason. That's a big, serious. I don't want to hurt anyone like that. And there's other considerations, like I want to be in California immediately. Hey, J-Dog, good morning. And I would want to set it up here, test it, because I have to come back in September for nasal passage surgery or reschedule, and my God, I don't want to reschedule. So that is okay. What I should have prefaced with is that's a super generous offer, Dustin, and I am blown away. I was so blown away. I forgot my manners. Yeah, let's explore it. Okay, can you give me make and model number? Let's see. Here's what I found out. Right, and maybe I could return it to you, you know, and maybe this could work out. Do you have a make and model number? Is it handy? You bought it in 2022 to play games, and I'm not playing games. Does Woody come back in there somewhere about how you're winning at some sort of game of life, you know? I just wanted to say you were a winner somehow, and I can't think of the bridge to that joke. Well, can it play Crisis? That's a joke in the gaming world. Crisis was this game with plenty of awesome graphics, CRYSIS. You need a supercomputer to experience those graphics and to turn it on. And so it's one of those things like car snobs will be like, well, can it do 0 to 60 in such and such seconds? And so gaming snobs are like, can it play Crisis? Hey, Pez. I missed you too. Speaking of games, isn't that spooky? Pez is a pro gamer. Can I promote you, Pez? This is the first time I'm seeing you here. Welcome. You better like and subscribe. It's true. No, I would be in your debt, Dustin. You would really be doing an awesome favor. If there's a way I could check out the specs, then I could see about what I could do, and this would change my decision-making process about buying other things. Okay, let's check cams, guys. I'm sorry. Do remind me to change screens. I get absorbed. Feel free. What's going on with X, Y, and Z fire? We haven't seen the cam of the Pedro. Is it back on there? How's the do we finally have a view of the Pedro? How is the Nixon? Any status change of the Nixon? Whatever you guys want. It's we just kind of wait for somebody to have a request. You guys are my support group tonight, and I want to express my thanks. I'm having a hard time. I got a dying friend that I want really to spend time with. He's no longer in my region. It's not feasible for me to go visit him unless I win the lottery. And he's a great supporter of Wildfire Stream and used to support me emotionally a lot, especially when haters would come in. And I tried to do the same for him. He tried to, and I can't reveal too many details or people might recognize. He tried to seek out support on the internet, and of course he got a lot, but help with his expenses. It's terminal, and then of course the bullies, the scumbags. No, I'm distraught, Pez. I'm sorry. I do have too many balls in the air, and I am dropping several at a time. I really appreciate the gentleness and the reminders. It's got Intel 7 12K, 2 separate 1 terabyte SSDs with a 3080 NVIDIA backup ISIS Intel graphics, 32 gigs of RAM. Oh, do you mean that the VRAM is shared with the regular RAM? That would make sense. All right, Pez. Let me promote you. So Pez is a pro gamer. So he's got a fun, relaxing, most of the time stream, but he plays a cowboy drama. You're still doing the cowboy drama game, right, Pez? Let me get you your link real quick. He's on Twitch, which I'm jealous of. Twitch it's easier to be a live streamer there. The VRAM is 16 and RAM is 32. Great. So what we could do, especially if you can get me some on the underside of it. Yeah, thanks, Pez. I know you are. If you can look at that on the underside, that'll give me more of an idea of what it's capable of and how it works. And maybe I could do something real quick with the donation money to, like, say, upgrade the RAM or, have it of a faster speed. Like if it doesn't have Thunderbolt or not. And if it does, then I can buy a Thunderbolt enclosure for this. Because my biggest problem was what I didn't understand I would have two GoPros under each airplane wing. I'd have my cell phone, my S22. I'd film it, run it out of batteries, charge it, pick up the second S22 Plus, film stuff, run out of batteries real fast because filming 4K and 8K just kills your battery. And then I would get out the Sony, the real movie camera Sony. It's Pez TV, right? Yes, okay. Yeah. Are you free to talk later, Pez? Like, whenabouts would you be? And I'll see if I can. Yeah, well, we need it for video production of a stream, and it's I need to know what its maximum RAM is. Like, it may be really good to put 64 in it, and I may need to buy a couple of extra fans, auxiliary fans. They make them and they clip on the side. So, guys, this is Pez's channel. So, if you like cowboy games, you're still playing the cowboy game, right? He role plays, so it's like a living movie. He says, yes, I still play Red Dead Redemption. I say that wrong sometimes. USB-C 2.0. Well, that C is the shape of the cord. That's all it means. The shape of the thing. So, like, USB-C is just a shape. What the letter when it says USB is just the shape of the thing. So technically, there can be slow USB-C cords. One has to be careful when you buy one. I'm just putting it out there to. Yeah, USB 3.2 with a C shape. It's just the faster USBs. That's the speed is the number. Right? The letter is the shape. So 3 hours. Oh, I don't know that I'll be available in 3 hours. Yeah. So what Pez does is he gets onto this cowboy game, and it's an open world, kind of brutal world. It's a lot like Deadwood. They kind of molded it after the Deadwood HBO. And so it has USB 3.0. Okay, is it handy? Like, can you really get me the true make and model number down to the details? It'll just allow me to figure out what I can and should buy. So I jump on this pretty immediately. Is it ready for use immediately? Does it need work? I need to figure out its battery wattage, its average battery life, make decisions on, do I need to buy like a battery backup thing for the cars, charge multiple things at once? Yeah, that would be excellent, Dustin. I'm not trying to pressure you. I'm excited, as you can tell. This would be a dream. This would speed us up so much. Oh, Dustin, you're amazing. So what would happen to me? I had 2 GoPros, 2 cell phones, and a Sony. And occasionally I'd even grab David's iPhone and say, I ran out of batteries on everything. Still film, you know? Yeah, thank you, Pez, for stopping by. Did you you hit the like button, right? I hope so. You better. It's going bad with the fires. It's terrible. That's all you need to know. We're hanging in there. Built your own play system, portable thing. Oh, for portable gaming. Okay. Yeah, my homeland is on fire, Pez. We'll talk about that later. Thank you for the show's support. I mean it, guys. You are like my support group right now. There's a reason I haven't gone to bed. You know, I am almost every time I've looked at my phone, it's been bad news of various kinds. Various many people I'm corresponding with right now. Some friends dying, family sick, and then trying to smooth out and arrange all kinds of conflicts where mods are unfortunately available at the same time as each other. And that's a lot to ask people to change their lives and their schedule to fill in gaps so that we don't have a gap. Because what really sucks is if I can't help it, if I'm ill or some crazy emergency comes up, they love helping people so much that they stay awake too long, and it harms their own lives. They miss things in their life, or they feel like chaos might happen, and just like I do, that if we miss some really important new fire evacuation situation, we know that there are super issues with the government and agencies still being in an antiquated system that just doesn't always work. Okay, let me see. And they feel that pressure too. It's where sorry, that cowbell thing is an email, and it usually is for this. Okay, awesome. Well, now that I have all your information, I think I'll just steal your identity. Thank you so much, Dustin, you sucker. Let's go to Vegas. No, I'm kidding. No, let me see. Are you gonna give me Warhammer? It came with Warhammer. That's a good game. Wow, the Jarbo Gap. Oh wait, that's City Lights, Wait, it is, right? Yeah, it's City Lights. It's like Oroville. City Lights can be eerie, like fire sometimes. The Sutter Buttes can. The moon. Can you believe they're quarrying the sacred Sutter Buttes? You didn't get Warhammer? Oh, you got shafted. I'm sorry.
I don't think I'll make it for the brief out.
Drop point. Drop point 32. I don't think I'll make it out there in time for the. I thought he said something about a meal. Sucks. Do you guys catch what he said? But this is one of our maps that shows the air. This is like the pilot's map, and all these big pink stuff are like hazards, the big power lines. It does a good, decent job of showing where some of the black line is there. So this is our. Hey, I didn't realize it would be there. Everywhere that's solid black, that is percentage of containment. When they complete their dozer line, it's like a little X, 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 X that's black. It starts out pink, that's planned. They pencil it in black when it's done. And then it needs to be spruced up. I guess it starts out as a diamond in the rough. Then the diamond is cut. Now the diamond needs to be polished. So to polish that diamond, they eliminate tall brush and like dead trees and anything else like tall grass that can really burn on each side of the dozer line. Just make it wider. And it's critical so that they can sit there and hold. Once it's solid black, that means they can sit there with their engines, and even if the fire came, they don't think the flames would hit them on the road. And a dozer line is very similar to a road. Did something just jingle my...
Truck 74, out of unit assignment. Assist Sutter, structure, near P Street and First Street.
Sutter. Is there a structure fire in Sutter? We were just on Sutter Butte. This is the Sutter Buttes camp.
Truck 74, out of unit assignment. Assist Sutter, structure, in the area of P Street and First Street, 0337.
Oh, what are the weird odds about that? We start talking about gaming and laptops, and man, Dustin, I am excited. Let me take a look at that. Is it okay that I put the specs, make and model number into the browser? Because it's not like I'm linking to it, but just to look at it for a second. So there's a structure file.
Eco Engine 12, public assist, 3010 Edgar Avenue.
So it's at P and Fur Street. Sutter's a tiny town. We should be able to find that.
Engine 12, public assist, help up, 3010 Edgar Avenue, between Lone Pine Avenue and Crouch Avenue, 0338.
Nothing stands out to me on the Sutter cam as a fire, but it's not looking at Sutter. Sutter's down there to the southeast. It's right here. I wonder if it'll move over. Are any cams looking at Sutter? Not really. It's saying it's Live Oak. Could it be? Oh, Live Oak's units could be up in the Park Fire. No way. All I hear is raising on the back of my neck. No, these coincidences are super weird. Okay, we're talking about gaming and gaming laptop, and here comes my gaming friend who makes his living off it. Boom.
74, Orville.
We're on a Sutter cam in a Sutter
74.
unit.
Truck 74, updated location is in the area of P Street and Elm Street, 0339.
No. 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 Oh, God, no. It's like I'm in a coma sometimes, guys, and I wonder if these are like proof. You know, everywhere I've ever known in childhood is burned up. One by one, each little bit. It's like a
Oroville, Sequence 6 responding. Engine 12 is available.
6, 0341.
Okay. It could be across the street. I need an address. Now I have an instinct to pick up the phone right now and say, if your house is on fire, get out. I know these people. I don't think I have their phone number in this phone. Depends on what house this is. I know a lot of people in this neighborhood. Oh, stupid me! I didn't clear. I didn't clear watch duty alerts. So no wonder I haven't been hearing anything. Richland, Washington, places. Which? So what are the odds that like my family's ancestral home back east burns up about a month before Paradise, and so pretty much all of the family genealogy research and everything that I wanted to do is gone. Charcoal drawings of Civil War soldiers, typed hand, typewriter, extremely old records. Every genealogy research done by people in the late 1800s about our ancestors and their handwritten notes. My great aunt's journal, where she went and saw the Chicago World's Fair, and she saw was at the game where the Red Sox won the World Series. Yeah, it's a structure fire. I need to know the address right now. So it is, a lot of these fires feel like my own personal hell, and I'm not insulting. I know everybody else is going through these, but there are a few places in my childhood now that haven't burned down all across the United States. So I should have taken photos. I should have made copies while I was there in 2007. I always wanted to go back. I had an invitation and a plan, and then some arsonist torched the family ancestral home. Everything, all the genealogy, all the photographs, everything. My poor cousin was just absolutely distraught because it was suspicious. Insurance refused to pay, and she's like, "I have no benefit for this. Everything I owned in all of our family history is gone." And so she went to the cabin in the Smokies or somewhere, and to live in it for a while, and then she decided that she would go and retrieve the rest of our family heirlooms and such from a home on the coast, a summer home in Alabama or something. And right as she makes plans, a hurricane levels it. So I make plans. All I want to be is a documentary filmmaker, like in a small way. Start out small, get as pro as I can, and preserve history and film it before it's gone. The recollections of the old timers, the yeah, I know what you're saying, Dustin. You can't take it with you, but I could pass it on to other generations. I wanted to be the keeper of the wisdom of the family and pass it on. And